Namang Katangganang. Enang iturut wadindone. Subha udayasanak veva. Subha Vesak dinak veva. Good morning to everyone. We wish you a very, very happy Vesak full moon day to everyone. The Buddha Day. We are celebrating the Buddha Day. Today in the world, Buddhist people, over 500 million people in the world, aware about the birth of the Buddha and his great enlightenment and the passing away of the Buddha. This year is 2565 in Buddhist era. 2021 means 2565 in Buddhist era. After the Buddha's passing away, monks counted the years, then the Buddha era started. In the world, Vesak Day is now a public holiday. UNO has accepted the Vesak Day as a holiday, so people can aware about that they can take a rest from their day-to-day activities and join to the programs of the Buddhist programs. Especially, we have circulated the program today. First and foremost, important, understand we are celebrating the life of the Buddha. As you know, the Buddha was born in the park of Lumbini on the way to from Kapilavastu to Devadaha city. Buddha's mother, Queen Mahamaya, was taken in a procession to see her parents. On her way in the procession at the park of Lumbini, the baby, the fortunate baby, the future Buddha, Prince Siddhartha, was born. That is the place where the very important place in Buddhist archaeology, the place where the Buddha was born. There is an edict mentioning that Buddha was born there. Then after, as a prince, he lived a very luxurious life. And he got married at the age of 16 with Princess Yasodhara. At the age of 29, having seen the 4 signs, an old man, a sick man, a dead person, and having met ascetic monks, he was impressed about the homeless monk's life. Soon after that, he had decided to leave from his palace. At the age of 29, Prince Siddhartha left from his palace, and he had undergone very severe austere practices, what we call duskara kriya. For 6 years, he practiced these austere practices, very hard life. So, mainly he practiced meditation, living in the forests, and he had attended two schools, Alara Kalam and Udagarama Putta. They were the teacher who taught him meditation. Finally, he understood the austere practices, very hard, extreme austere practices were not conducive to attain enlightenment. Finally, ascetic Gautama had chosen middle path. Following the middle path on the full moon day, under the beneath of the sacred Bodhi tree in Bodh Gaya. One long night he was practicing meditation and understood the Four Noble Truths, and early morning Buddha understood he was fully enlightened one. He was the Samma Sambuddha. Then after 45 years of his long ministry, Buddha had shared his great wisdom with the world. He met kings and peasants, poor people, children, beggars, all the people he met, Brahmins, and also other sages, ascetics, all these people, paribrajakas, ajivikas, all these ascetics and all the people. Whoever he met, he had shared his wisdom. All they had questions from the Buddha, to the Buddha. There are so many questions, and Buddha shared his wisdom with them. Then what we call Theravada Buddhism, which was preserved by the monks, where through the many millennia, the Theravada Buddhism, Buddha taught these teachings, started with the 5 ascetic monks, then after gave his thousands of sermons to many people. The collection of Buddha's sermons is called Tripitaka. One is sermons and also and the discipline, and also Abhidhamma, the psychological analysis of the mind. This way, Tripitaka has been formed and carried out by the monks. So it is preserved, the true Dhamma, the authentic true Dhamma has been preserved. This is the way the Buddhism has been developed throughout the millennia. So after 45 years of his ministry, Buddha passed away in Kusinara. He addressed the monks. Before he passing away, the monks, he addressed together the monks, and he asked, do you have any doubts about my teaching? Then the monks were silent. The Buddha again asked, do you have any doubts? You can ask from your friend, and you can ask questions. Then no one was speaking with the Buddha, because they had great devotion, saddha, and not to disturb to the Buddha. Buddha passed away addressing monks. All these things, all component things are impermanent. Take care. Be mindful. This is the Buddha last advice, and passed away mindfully. So today we celebrate the life of the Buddha. As I mentioned, all over the world, people are aware, Buddhist people and also non-Buddhist people also. They also not taking the label as Buddhist, but they follow the Buddhism. So as Buddhism is one of the great religions in this country as well. So now today we are going to celebrate the Vesak, the Buddha's life. We have informed you, circulate our program. With great saddha, we can practice Buddhism, we can follow the Buddha's teaching, and we can get the blessings of our practice. Sila, Samadhi, and Panya. Morality, concentration, and wisdom are the main 3 parts of the Buddha's path. Following the ancient path of the Buddha, millions of people attain peace, and many monks and many people attain enlightenment. And today the door is open to everyone. The path is clear towards the Nibbanic experience. So let us develop saddha, confidence in the Buddha, Dhamma, and the Sangha, and practice and follow the path. And let us strive to attain the Buddha's enlightenment, the great Nibbana. With these thoughts, we start today administering 8 precepts. Would you say sadhu, sadhu, sadhu? Namo tassa, namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Would you repeat after me? Request to observe 8 precepts. Ahang bante tisaranena saddhing attanga silang dhammang yachami anuggahang katva Silang deta me bhante. Buddhang saranang gacchami. Dhammang saranang gacchami. Sanghang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Saranaгаmanang sampunnang. Panatipata viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Adina dana viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Abrahmacharya viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Musavada viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Suramiraya majjapamadatthana viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Vikala bhojana viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Nacha gita vadita visuka dasana mala. Gandha vilepana dharana mandana. Vibhosanathana viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Uchchasayana mahasayana viramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Imani uposatha atthanga silani samadhiyami. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Now let us offer these flowers and other offerings to the Buddha. In this morning, we are recollecting the noble qualities of the Buddha. Buddha has given us teaching, and he has that good qualities. We pay respect to the Buddha within these offerings. we all say together those stanzas to offer this offering. Vannagandha gunopitang etang kusuma santating pujayami muning dasa siripada saroruhe pujimi buddhang kusumena nena punyena metena jahotu mokhang puphang milayati athaidang me kayo tathayati vinas bhavang pujimi dhammang kusume nanena punyena metena chahotu mokhang puphang milayati athaidang me kayo tathayati vina pujimi sanghang kusumena nena punyena metena jahod mokhang puphang milayati athaidang me kayo tathayati vinas bhavang ghana sarappaditena dipena tamadang sina tilokadipang sangbuddhang pujayami tamonudang gandha sangbharayate na dubinahang sugandina pujaye pujaniyantang puja bhajana muttamang iti piso bhagava arahang samma sambuddho vijjacharana sampanno sugato lokavidu anuttaro purisa dhamma sarati sattha deva manusanang bhagavati arahang arahoti namena arahang papang nakarai arahat palang vato arahang namate namo ma sambuddha jnanena samma sambuddha desana samma sambuddha lokasmin samma sambuddha te namo විජ්ජාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ තස්ස විජ්ජාපකාසිතා අතීතානාගතපන්නෝ විජ්ජාචරණ තේ නමෝ සුගතෝ සුගතාතානං සුගතෝ සුන්දරම් පිච නිබ්බානං සුගතින් යන්ති සුගතෝ නාමතේ නමෝ ලෝකවිදුති නාමේන අතීතානාගතේ විදු සංකාර සත්තවෝකාසී ලෝකවිදු නාමතේ නමෝ අනුත්තරෝ ඥානසීලේන යෝලෝකස්ස අනුත්තරෝ පූජලෝකස්මින් තං නමස්සාමි අනුත්තරෝ සාරති සාති දේවා යෝලෝකස්ස සාරති සාරති පූජ ලෝකස්මින් තං නමස්සාමි සාරති දේවයක්ඛ මනුස්සානං ලෝකේ අග්ග පලං දදන්තං ධම්මයන්තානං පුරිසාජඤ්ඤතේ නමෝ භාග්‍යවා භගවායුතෝ භග්ග කිලේසවාහතෝ භග්ගං සංසාරමත්තාරෝ භගවානාමතේ නමෝ ඒතේ නවගුණා යස්ස සංබුද්දස්ස සිරිමතෝ නමාමි තං මාවීරං සබ්බඤ්ඤං දීපදත්තමං ස්වාකාතෝ භගවතා ධම්මෝ සන්දිට්ඨිකෝ අකාලිකෝ ඊවාසිකෝ පෙනයිකෝ පච්චත්තං වේදිතබ්බෝ විඤ්ඤෝහිති සුපටිපන්නෝ භගවතු සාවක සංඝෝ උජ්ජුපටිපන්නෝ භගවතු සාවක සංඝෝ ඥායපටිපන්නෝ භගවතු සාවක සංඝෝ සාමීචි පටිපන්නෝ භගවතු සාවක සංඝෝ යදිදං චාත්තාරි යුගානි අටපුරිස පුග්ගලා ඊස භගවතු සාවක සංඝෝ ආවුනේයෝ පාවුනේයෝ දක්ඛිනේයෝ අංජලි කරණීයෝ අනුත්තරං පුඤ්ඤාකේතං ලෝකස්සාති sadhu sadhu. Now we are going to recite the Karaniya Metta Sutta. You all can join with us and spreading loving kindness to all beings, including suffering from people who are suffering from this coronavirus. Let us give them blessings with this our chanting. Karaniya matta kusalena yantang santang padang abhischa sako ujucha sujucha suacho chassa mudu anatimani santos ocha subharocha appakicho sallakavati santindriyocha nipakocha appegabbo kulesu ananugidu නචකුද්දං සමාචරේ කිංචියේන විඤ්ඤු උපවාදේයං සුඛිනෝ වාකේමිනෝ හන්තු සබ්බේ සත්තා භවන්තු සුඛිතාත්තා ඒකේචි නබුතති තසාවාතාවරාවා අනවසේසාදිගාවායි මන්තාවා මජ්ජිමාරස්සකානුකතු දිඨාවා ඒව අද්දේඨා යේච දුරේ වසන්ති අවිදුරේ භූතාවා සංභවේ සීවා සබ්බේ සත්තා භවන්තු සුඛිතාත්තා නපරෝ පරං නිකොබ්බේත නාති මඤ්ඤේත කත චිනං කංචි ව්‍යාරෝසනා පටිග සංඥා නාඤ්ඤ මඤ්ඤස්ස දුක්ඛ මිච්ඡේය මාතායතානියං බතං ආයුසා ඒක පුත්ත මනුරාඛේ වම්පි සබ්බ භූතේසු මාන සංභාවයේ අපරිමාණ මෙත්තංච සබ්බ ලෝකස්මින් මාන සංභාවයේ අපරිමාණං උද්දං අදෝච තිරියංච අසංබාධං අවිරං අසපත්තා තිත්තං චරං නිසින්නෝ වාසයානෝ යාවතස්ස විගත මිද්දෝ ඒතං සතින් Teya Brahma Metang Viharang Idamau Dittincha Anupegam Silava Dasanina Sangpanno Kami Vinaya Gidang Naijatu Punariti. Now it is time for meditation. Venerable Palukami Kassapatero will conduct meditation class.
Let us now practice meditation on metta. Before we start our practice, please prepare yourself by sitting in a comfortable and convenient posture and gently closing your eyes. Keeping your eyes closed, first relax your body from the top of your head to your toes. Relax the muscles on the top of your head. Relax your forehead. Relax your eyebrows and your eyes. Keep them gently closed. Relax your cheeks and your chin. Relax the muscles around your neck. Relax your shoulders and let them drop. Relax your chest and your abdomen. Relax your hands and place them on your lap, right palm on the left palm. Relax your thighs. Relax your calf muscles. Relax your feet and your toes. Keep your body fully and completely relaxed from the top of your head to your toes. And now bring your mind to the present moment, to your practice of metta. And in your relaxed mind, generate loving kindness, metta. And start radiating your metta generated in your mind, first towards yourself, for your own well-being and happiness. Wishing, may I be free from anger, may I be free from ill will, may I be free from enmity, may I be well, happy, and peaceful. Next, radiate your metta, loving kindness, from your mind towards others, starting with your loved ones, people who are near and dear to you, wishing their well-being and happiness. May my loved ones, my parents, my children, my spouse, and my relatives be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. Radiate your metta, loving kindness, generated in your mind towards other people, wishing their well-being and happiness. Next, send your metta towards your friends and people who are friendly to you. May everyone else friendly to me and known to me, including my friends, be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. Next, radiate your metta towards all the human beings, all the people living in this country and all over this world who may be suffering due to many reasons. And radiate your metta generated in your mind towards all the human beings living all over this world, wishing their well-being. May all the people, all the human beings be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. And next, radiate your metta towards people who are not friendly to you, wishing their well-being and happiness. People who are not friendly to me, be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. And next, radiate your metta towards all living beings living on this earth and in this universe, those seen or unseen, dwelling far or near. those who are born and those who are to be born. And radiate your metta towards all the reactions in the universe. May all living beings in this universe be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. Keep generating metta in your mind and radiating metta from your mind towards yourself and towards others. Keep your mind full of metta. May I be free from anger. May I be free from ill will. May I be free from enmity. May I be well, happy, and peaceful. May my loved ones, my parents, children, spouse, and relatives be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May all the friendly people, including my friends and other friendly people to me, be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May all the human beings living all over this world be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May unfriendly people, people who are not friendly to me, Be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May all living beings living on this earth and in this universe, seen or unseen, be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. Keep generating metta, loving kindness in your mind, and radiating metta from your mind towards yourself and towards others. Keep your mind full of loving kindness, metta. Think of your own well-being and the well-being of others, just as you think of your own well-being. Wish that you are free from all suffering, difficulties. And by sending your metta towards others, wish their well-being and also be free from suffering. May I be free from anger. May I be free from ill will. May I be free from enmity. May I be free from suffering, difficulties, and problems. May I be well, happy, and peaceful. May I be protected, and may I enjoy good health and protection from all dangers. May my loved ones be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. And may they be free from enmity. May they be free from suffering, difficulties, and problems. May they enjoy good health and protection from all dangers. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May all other people who are not known to me, people who are living in this country and in this world, all over, be free from anger. May they be free from ill will, and may they be free from enmity. May they be free from suffering, difficulties, and problems. May they be free from all difficulties. May they be protected from all dangers. May they enjoy good health and protection. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May all the unfriendly people, people who are not friendly to me, be free from anger. May they be free from ill will, and may they be free from enmity. May they be free from suffering, difficulties and problems. May they enjoy good health and protection from all dangers. May they be well, happy and peaceful. May all living beings living on this earth and in this universe, those seen or unseen, be free from anger. May they be free from ill will, and may they be free from enmity. May they be free from suffering, difficulties and problems. May they be well, happy and peaceful. Keep generating metta in your mind and radiating metta from your mind towards yourself and towards all living beings. Keep your mind full of loving kindness, full of metta. And radiate metta from your mind towards all the directions in the universe and towards all the living beings in this universe. As to yourself, wish the well-being and happiness of yourself and the well-being and happiness of all. Keep your mind full of metta, full of loving kindness, and keep generating and radiating metta in your mind. Just as you think of your own well-being, wish the well-being and happiness of all. Equally wishing well-being and happiness of all friendly and unfriendly people, people who are known and people who are unknown to you, human beings and all living beings, those seen or unseen, dwelling on this earth or anywhere in this universe. May I be free from anger. May I be free from ill will. May I be free from enmity. May I be free from suffering, difficulties and problems. May I enjoy good health and protection from all the dangers. May I be well, happy and peaceful. May all living beings be free from anger. May they be free from ill will and enmity. May they be free from suffering, difficulties and problems. May they enjoy good health and protection from all the dangers. May they be well, happy and peaceful. Keeping your mind full of metta, full of loving kindness, and with the determination to keep your mind full of metta. Keeping your mind full of metta for the rest of the day, and with your mind full of metta, let us now conclude our meditation. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
The first part of our Vesak program come to the end with this meditation on metta. The next item is the sermon, sermon at 10:15. Venerable Bandula Thero, Tavalama Bandula Thero will be giving the sermon in the morning after the Buddha Puja and continue our program until 7. Thank you. Take a little break and again join with us at 10:15. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Mindfulness deepening.
Venerable Mahasangha, distinguished speakers, and the friends, good afternoon. Thank you for being here this afternoon. It is now my great pleasure to introduce our speakers for the seminar on mindfulness organized by the British Mahabodhi Society in association with the London Buddhist Vihara. The topic of our first speaker is mindfulness and precepts. This is a very important topic when we are talking about the mindfulness. The speaker is the most venerable Ajahn Amaro. He is the abbot of the Amaravati Buddhist Monastery. He is also a prestigious author of a number of books and articles on the field of mindfulness and various aspects of Buddhism. If I say about him on his own words, I found in a website this one. I think of myself but primarily as a monk who occasionally teaches, who strives to convey the spirits and the letter of Buddhism through my lifestyle, through explanation, and through the imagery of storytelling in order to bring Buddhism to life for people who are seeking truth and freedom. We are grateful for his presence among us today. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Most Venerable Ajahn Sumedho.
Venerable Sila Vimala, Sangha members, very honored to be invited to speak this afternoon, and I'm very glad to be sharing a platform with Dr. Desmond Biddulph, who I've collaborated with for a number of events, and also to meet the Professor Hunt, who I haven't encountered before, and other venerable to be offering our thoughts and reflections this afternoon. The theme of mindfulness and the precepts, in looking at this, I was immediately caused to recollect my own training and the kind of questions that I had when I first arrived at the monastery in Thailand, which is about 40 years ago. And one of the things that were about the monasteries, the forest monasteries of Venerable Ajahn Chah, was that the emphasis of life was about meditation, and that was, say, the focus of interest and attention for most of the Westerners. And so it was curious to me that there was such an enormous detail that was, say, guiding the way of life that we had. There's a certain way that you carry your shoulder bag, there's a certain way you put your sandals, there's a certain way that you wear your robes, that you put down your sitting cloth, you pick it up, there's a certain way you relate to everybody else in the community. 10,000 details of what you do and what you don't do. So early on in this encounter, this was my first real encounter with Buddhism, so I began to ask, well, I thought this was all about freedom and letting go. So what's all this detail about what you should, all these shoulds and shouldn'ts? How is this helpful? Because I used to be a real worrying kind of person, and so then you can pick up all these do's and don'ts, and it becomes 10,000 things to worry about. But our teacher, Ajahn Chah, was, even though he didn't speak any English, he was very, very skilled, both in his own simple explanations that could be translated, but also through the embodiment of his way of being, his way of life. And you could see by watching him and being around him that even though there were 10,000 details that were being taken care of, there was a fluidity and an ease and a relaxation in his manner and his way of dealing with different situations and difficult issues. And when asked about that question, and why there were so many rights and wrongs and things you shouldn't do, and this doesn't just relate to monastic training, but relates to the 5 basic precepts that are the encouraged standard for the lay Buddhist community. The principle was, if you have a clear standard of how things are done, then when you are carrying out that action, when you're eating your food, when you're talking with someone, when you're putting your clothes on, when you're taking your shoes off to go into a room, when you're using a tool to help with the maintenance or construction, then the attention is brought to that action. And so, how am I doing this? What's on my mind? Am I paying attention to what I'm doing? And that clear set of benchmarks about how things are done in the right way, are not there to increase anxiety and distress, but rather to help sharpen the attention on the present moment, and particularly to help there to be a mindfulness and awareness of intention. And essentially, where is your mind? What are you doing with your mind as you're carrying out this action? So that I found, particularly picking up that way of life, and then watching the example of Ajahn Chah and the other elders, that if those precepts, those standards of etiquette and good conduct were observed, then it did indeed help sharpen your attention. The way that my feet are constructed meant that flip-flop sandals never quite fitted my feet. They'd always be off at the side. So, and those were the only kind of sandals available. So I couldn't wear flip-flops. They didn't work. So I would go around barefoot. And living in the forest with sort of dusty tracks with stones and tree roots, I was forever stubbing my toe and catching my foot on various stones or sharp roots. And every single time I found that I would stub my toe or cut my foot, it was because my attention was off in dreamland, somewhere else. I was not paying attention to the act of walking. I was lost in my thoughts and memories and plans and so on. And so I'm not encouraging everyone to go around barefoot, but to use that as an example of how we can use the precepts, we can use clear structures for our life as a way of both bringing attention to the present moment and then clarifying the intentions that we have when you're having a conversation and you start to bend the truth for the sake of a good story. You know, the person you're talking to is starting to look a little bit bored. You know, you're kind of laboring the point, so there's this inclination to spice things up a bit, just make it a bit more interesting, kind of load your facts a bit, just to keep the conversation alive. And then if we've taken a precept against lying, something in the heart goes, yeah, it wasn't quite that way, or that's a bit of an exaggeration, or like, did it really happen that way? So that precept helps us to be aware of those intentions. So those clear lines help us to see that kind of drift. Now, one story that the real Ajahn Sumedho would often tell was how at that time, when he was a young monk in Thailand, another of the very famous teachers there was a monk called Ajahn Buddhadasa, who lived down in the south of Thailand. And Ajahn Chah had tremendous respect for Ajahn Buddhadasa's teaching. And in fact, at Ajahn Chah's hut, where he would meet and receive people, there was one picture on the wall behind him, and that was a picture of Ajahn Buddhadasa. So when you went to see Ajahn Chah, there was a picture of Ajahn Buddhadasa right above his head. So Ajahn Chah had tremendous respect for him, and greatly admired his insight and his teachings. So when the young Ajahn Sumedho went down to go and stay with Ajahn Buddhadasa for a while, he was really surprised that at Buddhadasa's monastery, they didn't have the same kind of focus on etiquette and precise conduct and the refined kind of detail that they did at Ajahn Chah's monastery. And so Ajahn Buddhadasa's approach was, you don't really need all of that detail spelled out, you just need to be mindful. Mindful is the most important thing, and if you're really mindful, then all those details will take care of themselves. So this was a new story or a new approach for the young Ajahn Sumedho. And so when he went back to Ajahn Chah, he said, so Ajahn Buddhadasa's got a bit of a different angle on this, and he says that you don't really need to bother about the precepts in detail. As long as you're mindful, then that's the most important thing, and that the details look after themselves. And this is when Ajahn Chah made this very interesting comment, which in Thai is "Ching demai tuk, tuk demai ching," which means it's true but it's not right, it's right but it's not true, which might not help you very much. But Ajahn Chah was very gifted at coming up with these kind of cryptic statements. But he is saying, yes, in theory that's true, but in practical living, it doesn't quite work that way. That's my interpretation of it. So that yes, you can put it that way, but on the ground, in the way we are as human beings, it doesn't really bring that result of say, enabling us to live from a perfectly harmonious point of view. So this was Ajahn Chah's perspective, was having those guidelines spelled out. So this is a dialogue that's going on within the world of MBSR, MBCT, mindfulness-based stress reduction and mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, because in both of those approaches, ethics, sila, the precepts, are very specifically not spelled out. They are implicit, not explicit. And I've had long discussions and lengthy correspondence with John Kabat-Zinn, even very recently, about this issue, because of course I'm a card-carrying, spell out the precepts kind of person, as you would expect, and he, as the founder of MBSR and the founders of MBCT, Mark Williams, Zindel Siegel, John Teasdale, it's a very strong principle for them that the sila should not be spelled out or be explicit, because it's following very much a therapeutic model, whereby, as I understand it, a therapist does not make comments about a person's behavior, but rather they talk about the inner mental world. But it's not the role of the therapist to tell a person, to modify their conduct in terms of sila and so forth. So that's a big area of discussion in that field, and I've been very actively involved in that. And maybe this afternoon there'll be some interesting reflections and discussion around that, because in a sense, they're following John Teasdale and Mark Williams and John Kabat-Zinn and the founders of those trainings. They're following more of the Ajahn Buddhadasa approach. If you're just mindful, if you're really mindful, then those things will become, they will look after themselves. You will draw upon what they call the better angels of your nature. You will see the painful results of your actions, and through being mindful and aware of the consequences of your actions, then your behavior will modify itself accordingly. That's a thumbnail sketch of it, but again, I'm interested to hear what some of the other speakers will say on this area, because it's a very key point. As I said, I'm obviously biased. I'm a monk, and out of the Ajahn Chah tradition. So my own feeling is that having those precepts articulated and spelt out, it's like you've got names for the better angels of your nature. You've got the detail is written, so that when the heart is drifting, when you are bending the truth for the sake of a good story, when you are finding somebody across the room who's attractive who you're not married to, and that you find yourself kind of drawn to start a conversation. I'm not reading anybody's mind, by the way, just in case you're worried, but just the way people are as human beings. When you're at a party and somebody hands you a glass of champagne and you think, oh, well, it's in my hand now, so what do I do with it? Oh, well. These things happen. So that my own feeling is that having the precepts spelled out, then it gives a clarity to those inclinations of the heart. So one image that I like to use, I know that the language of talking about the instinctual aspects of the mind as the reptile brain. Some people object to that language. I kind of like it myself, but this is speaking about the sort of instinctual basic driving forces of our neurophysiology, the limbic system of the brain, the area of the brain that drives the aspects of aggression, sexual desire, the feelings of ownership, of territory. These are very powerful instinctual reactive processes within us as human beings. So I personally use the shorthand of calling it the reptile brain. And when we reflect upon the 5 precepts, the first precept to refrain from taking life of living things, to refrain from taking what's not given, to refrain from stealing, to refrain from sexual misconduct, to refrain from lying, and then to refrain from intoxicants. The first 4 of those, to me, they are defining the areas of the reptile brain: aggression, acquisition of property, sexual desire, and the third one, the fourth one about lying, is about seeking self-advantage. So in a sense, I see the precepts as what I call ring fencing the reptiles. If any of you are familiar with the movie Jurassic Park, so on the island where they have the Jurassic Park, they have a very heavily fenced area where all of the dinosaurs, reptiles, Tyrannosaurus rexes and such like, they're fenced in. So I like to think of the precepts as like the fencing around the reptiles. And when there's a hole knocked in the fence, then the dinosaurs get out and the movie gets exciting. But that's, within us as human beings, the structures of the precepts are like that way of ring fencing those instinctual forces, the desire to aggress against another person, either out of anger or out of the desire to get something that they've got, to acquire the possessions of others out of greed or the search for self-benefit, sexual desire, the attraction between yourself and others that is, as everybody who's ever studied human society and the law will know, theft, sexual desire and aggression, these form a huge amount of the laws of most countries, and then false speech, the precept against lying. So if we look at the laws of most countries around the world, they hinge around these areas because this is where we most easily get lost. So having the precepts, having a fence, in a sense, you have to climb over to follow those impulses. It means there's a way that the heart is alerted to the direction that it's drifting in. The attention is going towards an object of desire or an object of aversion or that sense of bending the truth for self-advantage. So that the Buddha established these structures as a way of helping to sharpen mindfulness, helping to counteract those powerful instinctual forces of the mind where our own kind of good intentions or our sort of high-minded values are overridden so easily. It was very interesting. I was at a conference on mindfulness and Buddhism in San Francisco a few years ago, and Professor Clifford Saron, who's at University of California in Davis, gave a presentation. And if I can remember correctly, he talked about the neurophysiology of idealism and of restraint. And so you might have the idea that I respect the lives of all living beings. It's a kind of a high-minded aspiration, that all beings should be able to live happily. that's controlled by that kind of idealism, or that positive thought is controlled by one part of the brain. The other part of the brain that says don't kill is a different part of the brain. And that the don't kill, say, direction is more easily accessed and has more control over action than the high-minded aspiration. So I haven't got a record of all the detail of that, but it was interesting to me that, because sometimes people think, well, the Buddha was very negative. Why did he say, I will refrain from killing, refraining from stealing, refraining from sexual misconduct, refraining from lying, rather than talking in more positive terms? I vow to love all beings, or I vow to be generous and kind. And that it was interesting to me that even in terms of neuroscience, that the setting the intention to not kill, setting the intention to not steal, setting the intention to not engage in sexual misconduct, that's more effective on the ground in helping us to control our behavior. That high-minded ideals don't have such a power as those clear, definitions of restraint. So a couple of things I'd like to also share with you in terms of the precepts and mindfulness. We think, let's talk about ring fencing the reptiles containing the kind of unruly forces. That's one way of looking at the precepts. But there's a very interesting teaching that the Buddha gave. It's in the Book of the Eights, the Anguttara Nikaya, the discourses connected by numbers, the numerical discourses. I looked this up, so don't be impressed, but it's Sutta number 39 in the Book of the Eights. And in this particular sutta, the Buddha speaks about the 5 precepts as mahadana, as the 5 great gifts. So we think of precepts as like don't do this, don't do that, as restrictions or something that stops us doing what we might like to do or might be interested or inclined to do. But we don't think of the precept as a gift to others or a gift to ourselves. But in that particular teaching, the Buddha calls these the 5 great gifts that are respected and loved, admired from ancient times. They're treasured and valued from the most ancient times. Because if we refrain from killing things, not just killing other people, but killing animals, if we are harmless, that is a great gift, because on account of that restraint, then you give immeasurable, incalculable freedom from fear, freedom from distress to other beings. And in turn, you bring freedom from fear, freedom from distress, freedom from anxiety to yourself as well. So similarly, if you are refraining from stealing, from taking what's not given, then you give that as a gift to the people. If people in the office know, that Susan or Joe or Sanjay can be totally trusted, you can leave your things on the desk and they'll all be there when you come back, then that's a gift to the people that you work with. People don't have to hide their stuff. People know you're not going to lie to them. You're not going to, say, tell them a story just because of seeking your own advantage, or you're not going to flirt with them. That's a gift, that people know they can trust you, that you're a benevolent presence. So that's a gift to them, and it's a gift to you as well. So I feel this is a very important way to respect and to relate to the precepts as offerings. And obviously, if we get inflated about this and think, I'm such a gift to you, you're so lucky to have me in your office, you're so blessed to have me around, aren't you lucky? Then that's grasping the principle in the wrong way. But I feel to see the precepts not just as a limitation, but a source of blessing. So the Buddha called this abhayadana, the giving of fearlessness. And that in another of his teachings, he said the different kinds of generosity is amisadana, the giving of material gifts, is one kind of giving, but superior to that is any kind of sexual activity. So if for one day a week the lay people follow this principle, then they'll be living as the arahants do. So that by adopting the behavior of an arahant, then is the 8 precepts are formally taking on the behaviors of an arahant. So what that's doing is helping us to tap into that the purest nature of our own heart, our own highest and purest aspirations, the most trustworthy and beautiful aspects of our own heart. Is encouraging us to draw upon those qualities and to be guided by those. And again, by adopting the behavior, of moral restraint and also simplicity, then we can see the results of that for ourselves. And as the Buddha observed, by living in this way, then one is living as the Arhants do, and that's for one's long-lasting welfare and happiness. So again, we might look at the 8 precepts, like not eating in the afternoon or the evening. Ooh, no supper. I'm not sure about that. Or not wearing any jewelry or any decorations, not watching the TV or seeking entertainment. It's like, ooh, that's tough. And but the Buddha, again, in this way, it looks like a going without. It looks like a kind of limitation from the outside. But what the Buddha is doing with using the precepts in this way is helping us to draw upon that in our hearts that is incapable of violence. To look at, there is that in your heart that's not interested in taking possessions that belong to other people. There's a part of us that is completely uninterested in sexual activity. Part of us that is incapable of lying, that is not interested in just seeking distraction or by using drugs and alcohol to be less mindful. So that it's a drawing upon your own pure heart, if you like. And so rather than being a set of restrictions, in a sense it's for a period of time, either a day or however long one takes the 8 precepts for, it's drawing upon your own sort of purest spiritual sense and letting your life be guided by that for that time, and seeing what the results are that come from that. So maybe the last thing I'd like to talk about then is the 5th precept, because this has an interesting position in connection with the other first 4 precepts. So when in the suttas, sometimes when the Buddha is describing moral conduct, say what is kusala kamma, wholesome action, then the first 4 precepts are mentioned. So to refrain from killing living beings, refraining from taking what is not given, refraining from sexual misconduct, refraining from lying. Those are all spelled out, and the 5th one about refraining from intoxicants is not mentioned. Sometimes in the list of the precepts it is, sometimes it isn't. So for some people that's like, oh, really? So there's an escape clause, right? But again, this is, I feel it's an important principle at work here, because the first 4 precepts are what are called pakati sila, which means the Buddha said, these are intrinsic to the human condition. So whatever society you live in, whatever time, whatever period you live in, deliberately taking the life of another living being will necessarily have a painful consequence, not just for the being who's killed, but for yourself as well. Stealing and sexual misconduct and lying will always necessarily have a negative and painful consequence of some degree, in some way, shape or form. But the 5th precept is different. So there's not an automatic negative consequence. So again, I realize I'm being recorded, but I feel it's important to be true to the scriptures on this. But what you find is, in a way, the 5th precept is kind of almost more important than the first 4, because probably everybody knows what it's like when you've had a couple of drinks. It's like the first 4 precepts, the wall comes down, right? That's when the gap in the fence around the reptiles opens up, and that's when all the velociraptors and the Tyrannosaurus Rex get out. Is that when you've had some alcohol or some drugs that distort the quality of mindfulness, you find yourself saying things that are untrue much more easily. You find yourself being aggressive much more easily. You find yourself flirting with people that you're not married to, or that you're acting in ways that are inappropriate. You find yourself bending the truth for your own advantage much more easily. Speaking with Venerable Kema Dhammo, he's in charge of Buddhist chaplaincy for most of the United Kingdom. And he's very, very strong on the 5th precept, because he has very direct knowledge. He says 70 to 80% of people are in prison because of actions taken under the influence of drugs and alcohol. So the vast majority of people who are in prison because of the distortion of consciousness that comes through using intoxicants. So I would say in terms of mindfulness and the precepts, number 5, even though it's not always on the list of precepts in the scriptures, I'd say is highly important, because we make most of, as evidenced by the legal situation in this country and most countries around the world, that's where we make our most mistakes. Our most dangerous mistakes is when our mindfulness is compromised, and people drink and use drugs in order to be less mindful, I would suggest. In order to not feel, to not care, to have your moral sensitivity sort of temporarily switched off, to disable the hiriotapa. That's one of the reasons why people use alcohol and drugs. So to give a sense of freedom, but it's a false freedom, and we create much more difficulty and struggle for ourselves. So by way of offering a reflection, I would suggest in terms of mindfulness, the precepts, that the fifth precept is, I would say, is
නමෝ තස්ස භගවතු අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස නමෝ තස්ස භගවතු අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස නමෝ තස්ස භගවතු අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස අභිඤ්ඤයං අභිඤ්ඤාතං භාවී තබ්බංච භාවිතං පහතබ්බං පහීනං මේ Tasma Buddho Ti Brahmana. Welcome to another social media Vesak Celebration. So last year also we had a same type of Vesak celebrations. Today also we are having the same problems, that coronavirus pandemic. So that is why we cannot invite people to come to the vihara to observe 8 precepts and listen to the sermons. But I think at least we have a chance to communicate with you and also give some teachings of the Buddha through this social media. So today, as you all are aware, we are all struggling with the same degree to adjust to this coronavirus pandemic. The coronavirus pandemic is challenging our health, work, family, food and entertainment. It is also disturbing our peace of mind and forcing us to question our own existence. So that is what happening these days, you can find. So we all have some questions. Why this is happening to me? And also why can't I go on with my usual life? And also who created these problems, and when is going to be finished, and why these things are happening. So all these things, those questions are troubling us. I think everyone is thinking, because we had a different way of life. You all had different way of life. And also now everything has changed. So it is a question for all of us. But scientists are trying to get some solution for it. But it is spreading in different parts of the world. So we can find there are a lot of sufferings. So what is how as Buddhists, how we can think about these things? So we have how we can get comfort in this pandemic situation. So that is what we have to find out. Our overburdened mind has to be make some kind of peace within us. So that is what we have to find out. Buddhist teachings, what Buddha's answer is not for this existential fact, But it is to understand first to understand and to adapt the realistic situation through the meditation practice. That is the Buddha's teaching is. So when you look at the scriptures, we find there are some sutras explain nicely how to face this type of things. So, especially we can find the Malunkyaputta, that is in Majjhima Nikaya, Sutta number 63, the Chula Malunkya Sutta. It explains something beautiful. Because that is what, at the time of the Buddha, the Malunkyaputta, the monk Malunkyaputta, he wanted to answer some questions from the Buddha. It was troubling for him. Then he wanted to answer some questions from the Buddha. At the time, Buddha was living in the Jetavana Anathapindika's monastery. That Malunkyaputta came to the Buddha, and the Malunkyaputta was thinking, there are some unanswered questions of the Buddha. Those are, it is the universe, eternal law, not eternal. That first question he had. Is the universe eternal or not eternal? And also is the universe finite or infinite? And also does a body have a soul or not? And also does an awakened person exist after death, or do they not exist after death? Or do they both exist and not exist? Or neither of these? Then he was thinking, I don't accept the Buddha refuses to answer these questions. I will speak to him to find out these answers. That's what he was thinking. And also if he has given me satisfied answers, then I will continue as a monk, as his disciple. Otherwise, he was thinking, I will leave the Sangha. That was his idea. Then the one evening, Malunkyaputta went to the Buddha and informed, pay respect and great teacher, I have been thinking, why you have not you have not given satisfied answer to these questions. The questions I have mentioned earlier. Is the universe eternal or not eternal? Or is the universe finite or infinite? And also does a body have a soul or not? Does an awakened person exist after death or not exist? And those are the questions he had. Then he placed those questions to the Buddha. Then he was saying, if you give me the answers, then I will, if it is satisfied answer, I will be your disciple. Otherwise, I will leave the order. Then that time Buddha has given very beautiful saying. He said that, Malunkyaputta, did I tell you or even suggest from my teaching would answer those questions, or that these questions deserve an answer? And also the Malunkyaputta, when you are becoming monk, you didn't tell me that you want to answer, you want to have these answers, and also we didn't have that type of agreement. Then he said, yes, Bhante. Well, then Buddha said, well, then why are you claiming a protest or making a demand of me? If you threaten to leave the Sangha, unless these questions are answered by me, then you should leave the Sangha. That was Buddha's answer. Then Buddha was giving a very beautiful example for that. Buddha said, you are like a man who has wounded by a poisonous arrow. That was a very famous analogy or example we can find in Buddha's teaching. Then the Buddha said, if a man was shot with a poisonous arrow, his friends will take him to a surgeon. But that person refuses to remove the arrow because the surgeon has to remove the arrow, but he refuses the arrow until he knows who shot the arrow, their position, their physical attributes, and even what type of bow he has used. If he wanted to know all those things before surgeon removes the arrow, then what will happen to him? Definitely he will die, never knowing the answer to those foolish questions, which only prove to be the distraction from who is most important. What is most important? Most important things is to remove the arrow. But this person was asking a lot of questions. Same way Buddha explained that. Because these are, whatever your view is of these questions, right view is dukkha occurs. Suffering is there. That is what Buddha said. Suffering is there. Craving originates and clinging continues the dukkha. Our clinging continues the suffering. Cessation of these process is possible. The Eightfold Path is the path developing cessation. That was Buddha saying. I do not answer those questions as they are not fundamental with the goal. They do not develop disenchantment, dispassion, with calming, with unbinding, with direct knowledge, with awakening. This is why I do not answer those questions. Buddha main teaching is to how to overcome suffering. But Buddha did not want to answer all those questions because it is argumental, all those things. Buddha, what he said, I do make it clear that dukkha occurs. Dukkha is happening. Craving originates and clinging continues the suffering. Cessation of this process is possible. The Eightfold Path develops cessation. So that was the Buddha's answer. So then Buddha continued with saying, I make this very clear for you. One purpose, that it develops the dispassion with calming, with unbinding, with direct knowledge, with awakening. This is why I teach the Dhamma. Always remember what I teach and what I do not teach. Having heard these words, what will happen? Malunkyaputta was satisfied and went on his way. So, in this teaching you find Buddha didn't want to say many things for him. Buddha said, my main idea is to alleviate suffering. How to overcome this ongoing journey in samsara. That was Buddha's main idea. So, maybe it is, what this means for us is that although it is natural to have questions, it is obvious we can have questions, but worrying about the answers may only bring more suffering. We would be wiser to work to reduce our own suffering and that of others, and also the others. So that was the Buddha mentioned to Malunkyaputta in that way. That because that is the main idea was the get rid of suffering. So this has given so much think for us, because we have an opportunity. We got an opportunity here. At the moment, what coronavirus pandemic shows us, it shows us the main teachings of the Buddha. I don't know whether you understand it or not, whether you are thinking about it, but you will find those are main teachings are explained within this coronavirus pandemic. You find main teaching, one of the main teachings, that is the 3 characteristics of this world. It is shown very clearly with this pandemic situation. How you find that? Impermanence. That is what we call the anicca. You find the impermanence within this pandemic situation because everything changed. We thought all these things are permanent things. Whatever we do, whatever the enjoyment we have, whatever the food we have, whatever the holidays we have, we were thinking we can do it. But the one thing we didn't realize, all these things are impermanent. Life itself is impermanent. You see, how many thousands of people died with this pandemic situation. So it shows us one day, any time, it can happen to us. It may come to us. So it shows us the impermanence. Anicca. That is what the Buddha's one of the main teaching is. That is what we are trying to understand with the Buddha's teaching. It shows us very clearly, this is the anicca. This is the impermanence. Everything change. Any time it can happen. So a lot of things have changed. Our lifestyle is changed. Our food has changed. Our thinking has changed. Our association has changed. Our friends have changed. Everyone changed. So we find that impermanence is showing us within this pandemic situation. So we have to think about it. You see, that is the best opportunity we have now. And also through that, how much suffering is there. When the change has come, due to that change, how much suffering we are having. Now, who are the people who are always traveling and also they having holidays, and we all can't have holidays. So then we have that suffering. That is what's happening. So everyone that suffer with different, because other days you are going to the shops to buy different things. But if all 1 year we couldn't go to buy things. But you survive. You don't think that way. You didn't have to spend that much money, but you survive with it because it shows that there is suffering, of course. But in a way, it is coming like blessings of disguise. So you have plenty of time to contemplate yourself and think about it. All the suffering is there because the anicca is there. So that is why we suffer. We think that I can't go there, I can't see those people, and I can't have my favorite food, going to the restaurant and things. So all these things are there, but due to this anicca, we suffer. Then you find there is a beautiful Buddha's teaching, anatta, the soul concept, that there is no way I can control all those things. I am living, I am doing all these things, but you find there is something. Then the Buddha's main idea is how to understand the 3 characteristics of this world. The Buddha showed us the mindfulness. Mindfulness is a very, very important factor for all the Buddhists. So Buddhist people, if we use the mindfulness, then actually you can overcome the coronavirus, because when you have the full mindfulness, then you are not panic. You don't panic. Because nowadays people panic, because you can find when the pandemic started, how people were panicking, how they emptying shops to buying a lot of things and accumulating. And the Buddhist people, they don't have to be panicked. They understand the real situation. It's the situation, they understand it. So they don't panic. They don't have to panic. And also when you have mindfulness, what is most important thing is these days, washing your hands. When you have mindfulness, you will do it. And also when you meet people, you have the mindfulness, we have to be careful on it, and then you are aware to wear your face mask, and also wash your hands, and also when you are talking to people, how much distance you have to keep. All these things can be practiced within this pandemic situation while we are practicing mindfulness. So mindfulness help all of us. And also in the way Buddha explained, the main idea was Buddha's to attainment of Nibbana. To attain Nibbana also help with this understanding of pandemic situation. That is not to have greed, not to have anger, not to get rid of the ignorance. So that is what I have to say. So now I am going to go to the main teachings of the Buddha, what we are going to discuss today. So this is a very famous stanza I have selected. Abhinyayang abhinyatang bhavitabbang bhavitang pahatabbang pahinang me tasma buddhosi brahmana. Once a very old Brahmin, but his name was Brahmayu. Brahmayu heard that the Buddha has appeared, ascetic Gautama, he has come to the city. Then he wanted to visit go and see the Buddha and visit the Buddha, and also ask some questions from the Buddha. Then the Brahmayu came to see the Buddha, and also the Brahmayu was a very respected person at that community. So Buddha asked him to come near to him, and also sat down near to him, and he asked some questions, because the Brahmayu also had some disciples. He was a respected person. So Brahmayu went to him, and he said, Honorable Gautama, I would like to ask some questions. Then Buddha said, yes, please do so. Then he asked, how can one be called a Buddha, an enlightened person? The Buddha responded in that same stanza I have selected earlier. Abhinyayang abhinyatang bhavitabbang bhavitang pahatappam pahinang me tasma buddhos brahmana. Buddha said, what has to be known that I have known? What has to be abandoned that I have abandoned? What has to be developed that I have developed? Therefore, O Brahmana, I am the Buddha. So that is what Buddha said. I am a Buddha because I know what has to be known that I have known. What has to be abandoned that I have abandoned. What has to be developed that I have developed. Therefore, O Brahmana, I am a Buddha. So it is very beautiful sayings of the Buddha. So it shows what are the qualities one should have to attain enlightenment. In summary, it explains those are the things we need. So, this is the characteristic of the Buddha, enlightened person's characteristic. So these are not only the characteristics of the Buddha, there are also three objectives which we aim as Buddhists, which we aim in following the Buddha's teaching. So it is not only for the Buddha, it is these characteristics should be for us too. If someone asks you, what is your fundamental purpose in taking refuge in the Triple Gem? And also, what is your purpose of following the precepts? And what is your purpose of practicing meditation? Then your answer should come down to the same 3 points. That is, to fully know what should be known, to abandon what should be abandoned, to develop what should be developed. These are the goals of the Buddhist path and the 3 accomplishments that mark the attainment of enlightenment. So it is, although the qualities of the Buddha, if someone wants to attain enlightenment, that person also they should have this type of characteristics. So that was that's what I want to say. All of us has to, if we wanted to attain enlightenment, if we are practicing Buddhist, these 3 things should have understanding. We should understand it, we should practice it. So, Buddha's main idea is to, primary purpose of life is to end suffering. Buddha has seen that suffering in different ways he has seen, because all way in samsara he has the Buddha thought humans suffer because he continually strive things that do not give lasting happiness. He desperately tried to hold to things, friends, health, material things, those things that do not last, that this causes sorrow. Then Buddha knew that how this sorrow comes. Buddha didn't deny that there are things in life that give joy. We all know that in our life you have some kind of joy. And Buddha pointed out that those none of them last, and our attachment to them cause more suffering. His teachings were focused entirely on his problem and its solution. This is done by recognizing the impermanence of all things and freeing oneself from attachment to these things. This will reduce suffering and eventually end the cycle of rebirth. These teachings are expressed in a few words in the Four Noble Truths and Noble Eightfold Path. So that is what we can find. So Buddha, when he attained enlightenment, you all can remember his first stanza recorded in the Dhammapada. It says, Buddha said, Anika jati sansarang sandha visang anibhisang gahakarkang gavi santo dukkha jati punappunang gahakaraka ditthosi punagehang nakahasi sabbate pasuka pagga gahakutang visankitang visankargatang kittang tanhanang kayamajjagati. In that stanza, Buddha has clearly mentioned how much he suffered in this long journey in samsara. And also he said, through many a birth I wandered in samsara, seeking but not finding the builder of the house. Sorrowful is to be born again and again. O house builder, you have seen, you shall build no house again. All your rafters broken. All your rafters are broken. Your rich pole is destroyed. My mind has attained the unconditional. Achieved is the end of craving. So, craving is the things which we take us in the long journey in samsara. So, Buddha has shown us this craving, what it is doing. So, craving makes us to suffer. How suffer we have? Most of you are aware. I don't want to explain in details about the suffering, but we can find there are 3 types of sufferings explained in the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta. That is the dukkha. One is suffering. That is called the ordinary suffering. What are the ordinary sufferings? We have the birth is suffering, old age is suffering, sickness is suffering, death is suffering, grief, lamentation, disease, all these things are ordinary way of suffering. We all have to face that suffering. So that is the normal, ordinary way of suffering. These things can be overcome and it is there. But that is natural suffering. Those are, it won't upset that much. But another one is viparinama dukkha. That is called the suffering experience and change. That is it is explained in the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta. You can find we get the happy feelings, and also when it changes, then it comes the unhappy feeling. And also in our life, different occasions, things when they change. That is like the association with the unfriendly one, and also the living loved ones, that type of we have suffering. So those are, it is also not permanent, it is not everlasting. It changes sooner or later. When it changes, it produces pain, suffering, unhappiness. It can be understood very easily. Then the important suffering we are all facing is the sankhara dukkha, conditional state. This is the important philosophical aspect of the Four Noble Truths. The extraordinary suffering is the suffering that arises from we call the upadana, grasping of things. So there are 4 type of upadanas we can explain. I don't go in details with it because most of you are listening to this sermon. You understand those main teachings of the Buddha. First one we call our attachment to sense pleasures. That is kama upadana. We all like to have different type of entertainments, taste, present sensations of the body, and seeking after momentary, fragmentary pleasures. So all these things we call the kama upadana. It is, we think those are our own things, so we are attached to those things. And also the second one, we can say our own opinions and views. So we all have some kind of views and things, so that views, the upadana obstruct to understand true nature of things, because our preconceptions always make us to have that it blocks our understanding for the real things. So that is why Buddha has said we have to let go of our preconceptions, ideas, how things are and how we would like things to be. All these things has to go. Let go of those attachments to our cherished opinion. This is the second of the great bonds which keep us going around in the wheel of samsara with wheel of suffering. So it is a suffering because we get due to this Ditthi Upadana, because that is our opinions and views. So we don't want to lose those things, but we are holding into it. But if you want to understand the Buddha's teaching, we have to let go of those things. And also the third upadana, third attachment, we can say attachment is different rite and rituals. We all have different type of rituals, but there are some rituals which we do without any reason, without understanding it. There are rituals which have some some meaning on it, but we don't understand the real meaning of it. We do it, then with doing that, we think that it will resolve the problems, but it won't resolve the problem if we know what is this ritual is, what will come out of this, what is the result of this ritual is. If you understand that, then it is not a problem. But when you don't understand it, when you do it, then it is a problem, and also that attachment make us to bond to this samsara, because we are all have different type of attachment. Then we have to let it go. Then that is the Silabbata Upadana. Then the fourth one is the main one. It's the important one to understand all of it. Attachment to believe in self, in I, in me, and in mine. So these are the things we all have. That is called the Attavada Upadana. Because in day-to-day life we find we are on it. Because we think I do it, I am, and I am in me, in me. In this way, we all the things, the body and mind. Because due to that, we think there is some permanent existing person within us. So that is what. Because in this belief, to satisfy that I, we do everything. We get involved with all kind of delusions for the gratification of the self. That is what we do, which isn't even there. Our attachment to this concept of self is so great that everything we do revolves around it, trying the bonds even tighter to this mass of pain. So due to that, we get all those. So what does it say? That our task to know that which should be known. So that is the one we should know. What is this I means to make this myself? When you, what is that I call myself? What is I? That you see that behind the reference to I make myself, and that you say, if you reflect just a moment, you will see that this is the most important question we can ask. If from the day of your birth until the day you draw your final breath, the best you can do when you ask who you are, what is your identity. So it has to have some kind of meaning on it. So how we can understand? We can't show our driving license or passport or anything to show our identity, but it is not the real identity. Our task is to follow in the Buddha's teaching, to investigate what it is we refer to as I. So myself as I am. We usually take terms to refer to some kind of perishing entity, an ego, substantial self. So Buddha said, investigate. And Buddha said to investigate. Buddha has given those component things into 5 groups. What are the 5 groups? Those are 5 groups called the Pancha Upadana Skandha. Panchupadas, 5 aggregates of clinging. Then Buddha has shown us the path, how to analyze yourself. Then Buddha has given, we all have these aggregates of body and also the aggregates of feeling and also the aggregates of perception and also the aggregates of the consciousness, aggregates of volitional formations and also the aggregate of consciousness, Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankhara, Vijnana. So Buddha has given us this, categorized those 5 things within us. Then the Buddha was saying how to, our task is following the Buddha's teaching to come to know, to come to understand the true nature of those things, those aggregates. It is what we have to do. We have to do through the practice of meditation. Through aggregates we practice, we understand those things. We see these things arising, standing and resolving. All these things comes. When you look at those 5 aggregates, you find it comes and they stay for a while, standing, and also it resolves. So then you find that those things are impermanent, those are changing things, those are not real things. When we realize that these changeable 5 aggregates are undependable, insecure, and also unreliable, and therefore cannot be taken as our life, are empty. Our life, ourself, they are empty as selfless. This is called what has to be known. So, in summary, we can say, we should know. We should know that there is no self within us. It is only working those 5 aggregates. Second project is to abandon what should be abandoned. What are the things we should abandon? Those things are called the kilesas. Kilesas, that's the defilements. Defilements has to be abandoned. So as time running out, so I'm not going to say details on it. Kilesas are, you understand, what the unethical, that we can say that unethical actions, impure mental states, those things cannot give lasting happiness. It gives only unhappiness or suffering. And also the same way, ethical and good deeds, good thought always gives good results and also the happiness. So unwholesome mental states are called the kilesas. Kilesas are, we call the greed, hatred and delusion. Those things has to be abandoned. Then also, to eliminate all the defilements, we have to eliminate what's called the ignorance. Avijja has to eliminate, to remove all those other defilements, other kilesas. Ignorance is what occurs, the 5 aggregates. Ignorance. This is why the Buddha said, those things has to be done by us. That is to mehe kiccang atapang akatharo tathagata. All these things Buddha cannot do for us. We have to do ourselves. Then the Buddha, the other factor is to develop what should be developed. That is what's called in order to, Buddha said, we have to cultivate the path in order to abandon what should be abandoned. That is called we removing all the defilements. We should have the understanding of 5 aggregates and also develop the path. Buddha has given the real path. That is the morality, keeping morality, and also the observing samadhi. That is, sila is one is a morality, observing 5 precepts, and also the 8 precepts or 10 precepts or other precepts, and also the not only keeping precepts, but also the other side of good qualities which is connected with the morality. And also samadhi, to develop what must be developed, it is insufficient merely to cultivate morality, and we need samadhi. So that is the concentration. Concentration, it should be go gradually. Suddenly you can't do it, we can't do it. It has to go gradually. Then lastly it comes with panya, that means wisdom. It's the third quality that needs to be developed. Wisdom comes to examination through investigation. So Buddha's teaching is especially important discourse, especially the important discourses on the development of wisdom, such as the teaching of the 5 aggregates, dependent origination, and 4 noble truths. You have to investigate those things. Then you can get the wisdom. Then you can proceed. Then you can attain whatever the Buddha attained. Those things are very important according to teachings of the Buddha. Ultimate wisdom, when you experience ultimate wisdom, one can develop a strongly concentrated mind. One uses that mind to investigate the 5 aggregates, the true characteristic of a phenomena. Generally, one first sees the arising and falling away of the 5 aggregates. This is, one can see the impermanence. So through all these practices, what we are going to back to again, that we understand the impermanence. Through 5 aggregates, we understand it, and also we understand the unsatisfactory nature of it. Then we understand the selfless nature of these 5 aggregates. So that is what we call the arising of true wisdom. So that is what we call the known, that which should be known. So when we make a summary of these teachings, we find the Buddha want to show us the 3 parts. Then about the 5 aggregates, it shows the who we are, and we have to understand ourselves. Then get rid of that. We should have the practice, and also that has to be practiced. Then there is a path to practice it. Buddha explained clearly that Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta and also the other suttas, Buddha explain those things. Then end of the day, end of the practice, we find to understand the 3 characteristics of this world and true nature of this world is the most important thing. That is the time we can attain enlightenment. Then the attainment of enlightenment, to achieve this peace, enlightenment, nibbana, we have to work ourselves. And also please make hard and work hard to come out of these our miseries and to enjoy the happiness of liberation. Keep practicing on the path of Dhamma, not only for your own benefit and also for your liberation, but also for the benefit of liberation of others. May all of you enjoy the real happiness. May you all be well and happy. May you have understanding of the teaching of the Buddha. May you all attain the bliss of Nibbana one day. Sadhu.
නමෝ තස්ස භගවතෝ අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස නමෝ තස්ස භගවතෝ අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස වන්න ගන්ධ ගුණෝපේතං ඒතං කුසුම සංතතින් පූජයාමි මුනිං දස්ස සිරිපාද සරෝරුහේ පූජේමි බුද්ධං කුසුමේන නේන පුඤ්ඤේන මේතේ නච හෝතු මොක්ඛං පුප්පං මිලායාති යතායි ධම්මේ කායෝ තතායාති විනාශ භාවං ඝනසාරප්පදිත්තේන දීපේන තමදංසිනා තිලෝක දීපං සම්බුද්ධං පූජයාමි තමෝනුදං ගන්ධ සම්භාර යුත්තේන දූපේනාහං සුගන්ධිනා පූජයේ පූජනීයං තං පූජා භාජන මුත්තමං සුගන්ධං සීතලං කප්පං පසන්න මధుරං සුභං පානීයමේතං භගවා පතිගන්හාතු උත්තම අධිවාසේතු නොබන්තේ භෝජනං පරිකප්පිතං අනුකම්පං උපාදාය පතිගන්හාතු උත්තම අධිවාසේතු නොභන්තේ සබ්බං සද්ධාය පූජිතං අනුකම්පං උපාදාය පතිගන්හාතු උත්තම වන්දාමි චේතියං සබ්බං සබ්බඨානේසු පතිට්ඨිතං සාරීරික ධාතු මහා බෝධින් බුද්ධ රූපං සකලං සදා කායේන වාචා චිත්තේන පමාදේන මයා කතං අච්චයං කමමේ භන්තේ භූරි පඤ්ඤ තථාගත ඉමිනා පුඤ්ඤ කම්මේන මාමේ බාල සමාගමෝ සතං සමාගමෝ හෝතු යාව නිබ්බාන පත්තියා ආකාසට්ඨා ච බුම්මට්ඨා දේවානාගා මහිද්దికා පුඤ්ඤං තං අනුමෝදිත්වා චිරං රක්ඛන්තු ලෝක සාසනං ආකාසට්ඨා ච බුම්මට්ඨා දේවානාගා මහිද්దికා පුඤ්ඤං තං අනුමෝදිත්වා චිරං රක්ඛන්තු දේශනං ආකාසට්ඨා ච බුම්මට්ඨා දේවානාගා මහිද්దికා පුඤ්ඤං තං අනුමෝදිත්වා චිරං රක්ඛන්තු ත්වං සදා දේවෝ වස්සතු කාලේන සස්ස සම්පත්ති හේතුච පීතෝ භවතු ලෝකෝච රාජා භවතු ධම්මිකෝ සාදු සාදු සාදු. All the merits we accrued by offering Buddha Puja be with you all, particularly those who prepared the dana and offered it to the Buddha and the Venerable Mahasangha today, and all of you who are joining this program and who joined this Buddha Puja. May the blessings and the merits be upon you all. May you all be well, happy and peaceful. May you all be protected, and may you all enjoy the good health. May the blessings of the Buddha, Dhamma and the Sangha be upon you all. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Doing jokes. Okay. Oh goodness, now it's all recorded. I can't say silly jokes anymore. Very good. Oh, please come through. Ah, nice to see you again. How are you? I haven't seen you for a while. Yeah. Yeah, good. Good to see you. There you go. Okay, what other children's riddles have we? Okay. This is good at English? Okay. What word begins with E, ends with E, and usually only has one letter in it? No, that's not a word. What word begins with E, ends with E, and it's usually only got one letter in it? The answer is envelope. Let's go on there today. Okay, I'll try another one. What 10-letter words begins with what 10-letter word starts with gas? 10-letter word starts with gas. No, an automobile. It starts with gas or petrol. They're all trick questions. Okay, one last one. You should know this one. Now, what word begins with T, ends with T, and has got T in it? Yeah. Well, this is the kids. Don't spoil it for the kids. Teapot. Okay. Okay, last kids joke. You know my name? What is it? Hajampo. Will you remember my name? Yeah. A long time? Yeah. Okay. Knock knock. Hello, Hajampo. They're not playing fair. You're supposed to say who's there. And I say, you've forgotten me already. Yeah, you knew us already. Troopers. Okay. Very good. So that's the end of the kids' jokes. So now you can start talking to each other because I've run out of kids' jokes. Have you got one? No. You're a kid. You used to have kids' jokes. I've only got monks' jokes. Very good. I'll tell a monk's joke. Yes, but this is actually quite profound. I love telling this. It's one of the funny stories, but it's very deep. It's about the man who rang up the temple one day, and a monk answered the phone, and the man said, "Can you please come to my house today to do some chanting, to do a ceremony?" And the monk said, "I'm sorry, sir, I can't come today. I'm busy." And the caller said, "Well, what are you doing?" And the monk said, "I'm doing nothing." That's what monks are supposed to do. We're supposed to teach by example, so I'm doing nothing. And the man knew enough about meditation to say, "Oh, well done, very good," and he hung up. So the same man called the temple the next day. He actually got through to the same monk. He said, "Look, I called yesterday. I need a monk to come to my house to do a ceremony, to do some Pirit chanting. Can you come?" And the monk said, "Sorry, I'm busy." So what are you doing today? He said, "I'm doing nothing." "But that's what you were doing yesterday." "Yes," said the monk, "I'm not finished yet." So I know that's actually a very deep little joke for Buddhists, because unless we schedule doing nothing early on, we never get around to it. We get around to doing everything else, but we forget that doing nothing is enjoying our life. So please remember, when you do your list of things to do tomorrow morning, please put number 1, doing nothing. To have some rest and relaxation in your life. Otherwise, you're always on the go. Just like me. Very good. What else? Another story? Oh, say it. Okay, here. Yeah, it's already full, so we might as well start and get an extra 5 minutes in. But no extra price. Extra 5 minutes for no extra charge today. Because in a Buddhist temple there's no charge to get into a talk. We never charge for people coming in, but we charge for people going out. No, we don't. So you pay in your next life.
Few words.
Yes, go on.
Few words.
Come, please do, yes. Please do.
So today the London Buddhist Vihara is full.
It's
Both
overfull.
halls.
Yes.
So I want to say a few words to welcome you all, and also I would like to welcome our very special speaker, Ajahn Brahm, who needs no introduction from me actually. But it is customary for us to say a few words actually. Ajahn Brahma Vansu Mahathera is one of the world-renowned Buddhist monk. But very important, he is very familiar to this area.
Yes.
As he was a child, used to live nearby in Acton with his
Yes.
family.
I used to go to school in Hammersmith.
In Hammersmith,
And
Latimer Upper School.
Latimer School, yes. And
Yes.
this was before I became a monk. I had many girlfriends in this area. I hope they're not here this evening and telling stories about me. It's true.
After his school Latimer studies, he won a scholarship to study theoretical physics at Cambridge University.
Yeah. I was there this morning. So it's very lovely being in Cambridge again and seeing some of the old haunts I went to. And gave a talk last night at the Cambridge University Buddhist Society, because that's where I started off. So like gratitude. So you always like to look after those who looked after you, and also to come to this temple because this is where I grew up. This is my, if anything, this is my local temple.
Yeah. No need to introduce.
Yeah.
We are honored
Yeah.
to have ours.
Our local monk.
Ajahn Brahma also.
Our local monk.
Yes, local monk. I am foreigner. So actually I don't take your time. Okay? You are very welcome. It's a great privilege for all of us to listen to you today. A lot of people actually wanted to come. Unfortunately, some of them have trouble in traveling. But so far, many people have come as your followers.
Yeah, as my stalkers.
You are the most favorite, some of the audience. So I'm very thankful and grateful for you to come, and Hiranti the Silva, she coordinated your speech here. I'm very thankful to her as well. With my respect, Ajahn, I would like to invite you today. Thank you so much.
No, very good. I have this one here, so excellent. Well, as you know, sometimes when you give a talk you say, it's my pleasure to be here, and you don't really mean it. But this time I really do mean it. Because I got so many memories of this area, and it's great to be back in Chiswick, Acton, Hammersmith, this area. And it's wonderful to be able to give a talk again here. I have been again travelling around again, and on this particular trip started off here in London just about 2 weeks ago, and gave a talk at the Thames Buddhist Vihar and the London Buddhist Society before going off to Canada to teach at the University of Toronto and then McGill and then Dalhousie universities. And it's fascinating, in some of those universities, in Dalhousie and also in University of Toronto, I was giving lectures on Buddhism and mental health and psychology, because this is a huge growing area in our Western world, where some of these great teachings of the Buddha are being at last valued and are being brought into mainstream Western culture, in medicine, in obviously mental health, and also into business as well. And it's great to see that. Buddhism comes to a country like England, and it actually spreads into areas of life where it can really make a huge difference. And it's great to be part of that. And after that, went to Hamburg. And even there in the University of Hamburg, we gave a talk where many people came, because there's an interest, even in the academia, of what Buddhism can offer. So you can see this is a huge step for Buddhism in our modern world, to go out to these universities and other places like business schools. I've just got an invitation next February to go to the Google campus in San Francisco for the whole day, to teach Google, just how to search properly. And all of those things just show the power of the Dhamma. But when I did give a talk somewhere, one of those places, on the challenges of Buddhism for the 21st century, that was in Dalhousie over in Canada, I did make a mention of a friend I have over in Perth, Western Australia, and he is a professor of physics at our local university. Because I still really keep a great interest in physics, and many physicists come to my talks, and I manage to talk to them, to relate to them, and also to learn from them as well. And this one particular professor, he seems to be so open to Buddhism, and I asked him, aren't you a Buddhist? And he said that he was very interested in Buddhism when he was a young man, maybe 20, 30 years ago. And he actually travelled to Thailand to try and learn some Buddhism. But unfortunately, all he found was a thick mass of rituals which no one could explain to him. And he never learned how to meditate. He was told to bow first of all and light some incense and do some offerings and stuff. And because of that, he left that country thinking that was all there was to Buddhism. And it was such a great waste, that we have these gorgeous teachings and they're not really sort of spread in a very useful, easily understandable, accessible way. And so it's from that experience that I coined the phrase, that sometimes the cloud of incense smoke obscures the Buddha in some of these temples. The clouds of incense smoke stand for the rituals which we do. And the Buddha statue behind it, the truth, the Dhamma, all these great teachings, you just can't see it because it's clouded by all these rituals. And sometimes that people say, well, what are the rituals of Buddhism? There's not that many rituals which we have to do and keep. And sometimes we wonder where those rituals actually come from. And I know that this is not the Sri Lankan tradition, but the Chinese tradition. Because I went to some of these Chinese temples and Mahayana temples in Singapore, Malaysia, Hong Kong. And I couldn't believe it, that when a Chinese person goes into the temple, they've got a big bowl for the incense. And they take the incense and they shake it before they put it into the bowl. Have you ever seen that in Sri Lanka? No, but you go to China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, they always do that, they shake it. And I asked them, why do you do that? They didn't know. They just said, well, I went to the temple, my grandmother told me that's what I was supposed to do. I just followed her. And that gave me the answer. Because I think it's also the case in Sri Lanka, there are many Sri Lankans here, the first person which takes you into the temple is your grandmother. And she shows you what to do. And it's the same in Chinese Buddhism. Your grandmother shows you what to do. And there must have been a lot of grandmothers in China or in these places, because they had Parkinson's disease, that they shook their hands when they put the thing into the bowl. And the children, the grandchildren, thought that's what I have to do as well. And there we developed the custom of shaking the incense, because you just follow what other people do without realizing that she's doing that because she can't hold them still. But you may be only 6 or 7 years of age. You hold them still and put them in properly. And so some of these traditions which we have, it's great to understand. Have you ever seen in the very old temples, people that actually the old, especially the old temples, when you don't have carpets, have wooden floors? You ever notice how highly polished those wooden floors are? No, they're just, and the monks never need to polish them. All they do is have people like you sitting listening to a talk, and every time that you wiggle, you help polish the floor with your big bottoms. And after many hundreds of years, that's why we have very highly polished floors in the temples. Now, of course, there's many other sort of rituals, and one of the rituals which you have to be very careful of is that it's good to respect the monks and the nuns, but not too much. Because sometimes the monks are treated like royalty, and sometimes the monks don't learn to do things for themselves. And a monk like me never has a chance to have exercise. And I say, I want to walk to the underground station. No. We'll give you a lift, even though it's only 50 meters over there. But fortunately today, I never told anyone how I got here, because I got my train ticket, and I got the train from Cambridge down here, and changed here and changed there, and just by myself. I'm old enough to do that by myself now. And it's a walk from Gunnersbury, which is about a 15-20 minute walk. So today I had exercise. So I'm going to live much longer because no one actually knew how I was coming and didn't pick me up. So please remember, don't treat the monks like royalty. Treat them with respect, but not to the point you don't allow them to have exercise. You don't allow them, to even go on diets, because sometimes, you give monks food, and sometimes I don't want to eat it because I've already had enough. And you look at me with these, what's it called, baby seal eyes, as if I don't take your food, it's like cutting off your head. And it's really mean that I don't take your food. So please, just look after the monks. And if they don't take your food, as long as you've offered it, with a pure heart, then that's all that's necessary. In our temple, when the food is offered there, we tell everyone to go out. Because otherwise you stand round the table and you say, monk, that one, don't take hers, take mine. And they get so bad, you always want them to take yours because you think that's extra merit. In Thailand, they've got the weird idea that whatever you offer to a monk is what your deceased relation gets when they get to heaven. So, one day, it was only about last year, they gave me some offerings in a bucket, quite a lot. And I received the offerings and you send it down to the attendants who unpack it and put it in the right places. And 5 minutes later, one of the attendants came back and said, did you know, Ajahn Brahm, you have just received a bottle of whiskey? Because they've given the monks a bottle of whiskey, but it was actually hidden under all the other, pirikura. And the reason they did that, because if I'd have seen a bottle of whiskey, I would never have accepted it. I'm a good monk. They did that so that I would accept the whiskey, and their father, who really loved drinking, could get some whiskey up in heaven. That's total fraud. We don't need to do that. Why, if they're in heaven, why do they need whiskey to celebrate? They're having a good time already. And if they're in the hell realms, they can't get anything anyway, so it's a total waste of time. So anyway, so remember, it's the way that offerings work. You offer something which is useful. And I'm not quite sure about this monastery, but many Sri Lankan monasteries in London before had whole cupboards full of towels. Because every time they go to your house, you offer a towel. And, a monk can't use a towel in the morning, another towel in the afternoon, another towel in the evening. How long will a towel last? It lasts you for about 3-4 months. So sometimes people keep offering you so much you can't use it. So how can you make an offering to a good monk? And this was, this is the real tradition. And obviously you look after the monastery so they can pay the bills and the monks have enough robes to wear and everything. But in the Mahaparinirvana Sutta, the Buddha once said that you cannot worship and make merit with a monk just by offering candles, incense and flowers. He said the best way, the best offering to make is your practice. That you're actually listening to the monks and actually taking their advice, being kind, being forgiving, keeping your precepts, and doing some meditation, acting compassionately in life, following the advice of the Buddha. That is the best offering anyone can ever make. And it does remind me of an anecdote. When I was visiting Singapore, I go to Singapore a lot, and I've got a franchise there. These days I call my little centres and groups in many other countries Ajahn Brahm's franchises. It's called the Brahm Education Centre in Singapore. And we've got my monastery in Perth is called Bodhinyana. Now we have a franchise in Hong Kong, Bodhinyana International Foundation. I'm following the marketing strategy of McDonald's. Soon there'll be I'm only joking, we don't do things like that. But when I first went to Singapore and I was taking around all the different temples in Singapore, I went to the Sri Lankan temple in Singapore. I think it's called Mangala Vihara. There's a couple there, but Mangala Vihara was where this event happened. And I was taken around a very beautiful little monastery in the centre of Singapore. And at the end, the senior monk asked me to sign the visitor's book. That's what you would do. So he showed me the visitor's book, it's over there, that's the visitor's book, go and sign it. So, I opened the visitor's book and signed my name, and then I put the address, and the next column I read was how much you're donating. Because I picked up the wrong book. This was not the visitor's book, this was a donation book. And I'd already put my name and address down, so if I'd have said nothing, that would be very, very embarrassing. And I didn't have any money because I'm a monk with no money, so what could I do? And so I remembered the Mahaparinirvana Sutra. That this is the best way to make offerings to a Buddha, is with your practice. So I wrote down, it must be there somewhere, in their sort of archives, because many 25 years ago, I wrote down, how much am I giving? I give my whole life. And I thought it was really nice, because that's, that is the offering to do. Give your life to the Dhamma, to service, and you'll never ever regret that. So giving a towel is nothing. Giving a sort of a few dollars or a few pounds. I've got to remember where I am. So I'm not in Germany now, so it's not euros, it's not Canadian dollars, it's not Australian dollars, it's pounds in this country. So you can give a few pounds. That's good, but the best thing you can give, is your goodness. And I must admit, as a teacher who has helped many people, and sometimes people say, thank you, Ajahn Brahm, for saving my life. Many people have done that. And I say, what can I give you, Ajahn Brahm? I say, you keep on being kinder. Forgive more people. Be a bit more compassionate. Keep your precepts better. And then that will be your gift to me. And that's worth much more than anything else. And that makes me the most happy. When I see people living in peace and harmony together. And one little story of how to live in peace and harmony together. I think some of these stories I must have told in the Thames Vihara a couple of weeks ago. but there was not that many people there, so I hope that you didn't hear this. And if you did hear this, I know most people who come to the Sri Lankan temples are old, so I hope that you've got Alzheimer's, at least enough to forget the story I told about 10 days ago. And that was this couple. And apparently they were living in India. They were German, and they had been married for 2 years, and they were always arguing together. And you know what it's like, being married? And the old story is, in the first year of marriage, the wife listens to the husband. In the second year of marriage, the husband listens to the wife. In the third year of marriage, the neighbours listen to both of you. You're arguing so loud. And that's the nature of marriage. And those of you who are in a marriage and you argue, you hate that. Both of you. Why do we do this? It really sounds, it feels yucky. This is the person you actually love and like them, your partner in life, but you get into these bad habits, living a bad speech towards one another. And it's all because, you want to be right. And so this couple, they came up with this beautiful solution, which I'm telling many people around the world now. And that was that when they were having an argument, before it got too bad, they would stop and look at the calendar, especially the day of the month. And if it was an odd number, like today is the 29th, the female will be right. If it was an odd number, like tomorrow, the 30th, or the 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, 12th, then he would be right. And that meant that they didn't need to argue. Who's right and who's wrong is already decided. It's the 6th today, that's an even number, so the husband's right. And it makes it nice and even, because, husband's right half the time, the wife's right half of the time, and actually the wife's right a little bit longer than the husband, but I think the husband's very happy to give an extra couple of days a year to the wife. But at least it settles the argument, because you don't have to keep trying to justify and find out who's right and who's wrong, and that goes on forever, and it causes very, very bad ideas and emotions in your heart. And wouldn't it be a wonderful way just to solve all marital problems? Look at the calendar. It's, remember, odd day, she's right. Even day, he's right. Now I've been telling that story a little bit for the last few years, for the last few months, and someone came up with a problem. And that problem is, what if it's a gay marriage? And I haven't found a solution to that yet. Because they're all right on the same day, and they're all wrong on the same day. But anyway, that's only a small proportion of marriages in this world. But when we find out just the nice way of these rituals, then it makes it much easier to perform. Now, one of the other rituals which we have in Buddhism is the bowing. Now, I'm saying this because there's many Westerners who come to this vihara, this temple, they're interested in Buddhism, but one of the things they always find difficult, is prostrating to a Buddha. Even worse, prostrating to a monk, or a nun. What am I doing that for, says Westerners. And if you don't know the reason why, then of course, you don't really feel like it's got any meaning. It's just some ritual. So first of all, the first benefit, if when we bow 3 times to a Buddha, is you exercise your tummy muscles so well, it stops you getting fat. But of course you can see it doesn't really work with me. But for those of you who think I am fat, I am not overweight or fat. Because what has happened, it's been 40 years since I ordained. Just a week ago, October 23rd, when I first put on the brown robe. Just over 40 years ago now. And every year you're a monk, you grow in compassion and kindness. Every year your heart gets a little bit bigger. And now I've been a monk for 40 years. My heart is so big, it pushes out my tummy. This is not fat. This is an enlarged heart, made bigger. It's got to go somewhere. It just goes out here. And as a result of that, I haven't seen the humdrum here, but please never trust a skinny monk. The fat ones are the happy ones. Now, okay, that's a bit of fun, but science, I like this bit of science in Buddhism because I found an article, or someone keeps sending me articles, interesting articles about health and especially attitudes. And this particular article was how it had been found conclusively through very rigorous studies that every time you laugh, you're happy, that your blood vessels actually expand, they get bigger. But if you're miserable, sad or angry, your blood vessels actually contract, they get smaller. So, if you do like eating oily Sri Lankan food, string hoppers, really greasy stuff, and all sorts of other muck. And I like fish and chips, okay, that's English muck. If you like eating all of that, if you're angry and upset and you've got thin blood vessels, that gets clogged. In other words, you get heart attacks or strokes because your arteries are really thin and you've got lots of muck going through your blood vessels. But if you laugh a lot and very happy like me, my blood vessels are huge. So I can eat anything and it all just goes through. It's like super highway, they never have a traffic jam. So, and that answered a very important question, which I always want to know the answer for, is why is it that fat people are usually very happy? It is true, they're jolly. For those of you of my age and generation, remember Robin Hood? Robin Hood and Friar Tuck? He's a really fat guy, and he was religious, but he was always very happy and kind. You got another fellow, I don't know how old he is, he's fat and he's almost ancient, and really happy and kind. Santa Claus. So the happy ones, the fat ones, they have to be happy because the fat, miserable ones died a long time ago. Narrow blood vessels, a lot of guck, they have to die. So if you are a little bit overweight, please bow a lot and laugh a lot, and that will save your life. And there's a lot to be said about that, because another little story, there was a fellow from Yorkshire. He was very old, maybe in his late 70s, and eventually he got cancer. The cancer spread. They went through all the treatments, but there comes a time when it's not worth doing any more treatments. So they put him in a hospice, a special unit just for people who are dying, so they could give them palliative care, pain medications, but nothing else. They weren't going to try and keep them alive anymore. Just let them die peacefully with dignity and with their family around. So he was taken to the hospice, to die. And the first day in the hospice, when the nurses asked what he wanted for dinner, he told the nurses all the things he couldn't eat because he had diabetes, he couldn't eat stuff with sugar, he had cholesterol problems, so he couldn't eat things like butter or fat. He had all these other problems, so he couldn't eat this and couldn't eat that. And the nurse said, "What are you talking about? Are you going to die? The cholesterol's not going to kill you. The diabetes, neither. You got cancer, that's going to kill you, so you can eat whatever you like." He said, "Really?" And that was the first time in about 3 or 4 years he could eat all the greasy, sweet, syrupy, salty foods his wife would never cook for him and tell him off if he did eat them. And so he ate all the food he liked. And 2 weeks later, he was released from the hospice because he got better. And that was a true story. The cancer came back 6 months, 10 months later, but he had 6 or 10 months of quality life, eating whatever he liked. Now that anecdotal story actually tells you something. Now one of it is not just the food, It's the happiness as well, the joy. Now, that is also important. You don't just live by food, you also live through happiness as well. So if you are going on a diet, please go on a happy diet of laughter. And if you don't know how to laugh and you're very miserable, you can do exercises, because exercises are good for your health. How many people do push-ups in the morning? I do 20 push-ups every morning. Do you believe that? It's true, because I can't tell lies. I'm a monk. And my 20 push-ups in the morning, and I encourage you to do the same. I stand in front of the bathroom mirror with my feet maybe 2 foot apart, and I get my 2 fingers to the side of the mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I do 20 push-ups in front of the mirror. Because this is my job, to give talks and to smile and that makes me sort of exercise these muscles. So if people ask me, why are you smiling a lot? It's just exercise, it's training like anything else. So if any of you are miserable, depressed, sick, upset, find a mirror, stand in front of it and do 20 push-ups, please. That has a huge effect. So sometimes I tell these stories, you may think they're just jokes. I tell them as funny stories because that is the same technique which advertising uses. It gets under your radar, you get brainwashed. Because when you see these adverts on TV, you think, no sensible person would ever believe in these stupid adverts. Because they're pitched, seeming they're low intelligence. And that's why you never suspect that they are actually getting into your brain as well. Of course, and that's why advertising works. And don't think that you're so sophisticated it doesn't work on you. That's a whole trick. To make you feel that it's not influencing you. But it does. So when I tell these funny stories, you may think, oh, it's just a funny story. But I get under your radar. I brainwash you. And it's amazing how many of you, next time you're depressed, will be standing in front of a mirror with your 2 fingers pushing up. It works. So that's why some of the other traditions and rituals, when people do give sermons, and that's the important part of Buddhism, to teach, for goodness sake. There's great sort of spiritual riches in Buddhism, but let's teach it. And teach it so people can listen and understand and benefit from it. Sometimes, that people think, oh, Ajahn Brahm, you're too superficial, just too easy. I want something deep. But I remember, because last night I was teaching at the Buddhist University Buddhist Society in Cambridge, and I used to go there for 3 years. I was a member when I was a student. And most times when I listened to a talk, and some of them were from Sri Lankan monks, Thai monks too, professors, I'd fall asleep. How many of you, when you go to a bhana, fall asleep? You think you have to go there because you're a Buddhist. You go to Sri Lanka and you have to listen to a bhana because, that's what you have to do, and you just totally fall asleep. And so, just listening for the sake of listening, what's the point of that? If you actually get something out of it, get inspired, get something which you can take home and use in your daily life, then great. That is worth doing. And also, those of you who have seen me many times, I put a lot of energy into my speeches. I don't just sit there and say the Buddha taught 4 noble truths and the Eightfold Path, right? You've heard that already. So you want to do something with a bit more gusto, changing the tone of your voice in order to actually get people alert and listening to you. And that is a skill. So when you actually do listen to a preaching or whatever, make sure that the monk actually gives it some heart and gives it some energy and says interesting things, because otherwise it just doesn't go through at all. So back to the bowing. Okay, it's not just to exercise the tummy muscles, because when I bow, and I've taught this to Westerners especially, Sri Lankans also, you should listen to this. When I bow, I am bowing to what the Buddha stands for what he symbolizes, just for me. So when I bow the first time, I bow to virtue, to precepts, to ethics. Because I travel around a lot in this world, and you do meet some powerful people, and I value so much ethics, trustworthiness, honesty, and that is so important to me in this world. When you think, how can we make a better world? Can we not trust one another? In other words, we tell the truth, we don't lie. So when other people tell you something, you can actually believe them, and how we can care for one another and protect and not take, from other people. What a wonderful world that would be. No drugs, no violence. Wouldn't that be a beautiful world? And we have little isolated pockets of that in monasteries. It's so beautiful being a monk, and I can be in this temple here, and I know that no one will harm or hurt me, because these are my brothers and sisters, and it's so freeing to trust each other. So I value virtue so much. I think it's such an important part of our world, that we can trust each other, we can keep our doors unlocked. I often say that where I lived in Creswick Road, just off Horn Lane in Acton, a council flat, my father was very poor, we never locked our doors. The door was always open, because we never had anything to steal. And also my father used to say he used to keep the door open, hoping a burglar might come in, take pity on us and leave something. But at least we could trust one another in those days. And you could, as a kid, you could go walking out on the street, playing all day, your mother wouldn't know where you were, you come home in the evening perfectly safe. And those days were beautiful, because we had ethics, trust, and safety. But you know that. Many of you from Sri Lanka, you've been in the maybe villages in the old times, and you could trust each other, and you didn't need to worry about someone stealing anything. And people were honest. And that is something I value so much. I would love to bring back into this world, make it stronger, that when I bow the first time, I bow to virtue. Now when you bow, it means you're lowering your head, and the Buddha, which here is standing for virtue, is higher than you. And that is a potent psychological recognition of how much you worship, find worth and value in virtuous things. So every time I bow the first time, I bow to virtue, which means I remember how important it is. I raise it above myself, which means that I become more virtuous. Because every time I remember its importance, it gets stronger in me. And that's a great way of remembering the importance. But when it comes to truthfulness, we have precepts, not to lie. But why is it that people still lie? Because sometimes just taking a precept is not good enough. We need to understand why people tell lies to one another. Why wives lie to their husbands, husbands to their wives, and children to their parents. It happens. And the event which made me understand how lying, is almost impossible to prevent unless we make a few adjustments to our family life, was when a young Sri Lankan girl in Perth, she was maybe about 18, she came to me. Now I'd known her since she was really small. Her parents brought her to the temple, so I'd seen her grow up. She was about 18, and she said, "Ajahn Brahm, I'm in big trouble." I said, "What is it?" She said, I'm pregnant with my boyfriend." I said, "Have you told your mother and father yet?" She said, "No, they'll kill me if they find out. That's what I came to you for. Can you please tell them for me?" And at first I felt honored that, I could help somebody. So I did that later on. But afterwards I thought, why is it that when a girl is in big trouble, why is it she's afraid to tell the people who can help her the most, her parents? Why is it she'll think her parents will kill her? She didn't really mean kill her, but just really give her a hard time and scold her and berate her. It was because the fear of punishment was why she would not tell the truth. And I understood from that experience that punishment is what drives the truth underground. When we're afraid of the consequences of telling the truth, we will lie. So I've been telling a lot of people, especially when I have the privilege to do blessings for young couples who get married, I ask them, can you please promise each other from this day on that if your partner tells you the truth, whatever they've done, even if you're embarrassed, upset, hurt by what they've done, as long as it's the truth, you will respect it and don't punish them or scold them at all. Because they're telling you the truth, they're really asking you, can you help? I've made a terrible mistake. I need your assistance. And you will be there for them to help them. It's called amnesty, as long as they tell the truth. If they lie, you can hit them, kick them, scold them, shout at them, refuse the dinner for the next 10 days or whatever. I don't know what you do. But if they tell the truth, please don't harm or hurt or scold or punish them. Otherwise, they'll never tell you the truth again. Same, the wife to the husband. As long as you tell me the truth, darling, I will never scold or hurt you. Because we need to learn together. And then you can tell your children that. And this perhaps is the most important. Please tell your sons and daughters, whatever you get up to in life, whatever that is. If you get into drugs, please don't be afraid of coming to tell Mum and Dad, because you need our help. And we're here to help you as long as you tell us the truth. And girls, if you're pregnant or whatever happens, a time when you need your parents most of all, you should never feel afraid to go and tell them. Because it's the punishment, or the fear of punishment, is what drives the truth underground. And when there's no truth in a marriage or in a family, there's so many other problems arise as a result. Problems, such as someone being pregnant or getting involved in drugs. That can be solved if the family works together. But if you don't tell each other because you're afraid, where can we make any progress? So that's why it's not just telling the truth, it's understanding why we lie and making sure we don't have to lie in the future. It's not just saying about the drug problem in our modern world. Why do people take drugs in the first place? And when you understand, that they're seeking happiness, in the drug world, why can't they find happiness elsewhere? Sometimes some of us saying in Hamburg, sort of the monks and the lay people laughing around so much that people think we're drunk. We have a nice time, we're happy, we're joyful, we tell jokes and we laugh. And sometimes people think, you monks, what are you taking? What drug are you on? A dumber drug, that's all. Happiness. So when you actually find an alternative to those illegal substances, which is very natural, a positive attitude in life, good meditation, being kind, being virtuous, being compassionate, you don't need those things. So it's not just taking precepts and say, I will not do this, I will not do that. It's finding out how you can change your perceptions, your attitudes, so that you don't need to break the precepts ever again. So amnesty in a family is really important. So I bow to virtue. The next time I bow down to peace. It's an incredible, powerful word, peace. Peace of mind, so you can be at peace with yourself no matter who you are and what you've done. Peace in the family, so you can have harmony, forgiving each other, and eventually, who knows, peace in this world. You can have peace in a Buddhist society. I've been in this place many times, many years, and I would come to the London Buddhist Vihara when it was over in Heathfield Gardens, before it came here. I know sometimes, there are problems in the Buddhist community, a split, misunderstandings between one another. I've been there and seen that. And that really is so unpleasant. Isn't it wonderful when everyone's in harmony and they see that they can come to a temple and it's not like a family who are just arguing with each other. The temple is in harmony. The monks are at peace with one another. And then we can take that further, have peace in our world. Why not? So peace is such an important thing for me that's my second thing I bow down to. Peace inside, around and outside as well. But when it comes, to being at peace with yourself, this is actually where we have our meditation, we have our Dharma. Why can't you be at peace with yourself and accept yourself? And one of the reasons is because we've got these demons in the past. These things which you did, which I know about. And these things which other people did to you, which really hurt you. And this is where I developed the simile of the trees in the forest. Now, there are many beautiful woods. I went for a nice walk this morning, and there's many beautiful woods in England. Even here in London, you've got these parks. You've got like Hampstead Heath, you've got Richmond Park, you've got, Gunnersbury Park. I used to spend a lot of time in there. And Burlington Gardens down the road, I had a good friend live close by there. There's so many beautiful parks where you can go and have a walk and see so many trees. If you go for a walk in some of those big parks, can you please try and find a perfect tree for me? By which I mean one which is dead straight. Not leaning to the left or leaning to the right, not crooked, dead straight. With all the branches evenly spaced. With only green leaves on there, not sort of mottled leaves or half eaten by insects and bugs. And with the bark all nice and smooth with no damage on it. And if you can find a tree like that, it'll probably be in Kew Gardens probably, where it's all manicured. Or maybe Buckingham Palace or something where every tree just has to be so right. But actually, even there, they probably don't have such trees because such trees aren't natural. And also, they're not beautiful. When I go and walk in the forest, the ones which I like the most are the ones which are all crooked and bending all over the place, with the branches broken off, so there's little holes where the birds can nest. And there's beautiful different colours of leaves. I was fortunate when I was in Canada, it was the fall season, the autumn, and there's so much forest there. It's the most magnificent sight. The oranges and the reds, and there's still lots of greens left. It was almost a perfect time to visit Canada last week. And somebody told me that it was so orange in the forest that I could go for a walk in any part of the forest and this robe would be perfect camouflage. They would not be able to find me. The whole forest was this colour. And it was beautiful. And when I go and see the barks, the trunks of the trees, they're all knobbly and scarred, and they've got this tessellated bark on it, a bit falling off, and little blotches here and blotches there. That's beautiful. And I always say it's the damaged trees in the forest, the bent and crooked ones, are the most delightful and beautiful. And I use that simile for human beings. You're all bent and crooked. Some of you more than others. You've got blotches on your skin, and you can't really hide it from makeup. It's under there. Little pimples and other stuff. And you've got a lot of pain from your past. This is the damage on the barks of the tree. Every human being is what they call these days damaged goods. And if that's you, then you belong as one of the beautiful trees in the natural forests of our world. I and many other sensible people like you the most. Damaged goods are awesome. And what that means is you learn how to be at peace with yourself, not by changing your past. When I was in Germany, because Germans have got this thing with forests. There were forest people before. It's in their genes. They love forests. And I said, I've never seen a German person walk into a forest with some sandpaper smoothing out the barks of the trees. No one ever does that, or straightening them up. They love the crooked, damaged ones. And that's why, as a human being, now I love you, especially the ones which are really damaged. So stop trying to cure yourself and make yourself straight. Stop trying to get your husband and straighten him up and get rid of all his crooked ways. Stop just getting your wife like some supermodel so all the blotches disappear. It's a crazy thing to do. So instead we learn how to respect everyone, no matter who they are, and whatever's happened to you in the past, to respect that too. And never look at it as something which demeans you, which takes things away from you, which stigmatizes you, but things which actually add to your beauty. I gave a little talk on mental health issues in Germany, University of Hamburg, and I was saying that we stigmatize so much in life. Not just mental health, so much so that we don't tell anybody what we really got. I say, if you're psychotic, be proud of it. If you're schizophrenic, let everybody know. And be proud of it. So don't hide it, don't be ashamed. And now you get on to tough stuff. If you've been raped, physically abused, don't stigmatize yourself and think you're a second-class person because what happened to you. Let people know. You're a damaged tree in the forest. Just change the way you look, and that damaged tree is really gorgeous and beautiful. And you can be at peace with your past. You can never get at peace with your past by changing your past. You get at peace with your past by embracing it, by seeing it in a different way, not stigmatizing it, but actually even being proud of it. And this is why you can find peace. And one of the reasons why Buddhism becomes really powerful in this world, because I've been asked to go to some terrible places and teach people who've been tortured, real torture, in these dungeons, and actually get them out of that, using these Buddhist methods. And all these psychologists and psychiatrists have been trying their best, get really impressed that somehow or other these Buddhist monks, or the Buddha himself, could see things so deeply, could actually provide an answer which works, which is effective. So some of these, especially refugees who come to our countries, their body is free, but their mind is far from free. Their emotions are still chained to the dungeons of the past. And you can find the lock and the key to unlock and free them, not just physically, but emotionally, so they can live a beautiful life in a beautiful country. And that's actually how you do it. Embrace the pain of the past. Don't stigmatize it. It's part of who you are. Don't try and cure it. Care for it. Which is the second little story about finding peace in this world. Actually, this is part of the last part, the last third bow, but I'll put it in now because I've already started it. Sri Lankan young man, again Sri Lankan young man, coming to the temple since he was young, became a doctor, like most Sri Lankans do. Half Sri Lankans are doctors, the other ones are engineers. That's what I think anyway. But every now and again you get this Sri Lankan who does something else in life. That's really interesting. Dentist maybe, I don't know. But anyway, this guy, he went to medical school, and he's always a really nice fellow. And when he graduated and got qualified as a doctor, his first year in the hospital as a resident, I think they call them residents, he had a traumatic experience, and he came to me basically wanting to resign and start a new career. He couldn't stand being a doctor again. Because what happened, one of his patients, which was a young woman, maybe about 23, 24, had some sort of sickness. He was the main doctor looking after her, and she died. He wasn't at fault. A really specialist probably couldn't have seen what was happening, but still he felt guilty. And what was worse, he had to tell the husband, to tell him, as a young couple, only 3 or 4 years marriage, and they really loved each other. They were obsessed with each other, totally devoted to each other. And he had to bear the news to the husband, the wife you love so much has died. You haven't got a wife anymore. And even worse, they had 2 young children. Your kids haven't got a mother. And that hurt him so deeply. He said, I can't do that anymore. It's one of the worst things a doctor has to do. And when he came to see me, I could figure out the problem straight away. I said, your problem is that you think a doctor has to cure people. That is not the job of a doctor. The job of a doctor is not to cure. If you think that's your purpose in life, you're going to fail many, many times. Like all doctors have to fail. But I said, if you realize that your job as a doctor is not to cure, but to care, it's just changing one letter, then you never need to fail again. You can't always cure people, but you can always care for them. And if you always care for them, even when they die, they've been cared for. They know they're being cared for. The family knows. The doctors and nurses have cared for our father, our mother, our kid. That changes the whole experience. And you never need to feel a failure again. And also, as I think you will probably all intuit, if you care for a person rather than always trying to cure them, their survival rate will increase significantly. And when I told him that, he was back in hospital the next day, caring for people and not curing them anymore. And now he's a specialist with his family, a very successful young man. Now that story was powerful because it wasn't just doctors, it was like wives. Your job is not to cure your husband, to straighten out his bent crookedness, is to care for him. And you find if you care for your husband, he will straighten out by himself. If you try and straighten him, you're in big trouble. Same with your wife. Husbands always trying to cure their wives and just cure them of spending too much and doing too much. There was one husband that when it was his wife's birthday, he gave her plastic surgery. Yeah, that's right, he cut up the credit cards. That's what we call plastic surgery these days. She's spending too much. So stop trying to cure, people. Care for them. And that is a powerful way of making any situation so much better. You're caring for the tree rather than trying to straighten it. But anyway, that's having peace in your family. Now, we actually live just in number 17 Edendale, Creswick Road. It's still there. And it was a really, really small council flat. And I love small houses. One of the reasons is I had to share a room with my brother. Just 2 little beds in a tiny room. And my mum and dad were in this small apartment. They argued, like any couple. But they could not escape from each other. And they could not escape from their kids. So after about half an hour at the most, they made up. And the most important thing, they made up in front of my brother and I. And I always remember that. Because as a kid, having your mother and father arguing just really hurt. But then I saw them together, kissing and hugging and forgiving each other. And that's how I grew up. What I learned from that is arguments are natural. We'll always argue from time to time, seeing different things. But the most important thing is the making up. Especially in front of the kids. Because they teach you. There are differences of opinion. But in the end, we make up because we are a family. We are a community. And I think that example, the wars in our world, say between the Muslims and the rest of the world, yeah, we're arguing. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could make up? That'd make everyone cry. Now that's possible because that's what I learned, but only because I was in a small house. If you're in a big house, you never see that. You never have to see that. And there was a lady, someone sent me this from some newspaper here in UK. She won the British lottery. £47 million she won. Would you like to win the British lottery? No, don't. Because when she won the British lottery, £47 million, the first thing she did was to buy a big mansion in Sussex, a huge palace. And she sold it 1 year later at a great loss. And when somebody found out, they did an article about her in the newspapers, which is where I heard about it. And the sub-editor of the newspaper, he gave it the title, "Honey, I Can't Find the Kids." Because that's what it's like in a big mansion. Your daughter is in one part of the mansion, your son is in another few rooms, your husband, you don't know where he is. He's somewhere in this huge house, and you're in another part of it. You've got so many rooms, you never see each other. And that broke up her family. And she was wise enough to notice that and buy a really small house, a semi-detached, I think it was somewhere. £47 million. He buys a semi-detached house, small, because she wanted to see her kids many times every day and see her husband too. For those of you, from Sri Lanka or from Asia who've grown up in small houses, they weren't comfortable. And maybe slept 3 or 4 kids to a bed. Like I found out my sister-in-law, she had 3 bedrooms in their house that was in Tottenham, and the 3 girls slept in one bed, the 4 brothers in another bed in another room, and the parents had the 3rd room. You can imagine what happens when you spend your life in your young areas sleeping in the same bed with your 2 sisters, the same bed with your 3 brothers. You really learn how to love each other. You got no choice. And that's what happened with my brother. Sharing a room together for about 18 years until we went to university. Yeah, we fought, but we had to make up because there was no escape. And now I just spent, a couple of days ago, spent a wonderful 24 hours with my brother. And we love each other to bits. Why? He's not a Buddhist. I took him to a Buddhist talk one day. It was the last time I was here. I gave a talk in this one of our members, our friend's house, and he told me, this friend, he said, "Ajahn Brahm, so I want to give you some really English food for a change. Not Sri Lankan food, not Thai food, English food." So he made us bangers and mash. Remember bangers and mash? It's like sausages and mashed potato. Sri Lankan people will think that's yucky food. But if you were born here, that is the tops. That is haute cuisine for a Londoner. And as soon as my brother heard I was going to get bangers and mash for lunch, he came along. Not for listening to Buddhism, but for the food. Because, the reason was because his wife would never let him eat that. She said it was bad for his health and he was getting fat. But when he came for me, his wife never came, so he ate as much as me. I only eat 1 meal a day. He was going to have dinner that evening. I couldn't believe how much he put down his throat. But that's my brother. And of course, after the food, I gave a talk, about Buddhism. And he had to listen because he had no place to go. He had to do something for the pleasure of the bangers and mash. And then afterwards, I was going to give another talk at the London Buddhist Society. This was the last time. I said, "Do you want to come along, brother?" He said, "No, that's enough Buddhism for me for the day." He's had enough. But he's not a Buddhist, but we get on together, and he's quite happy to come listen to a Buddhist talk because we have this beautiful relationship together. So sometimes big houses, they separate you. And your kids, if they've got separate rooms, they're deprived of love and friendship and learning how to live with each other. Why is it that in our world we find it so difficult to have friends? When we do find a partner, it's so difficult to keep a partner. If you've stayed in the same bed with your brother, or your sisters, you learn how to get on together. It's like training for when you become married. You have to stay in the same bed with a snoring guy. You've done that with your sisters. But whatever, you can see the benefits of small things. So, the peace is most important. So when I bow to peace. And that means I always remember the importance of peace. Making peace. Trying to find a way of just solving conflicts in the world. Bringing people together rather than separating them. Kids being able to sort of love their parents and stay with them so they have this beautiful, peaceful family. Isn't that wonderful when you've got a big family and you don't have arguments with them? You're at peace with everybody. You don't need to agree with them. You don't even respect what they do. Just treat them as beautiful trees in the forest, all bent and crooked. And then you have this beautiful peace in the world. That's the second bow to peace. I always remember, peace is important when I bow. And the last bow is for compassion. Because every time I see a beautiful, kind act, you don't have to do it. It's a stupid thing to do, but you do it anyway. One of the reasons I'm here, because I'm stupid, because my wisdom is much weaker than my compassion. And sometimes you look what I'm doing. That I just fitted this in, squeezed it into my schedule. Tomorrow morning, flying all the way to Perth, land in the afternoon and give a talk on Friday night. There's no rest. I'm stupid like that. I'll be jet lagged, exhausted. Who cares? I'm going to be kind. See all my friends and give them a nice talk as best I possibly can. And whenever I see other people doing ridiculous compassionate acts, you come home from work, you're exhausted, and maybe a friend says, "Look, I really need your help. My car's broken down. Can you pick me up on the M25? And even though you're really exhausted, this is a friend. I'm going to do that. You're compassionate. Now that simple things like that are what makes this world beautiful. They shouldn't do that. People who are sick, and then "Can you come? I need someone to help cook a meal for me, and you're so good with your hoppers or whatever it is you eat." And actually you go there and help them, even though you're so tired and maybe even a bit sick, but you do it for them out of kindness. Now that sort of acts of compassion, that's what makes the world beautiful. I'm just trying to think of some acts of compassion of other people. One of those was, there was a Laotian refugee over in Perth. And sometimes when you have these refugees, people make these big mistakes. The rest of her family was sent to United States, to Oregon, to Portland, Oregon. And there's this one sister, daughter, she was sent to Perth. She was separated from her family just because of some clerical error. They're just so nasty when that happens. So she had no choice. She arrived in Perth knowing absolutely no one, with her family over in the United States. And after a few years here, she was a Buddhist, came to our temple. I remember her coming to me just crying her eyes out, because she'd got, in those days, telegrams, not SMSs, that her mother was sick and dying. "Can you please come to Oregon straight away? Your mother is dying." And this was a poor refugee girl. She was crying because she didn't have the money for the airfare. No savings. It was just hand-to-mouth existence as a refugee starting off in life with no other family. And though she was, because I know as being in Asia for 9 years, just how desperately that is important, even more important than, if you're an English person. You know, if you're an English person and your mother was dying, say, in France, of course you'd go over there straight away. I am English, but I also know Asia. For an Asian, it's doubly important. And she just could not go. And that was hurting her so much. And as I was trying to console her, there was another Thai girl who was out of work. She didn't have a job because she'd injured her back and her profession was a nurse. She just calmly just got out a checkbook and wrote a blank check, signed it, fill out the amount you need for your ticket, and handed it to this Laotian girl. And I knew this Thai girl could not afford that. But she couldn't, even worse, she could not afford not to give that check. Someone needed a ticket to go to the United States to see her dying mum. She realized how important it was. I don't care whether I can afford this or not. You need to go. Now those are acts which are beautiful. Those are acts which bring light to the world. And you may read about all sorts of problems in the world, terrorism, economies, politics and all that stuff, but one act of kindness and compassion changes the whole idea of the world. The world has hope, the world has beauty. Sometimes young people tell me that this is terrible, climate change, wars, lack of water, whatever is going to happen, this is a terrible, what sort of world have you left for us? But when they see kindness, they realize, thank you, this is a beautiful world. So I worship compassion. So when I bow down a third time, it's for kindness, compassion, care. Because that is the third really, really valuable thing which I try to build always in my heart. People might say I've got a lot of that already, but you can always get some more. I'm very greedy when it comes to virtue, peace and compassion. Give me more, please. Or rather I try and build more. So when I bow the third time, bowing to compassion, I keep remembering this is important. Ajahn Brahm, try and be more compassionate. Don't think of your body or whether you're tired or whatever. If somebody needs you, just off you go. Give it to them as much as you can. I know some women say shop till you drop. Mine is being kind until you don't mind. Or something like that. And this is my 3 bows, which I learned how to do. When I tell Westerners that, it's incredible. They never bowed before, and they all bow, 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 bow. And the reason is because now they understand it. It's a ritual which they've now given a meaning to. And they can understand this is part of a little practice which is going to make them more peaceful, more virtuous, more peaceful, more kind. And they're going to create more of that in the world, with their family, with themselves, with their offices and everything. It is a psychological powerhouse, bowing. And these days I can bow to anything. Sri Lankan kids bow to their parents. And people think that's weird. Bowing to your mum and dad. How many English people would bow to their mother and father? And you think that's totally culturally inappropriate. But I still make people do that in Australia. Because when anybody ordains, a young man becomes a novice or a monk, or even a woman becomes a nun, in the ceremony we always invite the parents. Even the parents may be Christians or atheists mostly, and they come to the ceremony. They think, this, what am I doing here? It's the first time I've been in a religious place for years. I don't really trust these monks and all this Buddhism business, but I have to be here because my son decided to become a Buddhist. I don't know why. Maybe he'll grow out of it. But they come anyway. And then one of the first parts of the ceremonies, I ask the candidate to go and bow to your mother and father and thank them for all they've given you, caring for you, feeding you, giving you a house, education. Bow to them and then ask forgiveness for any faults you've done to your mother and father since the time you were born. And it's beautiful because I see these Australian men weeping. tears running down their eyes. And the women, just even worse, seeing their son bow to them and seeing their son saying thank you and asking forgiveness. Absolutely beautiful. And then they said, okay, you can become a monk. I like this religion. And so was one time I was invited to give a talk. I don't just go to Buddhist temples. I like to spread myself around, going to places where no monk has ever been before. And how many of you watch Star Trek? Or I watched it when I was a kid, but apparently it's still going. No Star Trek? You know that one? I remember, apparently it's still the same in the beginning, to say, to boldly go where no man has gone before. And I changed that from my motto, to boldly go where no monk has gone before. So boldly, you know, with no hair. Boldly go where no monk has gone before. So to break new grounds. So one of the places I went was one of the top Christian schools. Not just to give a talk, but to give the talk at the assembly. You know, the religious service at a Christian school. You know, when they first, go to school, everyone comes in the assembly. They do some hymns or something, and then the talk. And they invited me. You can give the sermon. I thought, yeah, I'm into for that. And so I have to arrive really early, and then I was asked to wait outside with the chaplain, this Anglican chaplain. He was a canon, that's next down to a bishop. A canon, the bishop, and the headmaster and me. We waited outside for the teachers to settle down the school, maybe about 1,200, 1,500 kids in this beautiful hall. And then the principal, the headmaster, said, we are now going to go in, and as we walk in, all the children will rise out of respect for us. He said, the chaplain and I will bow to the image of Jesus Christ. You're Ajahn Brahm, you're a Buddhist, you don't need to bow. And I love this moment because I decided to make a point. I turned to the headmaster, and as I said, I demand my right to bow to your Jesus. I really over-exaggerated it because I was making a point. And this poor headmaster was totally confused. But you're a Buddhist, what are you bowing to Jesus for? And I said, I can always see something in any figure which I respect and admire. And that's what I'm going to bow to. I'm not a Christian, I'm a Buddhist, but I can always see something in anybody which is beautiful and kind and compassionate. That's what I'm going to bow to. That part of Jesus which I like. Not the rest of it, but that part which I admire. And so when we went in, the three of us bowed. About 2 or 3 months later, that headmaster, who's obviously had to be a very committed Christian to be a headmaster of a top Christian school, he came to our monastery, and with me he bowed to the Buddha 3 times. And that's beautiful. That is how we create peace and harmony in this world. And that is actually how we understand what bowing is. And that's, when I'd say that, everyone, every time they come into the temple, bow, bow, bow. They can't bow enough. They really get into it. I have to tell them to stop. Don't bow so much. But they get into it once it's understood. So when we understand the rituals, they become incredible. They're wonderful things to do. The same with the chanting. We have, I better stop soon. We have the chanting which people do. Is that really good to have all this chanting all the time? Does it really, really work? Why do we do chanting? Now, when I lived in Acton, up the road, before I became a monk, like every other English person, I watched football, soccer. And the team which I followed, I wish I'd have chosen better, was Fulham and Craven Cottage. I used to go there just religiously. That was my religion before I found Buddhism. And it was actually one of the reasons I became a monk, was they kept on losing. Just too much suffering. Just like the Sri Lankan cricket team. Too much suffering, so become a monk. But one of the things I always remember, when you were watching the football team, you were cheering in the stands. Shouting, cheering, even chanting for your team. And that uplifted them. That gave them energy, purpose, even hope. And that's one of the great powers of chanting. The same sort of thing which happens in a football stadium. The same thing which happens when maybe your daughter is playing a tennis match, in a school final. Mum and Dad are there. And they can hear them. Come on, darling, you can do it. And that means that little kid actually wins. Because of the support, the power of the mother and father. And sometimes that chanting has the same power. Monks, sometimes really busy monks which you really respect, they're coming to your bedside. They're spending all that time just with you and chanting. It doesn't really matter if you understand the chant or not. When people say, well, why don't you chant the chants in English or something so we can understand what you're chanting all the time? Why do we have to have this ritual always chanting in a foreign language? And there is a good reason for that. And that reason you can understand when I say that I do get tired sometimes, I do work too much. My compassion is much stronger than my wisdom. And I was doing a marriage ceremony, again for a couple. And I was so tired that when I did the chanting for funerals instead of the marriage. We all make mistakes sometimes. So I did a special chant reserved for funeral services when two people were getting married. But because it was in Pali, they didn't know. And they said, oh, sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. What wonderful chanting. Thank you very much, Ajahn Brahm. And they're still together. It worked. Because it wasn't the chanting, it was the fact that I was really supporting them. And my kindness and the fact that there's many people in the stands shouting for you. Because those footballers on the ground, they can't hear you. They don't know what you're chanting. They just hear this noise. When the Sri Lankan cricket team are playing, they're focusing on the ball being bowled to them or, catching the ball. They're not really paying attention to the crowd, but still it supports them, encourages them, even if they don't understand what's being said. That is like the chanting. It really uplifts you sometimes. If you're a monk or a nun, you know the Pali, then it's beautiful chanting. Some of the Dhamma there is incredibly, it's exquisite. So when I do the chanting, some of these parittas we do, this chanting, they are actually teachings of the Buddha, and some really beautiful teachings in there. And because of that sometimes, it's happened to me a few times, I started chanting, I can't go on. Because, it's like listening to something which is really incredibly deep and inspiring. I can't chant anymore because it just gets into you. So some of these parittas are incredible if you understand the Pali. But that's, for those people who've done that study. Even if you haven't done the study, it still really works. But the other chanting which we do, the other sort of ceremonies, I always say that as Buddhism, we don't give a cradle to grave service. It's much more than that. We actually chant when the baby's in the womb. And we chant after a person dies. So it's before the cradle, after the grave. Service. Really good being a Buddhist. You get much more. I was telling, because my friend in Cambridge, one of the things we did together was in the Psychic Research Society. Just exploring ghosts. I loved anything weird. I was a scientist. I wanted to find out, ghosts, do they really exist? And I was telling him this story. It's a really good story. A couple of years ago, it's relevant because it involves a Sri Lankan couple. This disciple had been following me for years, on YouTube from Sri Lanka. Her brother got a really, really bad cancer. And it got so bad, the family decided to send him to Singapore. Maybe, they could got some special doctors over there. In Colombo, it's good enough. It's more than good enough these days. But they decided to send it to Singapore. Maybe he could survive. But there's nothing the doctors could do in Singapore. He was on the way out. So she called me in Australia. Ajahn Brahm, I've been watching you for a long time. Can you please talk to my brother? I know you're busy, but he's going to die soon. And I'm sure he will benefit from hearing some advice from a monk like you. So of course, even though I didn't have any time to do that, so I did it. Compassion always gets me into trouble. But good trouble, I like doing it. But I talked to him. He could hardly talk at all. So it's more like he was listening, because he was paralyzed from the neck down and just about to die. 3 nights in all, I talked to him in Singapore. And the 4th night, he didn't call. Or rather, his sister never called, because he died that night. And the following night, the 5th night, she called to tell me the news. He died last night. But then she told me the weird one. He said about 6, 8, 10 hours after he died, I received an email from him saying thank you, especially to Ajahn Brahm. About 8 hours after he was dead. And before then, for days or weeks, he had been paralyzed from the neck down. Here was an email from beyond the grave. And she wouldn't lie to me. There's no reason to make that up. That was true. And being a monk who is just at that time new to technology, I finally worked out what Gmail really means. Ghost mail. That's what Gmail means. So if you have an old mother who dies, an uncle who passes away, check your email account. But it's nice being able to be kind and just to help out, because that really, that's why we do this. And I was saying that one thing the monks are really good at is getting rid of ghosts. There are some hauntings sometimes. And this happens so often. They get the Christians in first of all, maybe the Taoists in, maybe all sorts of other people in it, but nothing works. You get the Buddhist monks in, it works straight away. We do. We've got the best ghost-busting business in town. Absolutely true. And I still remember I gave a talk in Kuala Lumpur about Buddhism and ghosts. That was the title of the talk, and you think you got a big crowd here. Everybody was packed into the hall. Even the ghosts came to listen. And that was in the temple which was run by the great Sri Lankan monk, Dr. K. Sri Dhammananda in Malaysia. He's an amazing monk. And he told a story that in Kuala Lumpur, close by to his temple, there was a haunting.
Okay, Bhante.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think my mic was not working, so I have to repeat again. Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to start our Dhamma discussion in this Vesak Full Moon Day celebrations. As usual, I would like to first of all welcome our panelist today. He is Dr. Abe Siri,
Welcome.
who joins me in this Dhamma discussion as usual. So I would like to welcome Dr. Abe Siri and also convey our gratitude to him for joining in this Dhamma discussion and also for sharing the wisdom with us. And next, I would like to make these few announcements for everyone who are joining and listening and watching this program. So I would like to invite you all to join this Dhamma discussion. As this is a discussion, you can raise your questions, you can add your comments to the topic that we are discussing today, and also you can share your thoughts on this. And you can do this in 3 ways. If you would like to join personally and speak to us, sharing your thoughts or raising your questions, you can join via Zoom this Dhamma discussion. If you would like to join us via Zoom, speak to us, sharing your thoughts or raising your questions, you can join via Zoom this Dhamma discussion. If you would like to join us to us, sharing your thoughts or raising your questions. So if you would like to join us via Zoom, you can use the Zoom ID which is displayed on the screen. I can repeat the ID just in case if anybody wants to join via Zoom. It is 817-3990-2951. So just by using that meeting ID, you can join this Zoom meeting and ask your questions from us, and also you can share your thoughts with all of us. And the other 2 ways are those of you who are watching and joining us via Facebook. You can send your question as a comment on the Facebook where you are watching us. And also those of you who are watching us on YouTube, you can do the same. There's an area for comments. You can type your question or your thought as a comment and send it to us. Just as you type it, it can be seen. It is visible for everybody. So if there are questions, I can read them out so that our panel can answer the questions. So in those 3 ways, via Zoom or as a comment on Facebook or YouTube, you can raise your questions and also share your thoughts with all of us. So with that announcement, let us start our discussion. Today's topic is going to be the 4 stages of the enlightenment, the 4 stages of the Nibbana. So first of all, I would like to introduce this topic with a brief introduction, and then I will invite Dr. Upali Abesiri to give his introduction, and then we can start the discussion, letting everyone to ask your questions. So if you are not speaking on Zoom, please keep your mic muted so that there won't be any sound disturbances. When you want to speak, you can unmute yourself and speak so that it will be nice for everybody to hear it properly. Okay, so my introduction to this very interesting topic, and also suitable topic as we are celebrating Vesak full moon day, and also the enlightenment as well as the birth and passing away of the Buddha. It is the best day to talk about the enlightenment. So the 4 stages of enlightenment, as you all are aware of, and also as you all know, in Pali terms we call them Sotapatti, Sakadagami, Anagami and Arhat. Sotapatti is translated as the stream entry, or we call the person who has attained Sotapatti stream enterer. And Sakadagami, the second stage or the second level, is translated as once returner. And Anagami is translated as non-returner, and Arahant is the enlightened being. So these 4 are the 4 stages of this enlightenment of the Nibbana, the 4 stages of the Nibbana. So today we will be discussing about these 4 stages, how one can attain these 4 stages and what happens and what are the characteristics of those who goes into or attains these 4 stages. The first one, as I mentioned, is called Sotapatti or stream entry or stream enterer. We call the person who attains this level. And now, in order to attain these 4 stages, in terms of the meditation practices, as meditation is the way for attaining these stages, in terms of the meditation, there are 2 types of meditations, samatha and vipassana, or concentration meditation and insight meditation. And insight meditation is the path for attaining these 4 stages, whereas the samatha meditators will only attain the jhanas. There are 8 jhanas. So by practice of insight meditation, one can attain these stages. One can go ahead, progress in these 4 stages. The first one is Sotapatti. Let me first introduce the meaning, why that stage, the first level is called Sotapatti. Now, as far as this Pali term is concerned, Sota Apatti, it is a combined term. Sota means stream of water. Apatti means entering into it. So the person who attains the first level is called Sotapatti. The reason why is that, the stream of a water which originates from a higher ground flows down all the way to the ocean, and that stream will never flow backwards or go backwards. Similarly, the person who enters into the first level of enlightenment, Sotapatti, is guaranteed to go ahead only. There's no reversing, there's no going back. And the defilements which are eradicated when one attains the first level will not rise again. There won't be any, there will be never ever any chance for those defilements to come back again into the mind. But this happens in the jhanas. In the jhanas, when somebody suppresses the defilements, there is a chance, a possibility that those defilements come back into the mind again. But that doesn't happen in the Sotapatti level. So that is why, in that sense, it is called stream enterer or stream entry level, because the journey ahead is guaranteed and there won't be any reversing or going back. And I will come to the defilements which are eradicated when one attains these levels. So particularly we have to talk about the 10 fetters when we talk about these 4 stages. 10 fetters, so Dasa Sangyojana. There are fetters which are sort of defilements, and there are 10 of them in total, and these 10 defilements will be eradicated gradually as one attains these levels. So in the first level, Sotapatti, stream entry level, the first 5 of those 10 fetters will be eradicated. Let me list out the 10 fetters also. The 10 fetters are, the first one is called Sakkaya Ditti in Pali, and it's translated as self-will, self-view. The second one is Vichikicca, which is translated as skeptical doubt. Silabbata Paramasa, adherence to rites and rituals. Kamaraga, sensual desire. Patiga, ill will. Now these are the first 5, and these are grouped as the 5 lower fetters, and these 5 will be eradicated, not suppressed, eradicated at the level of the Sotapatti or stream entry level, and there won't be any chance for these defilements to come back or rise again or to be born again. The next 5 are called higher 5 fetters. They are Ruparaga, the 6th one or the first one in the second 5, passion or desire for form. Aruparaga, passion or desire for formlessness. and mana, conceit, uddhacca, restlessness, and avijja, ignorance. We can discuss about these later in our discussion, just to introduce you the 10 fetters, because they are directly connected with these 4 stages. So the one who abandons, eradicates these first 5 lower fetters, or the first 5 fetters, becomes Sotapatti. And in terms of the rebirths, when one attains the Sotapatti level, if that person does not attain enlightenment in this very life, there will be maximum 7 rebirths for that person. Maximum. It is not necessarily, or it is not exactly one has to go maximum rebirths. It is maximum 7. If it could be lower than or less than 7 as well. But his journey is guaranteed, similar to the stream which originates from the higher ground, which flows down to the ocean. So similar to that, one would progress towards the enlightenment. And when one comes to the second level, Sakadagami, it is called one's returner, because the one who attains Sakadagami level has just only 1 rebirth more, no more than 1. In that sense, it is called Sakadagami, and the Pali term also means the same thing, Sakadagami, which means coming back just once only. And the person who attains Sakadagami will attenuate or weaken the next 2 fetters from those 10 fetters, because he has already eradicated first 5 fetters. The next 2 will be attenuated by the person who comes to the Sakadagami level. Those 2 are Kamaraga and Patika. Kamaraga, sensual desire, and Patika is ill will. So those will be attenuated. And when one comes to the Anagami level, Anagami is called non-returner, na agami. There won't be any return back to the human world, but that person will be born somewhere which is called pure abodes or Suddhavasa. We will discuss about these things, and that person will not come back to the human world. In that sense, it is called Anagami. That person will eradicate those attenuated, weakened 3 fetters as well, 2 fetters as well. And when one progress ahead and goes into the 4th and final liberation, that is Arahant, that person will eradicate or get rid of the rest of the defilements. All 10 fetters defilements will be eradicated, and in that sense that person is called Arahant. So that is the journey, very briefly, of a person who attains these 4 stages by eradicating these 10 fetters. And yes, we can discuss more about these 4 stages and the characteristics and features and other relevant things and factors about these 4 stages. But I would like to stop here at this point of time. And now I would like to cordially invite our guest speaker, our panelist, Dr. Upali Abesiri, to give his introduction, and then we can continue our discussion. Over to you, Dr. Upali Abesiri. You have to unmute yourself, please.
Thank you, Bhante. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Please continue.
Can you hear?
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Bhante. Now, when we talk about these 4 stages, general impression is that nowadays it's very difficult to even become Sotapatti. Now, on the other hand, there are some people who say that they have become Sotapatti and even teach other people and give certificates to say that they have also become Sotapatti. Now, this impression is created because there are 4 conditions that you need to become Sotapatti. One is you need to associate a Kalyana Mitta. Kalyana Mitta means a wise person who can explain things to you. Unless you are a Samma Sambuddha, you cannot by yourself find the truth. And therefore, you have to listen to somebody who knows it. The best Kalyana Mitra is Buddha. Then comes Arahants, then comes the other Sangha and other learned people. So people generally believe that because Buddha is not living now, it is impossible to listen to this Buddha's teachings properly and therefore cannot become Sotapatti, which is not true. This is a sort of a wrong impression. And the second thing is that you need to attain at least one of the jhanas to become Sotapatti. This is also a bit controversial. Now, when you look in the sort of history, you find that the Sariputta and Moggallana, Upatissa and Kolita, Upatissa attained Sotapatti by not listening to Buddha. He attained Sotapatti by listening to one of his disciples, Assaji. And Moggallana or Kolita attained Sotapatti when Upatissa went and told him, there is a person who tells you about the things that arise, the conditions that cause these things to arise and how they become they cease. That was the only explanation given by Assaji. So therefore, it's not necessary to listen to Buddha to become Sotapatti. If you listen to somebody who teaches you properly, it is easy, it is possible. The second part is, now when they attain Sotapatti, they have never had any meditation. They may have done meditation in the past, but at the moment that they heard this thing, they were not in a jhana when they became Sotapatti. In fact, they were sort of fed up with going from teacher to teacher, and after going to now what we modern days call a nightclub, a Giragga Samajja festival, they got sort of very disappointed with what's going on and went looking for a teacher. And this other reason is they had developed their minds in the past by practicing various kusala. Kusala means not punya and punya. Kusala, when you get kusala, that is when you do actions that are conducive to lead you on to Nibbana, those kusalas persist in your mind from birth to birth. That is how you do paramita. And therefore, they had developed their minds in the past lives. Therefore, as soon as they heard this Buddhist teaching from somebody else, they attained Sotapatta. Therefore, there is no reason even nowadays, if you listen to Buddha's teaching, if you had developed your mind, why you cannot attain Sotapatti. Now, what are the conditions that you need to attain Sotapatti? Because we need to get into the first stage before we talk about other stages, because once you get into the first stage, that will eliminate your possibility of being born in what are called the animal world or the spirit world and in bad situations. Because you will never do crimes or unwholesome activities that will lead you to a bad birth. Now, these four conditions are, one, as I told you, associating a Kalyana Mitra or a learned people. Other thing is Saddhamma Savana, which means listening to the Buddhist teaching. The third thing is what is called Yoniso Manasikara, which means correct attention. Attention and then finding out how things happen. Yoniso means root cause. Even now, this has been adopted in scientific circles. When they discuss things, they talk about root causes. That is Yoniso Manasikara, how things start. Finding from the very beginning to find out what's happening. Then the fourth one is what is called Dhammanudhamma Patipada. That is practice according to Dhamma. You need to practice what you have been taught and what you have investigated and found out and thought is correct, and then when you consider these 4 things, there are 5 conditions that become developed in your mind, what are called 5 faculties. One is saddha. Saddha means faith. Faith means confidence with knowledge. When you have to have faith in Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. Second thing is effort, virya. When you try to develop your mind, there are lots of obstacles, there are disappointments, and you find that you are not able to do things, and you feel that you need to give up. Virya means that you make up your mind not to give up at any stage. Even if things happen, not go according to your plan, not to get disappointed, not to get angry, be patient and try again and again and again. The third thing is mindfulness, which is the most central thing. Mindfulness means aware of what is happening in your mind, which means that every time you do something, when your mind gets distracted, you know that it is distracted, and you can bring it back to whatever you are doing, or say even if you are doing a, say as a child, as a student, you are doing a sum, and then your mind goes away, then you need to bring it back. And know that your mind is going away is mindfulness. And the fourth thing is what is called concentration. Now, this is the one that lots of people believe is most important, and that is why they say that you need to have attained at least one of the jhanas to become Sotapatti. But I have come across a very nice essay written by Bhikkhu Bodhi, who says that it is not so. We'll discuss it in a little time. And the fifth one is the wisdom. Wisdom means correct knowledge. The knowledge that things happen due to conditions, they appear due to conditions, and then they, after some time, they cease because they are not permanent. Nothing is permanent apart from Nibbana. To know that things appear due to conditions and then their lifespan is gone, they cease. That is the important thing. And because without knowing this, we believe that things are permanent and we go after permanent things. And when they become impermanent, we get disappointed, angry, sort of sad. And those things bring back your mind again to the normal, what called lay people or pruthujjana condition. Now, these are the 4 conditions that you need to sort of develop in your mind to become Sotapatti. And the normal impression given in the sutta is for the monks. Most suttas say a monk develops virtue, sila, and then go to solitude, then start doing samatha meditation, then develops all jhanas, and then develop insight. Most important. After jhana, you start developing the insight. Then you get the knowledge of destruction of what are called taints or asavakya jnana, destruction of the asavas. And that is the time when you become arahant. Now, but when you see some of these stories, this didn't happen to all the disciples of Buddha. Now, for instance, if you take a person called Bahya listened to Buddha's teaching, short arrangement of teaching, and he became Arhat immediately. That is all 4 stages at once, without any jhana or without any meditation. That is because his mind was so developed that when he listened to the Saddhamma, he developed all these 4 conditions and then attained Sotapatti, and then went into all 4 stages. Then again, their child called Chullapantaka. He was only a child, but he had, in the past lives, he had developed his mind so much. Although he had one problem, he was not able to remember anything. His brother tried to teach him one stanza for 3 months and failed. And then he said, "You are not fit to be a priest," and tried to put him out. And he was crying near the gate. Now what to do? And then Buddha came and said, why are you crying? Bhante, I have been put out by my brother because I can't remember anything. He said, no. He has no right to put you out. You are in my temple. And he took him out and gave him a piece of cloth and said, keep on rubbing this, facing the sun, and see what happens. And that was how Buddha induced insight meditation or vipassana meditation in this developed mind. So there is no this thing, but only thing is, one thing is he had such a developed mind. He at once, when he became Arahant, he developed all 4 jhanas and he was able to perform miracles within an hour or 2. So those are the what are called the anomalous or unusual examples. Now, what is the qualities of a person who has Sotapatti? Buddha has given 4 qualities. You have unshaken faith in Buddha, unshaken faith in Dhamma, unshaken faith in Sangha, and has what is called unbroken Aryan Sila or virtue. Quite a lot of people believe that this is Panchasila, which includes 5 precepts that we normally take. But when you see in the, I think it's in the Samyutta Nikaya, Okkanta Samyutta, the Buddha describes what the Silas are. They are what is called almost what is now known as Ajiva Astamaka Sila. That is not killing, not stealing, sexual misconduct or celibacy in case of monks. And there are other 4. That is the false speech is divided into 4 categories. False speech, backbiting or slander, harsh speech, or frivolous speech. And then for the lay people, the 8th one is correct lifestyle, which is Samma Ajiva in the Eightfold Path. So this is the Sila. If you have those virtue which is unbroken, and if you have all those 4 faith in all those 3 jewels, then you are Sotapatti. And there is no mention of meditation in any of these sutras to be a Sotapatti. It is the vipassana or insight meditation that you develop that will take you on to the Sotapatti, which means the entering the stream of passage to the liberation or into Nibbana. Now, other thing is, now when you look in the Sotapatti Samyutta, you find these 4 stages. The people in these 4 stages have been developed into 7 stages, or 8 stages into 7 stages. And here, like in the schools, nowadays schools, you have what's called preschool. And when we were children, we had what is called the lower kindergarten and the upper kindergarten. Like that, there are 2 stages before you become Sotapatti, which is called attain into a Satpurusha Bhumi, field of righteous people. One is called Dhammanusari, the other one is called Saddhanusari. Now I told you that in the 5 faculties that you developed, first one is the faith or Saddha, last one is the wisdom. Some people develop more faith. And when they listen to the Dhamma, they have faith in the Dhamma. And because of that faith, they can develop their faculties and become Sotapatti. Other people think about it. They investigate the Dhamma and then develop the 5 faculties. That is called wisdom follower. First one is called the faith follower, the other one is called the wisdom follower. And from then, they become Sotapatti, and then Sakurdagami and Anagami. Sotapatti means that you have eradicated 3 fetters. The first three, the Sakkaya Ditti, Vicikiccha, and Silabbata Paramasa. That means Sakkaya Ditti means that sort of no self-view, eradicate the self-view. This is one problem that Alara Kalama and Uddhakarama Kutta, who had attained 4 stages of jhana, had. They had the self, they thought there was a self or an Atman or a soul inside, and they I have attained this, I have attained this. So they couldn't get rid of the Sakkaya Ditti. The second thing is, some of the people who were the Jainas, they used to do what are called rites and rituals, thinking that by doing so they can get rid of past karma and get into liberation. That is sort of having all sorts of self-mortification, and then making pujas like Hindus, things like that. Now, the third one is Vicikiccha. Once you have complete faith in Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha and the teaching, then your doubt goes off. Then, in the Sakurdagami stage, your sensual desire and also your ill will, they become attenuated or go down to a low degree. It is at Anagami stage that they get rid of those 2 also fetters. Those 5 fetters are what are called Orambhagiya, binding you to the lower worlds. Lower worlds means the sensual sphere, the fine material sphere, and the immaterial sphere. Those are the 3 the things that fine material sphere and the sensual sphere, not the immaterial sphere. And once you become Anagami, then you never come back to these worlds, and you will go into the immaterial sphere, though one of the Rupa worlds, sorry, I made a mistake there. Rupa worlds, in that what you call Suddhavasa, where the Anagamis are born, and from there they go into Nibbana. Now, those 3, Sotapatti and Anagami and Sakurdagami, they are again divided into 3 categories. Now, those 3 categories are, one is the what are called the Dittipatta. Dittipatta means one who has developed jhana. People who have developed jhana also can use insight meditation and become Sotapatti or Sakurdagami or Anagami. The other one is called the Saddha Vimutta, that is from faith, developed from faith. They have not done any samatha meditation, but they have done vipassana only and developed their minds. Then the third one is called the Panya Vimutta. Again, they have developed their minds and investigated the Dhamma by using the mind and got into these stages. Once they become Arahat, those who have developed jhana are called Ubhatobhaga Vimukta. That is, they have developed all 4 jhanas and also done vipassana or insight meditation and become an Arahant. They are the people who are supposed to be able to do miracles, like sort of past lives, reading past lives, all these things. Then these other 2 are called Panyavimutta. Those who have developed their sort of by developing their mind without getting into samatha meditation. So this is the brief sort of explanation and the possibilities that we have to think of. So I'll hand you back to you, Bhante.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Abesiri, and thank you for your introduction. Now I would like to, before I go to the discussion and invite all of our friends, Dhamma friends, to contribute and ask their questions, there was a comment sent to us, and in my introduction mistakenly I said all 5 fetters will be eradicated at the level of Sotapatti. No, it has to be the 3 fetters. Actually, Doctor in fact mentioned it again, so it is corrected anyway. And now I would like to invite our Dhamma friends who are joining to ask questions if there are any, and also to contribute with your valuable thoughts. And as I said, you can do this in 3 ways. Those who are joining Zoom, you can speak if you would like, or send a message. And those of you who are joining and watching Facebook and YouTube, you can do this as a comment. So please raise your questions now and join the discussion. It seems that nobody is asking questions. So, okay, we will continue.
Bhante,
maybe.
I have a question, Bhante.
Okay, please
Lux.
go ahead. Yeah, Lux.
Yeah, I find meditation is quite challenging, even after many years. Admittedly, I'm not trying regularly as I hope to be trying. What Dr. Abesiri is saying about becoming Sotapanna without doing meditation seems quite appealing, but it seems like a shortcut, cheat way to get there. So what are you saying, Doctor? Are you saying if you're not doing meditation enough, it's still okay to just listen to the Dhamma and try to kind of steer your mind towards that goal?
Oh, yes. The thing is, if you are saying that you are finding it difficult to do samatha meditation, you can't get into jhana. Even I have trouble in getting to jhana. I have never got into jhana. What the Buddha says is that getting to jhana is not, if you get into jhana, it's easy, because then you can calm your mind and you can go into what you call insight meditation. What the Buddha says is without insight meditation, you can never reach Sotapatti. Now, what is insight meditation? It is described in what is called the Okkanti Samyutta in the Samyutta Nikaya. What you think is, what Buddha said is, now you have five sensory organs, right? Now you are experiencing the world by these 5 sensory organs. And this, whatever, even in the neurophysiology, they say your brain is in a dark room inside your skull. And your brain is deciding everything from the signals sent by these 5 sensory organs. The thing is, are they giving the true aspects of the things that you see, hear, smell, taste, and feel? They are not, because your brain thinks that they are permanent. They are not permanent. They are changing all the time. And therefore, if you get attracted to something, it will not last. And that will lead you to disappointment, sadness, sorrow, all conditions. So when you say something, let me talk to you as a layperson, you see a beautiful girl and you get attracted, right? And if you see her in 20 years' time, you might not. This is vipassana. You think, now these are the changing things, they are not permanent. We can't get attached to permanent things. And if you get attached to it, you are supposed to have what are called adinava, consequences, complications. You might sort of find that you can't get it, and then you get angry, and then you might go and kill somebody or do something bad. This is vipassana. When you see these things, hear things, all these things, you must always think these are not permanent, these are changing, and therefore, why should I get attracted? I see somebody I'm angry with, I go on the road, and then at once you get angry. And what happens? Very often you might cross to the other side of the road and avoid him. Or sometimes you might go and confront him and start abusing or doing things. And then that will lead to bad karma. You get held up with the law, then you get develop bad karma, and then it goes on and on. You are bound to the samsara because of this. That is the vipassana. So continue with your samatha. It doesn't matter. Even if you can concentrate 2 minutes, that's enough. But virya, effort. Don't get disappointed. Don't get angry. Don't give up. Keep on doing. One day it will give you some results. And at the same time, try to do insight meditation. That is what Buddha says is without insight, because he had practiced with Alara Kalama and Uddhakarama Kutta, all the jhanas, everything. And he found it was unsatisfactory, because once you come out of the jhana, you are back to normal. It is like going to a cinema and then coming out and see it's raining badly and you have to get home somehow. That kind of disappointment. It's a jhana is a escapism. Some people get attached to this jhana and they can't get out of it. And that will bind you. And if you die with this jhana, you might end up in some place called fine material world, where you will be there for millions and millions of human years. And you might miss Mettaya Buddha, which people say we want to see Metta Buddha and attain Nibbana. But by that bus is gone by the time you come out of that fine material world. Although they say that people there can come and listen to Buddha and see Buddha because they have eyes and ears, that of course that is something I don't believe. I think if you attain jhana and get into fine material world, you don't get any sensual organs. This is what is invented to say that the Brahmas came and listened to Buddha and they came and spoke to Buddha, that kind of story. Excuse me if I say I don't believe everything that given in the Buddhist literature, unfortunately. But the thing is, try to continue with your samatha, but at the same time, try what is called vipassana, which is insight meditation, which is everything is impermanent, everything is sorrowful, because you get attached to or you get repulsed by these impermanent things and make things worse for you. And everything is without a self. Another thing about this jhana samatha meditation is people get attached to it and say, oh, I have attained this jhana, I have attained this. I means we are self-view. You are getting more and more bound in the self-view. That is the problem with samatha. If you do samatha, when you come to some stage where you can concentrate, then you must go to vipassana or insight meditation. Can you read Sinhalese?
I came when I was 6, so I have a 6-year-old's Sinhalese ability.
Yeah, okay.
Like,
in English, there are books written by Mahasi Sayadaw, a Burmese mindfulness, Burmese meditator who was very good. If you buy one of those books and read about vipassana, or else take what you call the Ukkanti Samyukta in the Samyukta Nikaya.
Okay, thank you.
Reading the Sutta wing only will not help you, because you need to read the commentary also to understand more. So that's a difficult way.
Okay. I did have one other.
Bhante Gunaratna. You have Bhante Gunaratna's books, isn't it?
Yes, I do, yes.
Yeah.
So I can go through that.
He has written about 5 books.
Yeah.
Read the one called Mindfulness and Beyond.
Okay. Thank you.
So
I did have one.
It's not a shortcut. It is the only way. My insight is the only way. Only thing is, if you have samatha, it's easy to get into vipassana insight, because you can concentrate your mind. And
okay.
You can't concentrate, don't worry.
But even for vipassana, you kind of need to, if you're finding it challenging to do samatha, it kind of means that if I'm doing that, my mind is wandering off. Isn't that going to be a hindrance to do vipassana?
No. When you're wandering off, you remember at some stage you find that your mind is wandering off, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, and then you bring it back. Keep on doing that. Keep on doing that. It's like training a horse. It's like training a horse. It's very difficult, but keep on doing that. Only thing, I am not an expert meditation teacher. You need to get expert meditation teacher to teach you.
Right.
What I'm telling you is, don't depend on samatha, but try to do the insight meditation as much as you can. When you get when you get angry, think, this is an angry thought that came up in my mind, but that thought will last only a few seconds because it's not permanent. And if you don't proceed and take action, that is vipassana. That is insight meditation. You know what is in your mind, and you know it is not permanent, and it leads you to sorrow, and it will disappear. And it is a thought. It's not me. You say I am angry, but it is an angry thought that came up in your mind. We are saying I, me, and all that because it's a virtual thing, virtual self.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abesiri, for answering that question. And we have got two more questions sent to us, and one is asking, thanking us for this insightful talk, and she's asking, I guess, about the lay life, and by mentioning how busy the lay life is, and seeking an advice how these lay people, those who are leading very busy lives with children and many other commitments to sort of fulfill paramis or perfections. So what is the advice? So I would like to start the answer, and then I will pass on to Dr. Abesiri. So what my simple advice is that, well, I actually quote something, not the exact words from the Buddha's sutta, but what he mentioned, the gist of it is that once Buddha was asked the same question, so he had given a number of answers. One which came into my mind when I saw this question is that Buddha asked people to develop these four qualities. Saddha, the confidence. You know what saddha is, confidence in Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha, which is also required to attain Sotapatti as well. Saddha, Sila, morality, Chaga, generosity, and Panya, wisdom. So now these four qualities are, these qualities can be developed while you lead your lay life, while you lead your busy life, and they don't require you to abandon your duties or commitments. They don't require you to renounce from your worldly life. While you fulfill your lay life duties, you can develop saddha, confidence, sila, morality, chaga, generosity, and panya, wisdom. So that is my simple answer. And also let me take the other question as well, and then I will pass to Dr. Abesiri for the both questions. The next one is asking the difference between Nibbana and Arahantship. So, well, maybe our friend is meaning to ask the fully enlightenment or Samma Sambuddha and also Arahantship. Now, in terms of the liberation, both is the same. When one attains fully enlightenment or Arahantship, those two people are liberated. They no more have rebirth. They are no longer in the journey of the samsara. They both are liberated. But in terms of the abilities and skills and other knowledges and things like that, full enlightenment, Samma Sambuddha, is higher and the top of enlightened beings, whereas Arahants, even though they are liberated, they no longer have cankers or defilements in their mind. They are also liberated and no longer will continue in the journey in the samsara. In terms of those skills, such as maybe psychic skills or maybe the skills related to divine eye, dibba chakku, dibba sota, and ability to see the sansaric journey or future or things like that, will be limited. However, the liberation is the same. Both the person who is a fully enlightened Buddha and an Arahant are both liberated. They are liberated from the samsara, but their skills and abilities will be different hugely. So that is the difference. And Doctor, would you like to comment on these two questions, please?
First, I'll take the lay life. You know, the two of the people who developed Sotapatti during Buddha's days were Anathapindika, who was a banker. You can imagine how busy a banker is. And the other one was Visakha. Visakha was a very sort of person who was doing a lot of social activities. And in spite of that, they became Sotapatti. The thing is, it is nothing sort of, you don't have to stop everything and do meditation and get into a retreat. Anytime it is possible to give half a second, 2 seconds. For example, do you drive to work? And now you are driving and then suddenly somebody cuts onto your lane, making you to brake. What do? You get angry. I am angry, and then maybe shout and come out with swear words. But that is the time you can do insight meditation. When that happens, think, oh, an angry thought came to my mind. Not I am angry. Angry thought came to my mind. That is how you try to get rid of the self-view. And it's easy when things come to your mind for you to sort of try to sort out what are the thoughts that come to your mind. When you are not working, when you are, say, going in the train or something like that, reading a book, or anytime it's possible to do some insight meditation. And also anytime it's possible to do what you call breathing meditation. Couple of breaths. Now in my job, sometimes I used to, just before I put the knife on the skin, I used to take a couple of breaths in and out. Nobody noticed that. Like that, you can calm your mind, you can check your mind, you can see. But I think somebody, I think it's Thich Nhat Hanh, no, somebody who said it's like watching the sky. When you keep on watching the sky, you can see various types of clouds passing by and you identify them. But don't get carried away with the cloud. That cloud is like an elephant, and then think about elephant, that kind of thing. Just it's another cloud, like that. And that if you keep on practicing these simple little things at short intervals, however busy you are, it's not difficult. And you will develop the 5 conditions: the faith, the effort, the mindfulness, the concentration, and wisdom. Those things will come. And if you when you try to do something and when you try to fail, don't give up. Keep on doing. Even if you are say something, you are trying to write something, write a letter or something, and I can't do this, then don't get angry and think, this is where now my effort is needed. You need effort. Like that, you try to develop these conditions in daily life. You don't have to get into the temple or retreat to practice these 5 qualities. And faith is confidence. When you do something, say something, go somewhere, go with confidence. That's how you develop confidence. And then when you read the Buddha's teaching, you will develop the confidence in Buddha's teaching. That is the one needed for developing your mind. But you can use that to do other things. That way you can develop your confidence. Then effort, not to give up easily. Mindfulness, to be aware what you are doing most of the time. And we get caught with this daydreaming and then suddenly find, what was I doing? Like that. Sometimes I used to miss, in the tube, I used to miss stations because I have been daydreaming and had to come back. Now by practicing these things, you can develop these 5 qualities. So busy lay life is not an obstacle to development of your mind. Is that helpful? And the other one is...
Yeah, I think that is helpful a lot. The other one is straightforward, another question. What is the difference between Nibbana and Arahantship? So as I said, I think our friend is wanting to ask about the difference between the Samma Sambuddha and Arahanthood.
Or is it because Arahant is but when you are sort of attain Nibbana, that person is called an Arahant. When you have attained enlightenment is in your mind, and that person is called Arahant. Arahantship is that attaining the what we call Bodhi. You become a Bodhi, Buddha. You may be a Samma Sambuddha or what is called a Pacceka Buddha or Shravaka Buddha. Samma Sambuddha is one who has attained by his own, find the way to attain by himself. Shravaka Buddha is after listening to the Buddha's teaching, you attain enlightenment. Pacceka Buddha is also attained on his own, but he cannot teach others. So these are the three types of Bodhi or enlightenment that you get. Arahantship is the same thing, whether it is Bodhi, Buddha, Samma Sambuddha, Shravaka Buddha, Pacceka Buddha, is the same enlightenment. And they have become Arahants, but these three types of Arahants are given different names because of their abilities are different.
Thank you very much, Dr. Upali Abesiri.
May I ask a question, please, Bhante?
Okay, yes, please go ahead.
It's a very simple thing, but the word Arya, how do you define it in the Buddhistic way? Arya.
Arya means you have in the stream. You are in the stream for development. That means you have either become the what you call pre-Sotapatti, Sotapatti, Anagami, Sakurdagami, or Arahant. These are called Aryan. They are called the Aryan because Aryans were supposed to be the most important group of people in those days in the India. And Buddha redefined this Aryan, saying it doesn't matter whether you are come from Aryan stock or Dravidian stock or other stock.
Mm-hmm.
You developed your mind, you are called Aryan.
Now we use the word Aryan very often, don't we? In normal Buddhist talks.
Yeah. Aryan disciple, they say. Aryan means who has got into the correct way, Sammaditthi, who has developed Sammaditthi. Yeah.
The right path.
Right path.
Of with the teachings.
Yeah. This was one of the way that Buddha was discouraging the caste. He said you don't have to be an Aryan to be an Aryan. If you develop your mind, you are an Aryan.
Okay, right. Now
the Aryans thought they are the big people, the highest people, and the others are slaves, that kind of thing. And we were born from Brahma's mouth, others born from other parts of the Brahma. That kind. So the Buddha was twisting the words to show that this is not the correct way to say Aryan.
Aryan.
Yes, and just to add one more point to the same question. Now, we talk about these 8 individuals and 4 pairs. Now, it is even in this stanza or the formula which we use to pay our homage to the Sangha, Chattari Purisa Yugani, Atta Purisa Puggala. Now, those 4 pairs are the one who is on the path for stream entry and one who has attained the fruition. So similar to the other 3 stages as well. One who is on the path to the Sakadagami and one who has attained the fruition. Now all these 8 individuals or these 4 pairs, now it is said they are present in the order, in the Sasana, and those are called Aryans, so nobles, because as Doctor mentioned, that is to give them sort of they are on the noble path, that is the Noble Eightfold Path. Now, those who are below the level of stream entry, as they are trying, they are regarded as the ones who are on the path, even though they have not yet attained the fruition, the phala, they are on the path, marga. So, all those individuals, all those people are called Aryans. And Lux has raised your hand. Is it, do you want to ask a question? Yes, go ahead, please. The last question will be yours. Yes.
Oh, can I put in two?
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Is there any indication that arahats carry on developing after they've achieved arahathood? So you're saying that the ones that achieve the jhanas first, or the ones that got to arahatship straight via vipassana without first going through jhanas, is there evidence that they carried on developing to get closer to the states that the Buddha reached? That's my first question. The second question is, is there any indication of how many lay people became arahats and stayed as lay people during the Buddha's time?
Bhante, can I answer that question?
Yeah, please go ahead. Yes.
To my knowledge, King Suddhodana became an arahant, and Bahya Daruchirya as layperson became an arahant. Now the impression is that once you become an arahant, you don't stay in the lay life, you become become monk. Anagarika means that get out of the lay life. Or they say that you pass away immediately into parinibbana. That is one. Well, the other question is about how once you become an arahant, that is the highest development. There is nothing more to develop. Katakicho, everything has been done. What needs to be done has been done. You have attained Nibbana. There is nothing more to develop. In Mahayana, of course, they say that if you are an arahant, you are not completely developed. You have to become a Samma Sambuddha to become a completely developed people. This is because Mahayana started from what are called Mahasangika, when the first Sanghayana was done by the Arahant people. Those priests who were not Arahants were not happy. They left saying, we are the Mahasangika, and formed another Nikaya, and that became later Mahayana. And these people, to make it make the Arahants, to derogate the Arahants, they said Arahantship is not complete enlightenment. You have to become a Samma Sambuddha to be enlightened. So in Mahayana, Arahants are supposed to be not completely developed. That is how this Arahants need more development story comes. That is why the Mahayana is called only one way to get enlightenment, to be Samma Sambuddha. But in the other one, they call it Hinayana, because those who are not developed are becoming Arahants. That is how it was an insulting word, Hinayana, that was coined by Mahayana for Theravada Buddhism.
Okay, thank you very much for that question and also answer. And let me take this question as our final question, because we have now come to the closing time. The question asking about, in the Ajiva Astamaka Sila, there seems to be a heavy emphasis on verbal discipline. Why is this, please?
Because the first three are the most important: killing, stealing, or what is taking not given, or sexual misconduct, and for the monks it is celibacy. Next one, lying, has been broken into four, because there are 4 ways of your causing unwholesome activities from your speech. That is why. Because false speech, and then harsh speech, what you call slander. Slander means that you are telling something about somebody when they are not there, with the idea of breaking 2 people from their friendship. And frivolous speech. Frivolous speech is a very difficult thing, because we all have frivolous speech in our life. It's very difficult to keep this precept, frivolous speech. And because speech, as somebody said, words can kill. Words can do lots of damage. That is why the speech has been divided into 4 to make sure that these 4 are, because if you just say Musavada, you are just thinking about lying, false speech only. But slandering is not thought about. So to make it more sort of explainable, so that you can keep these precepts, it's called Aryan Sila because the Aryan people, as we discussed, abstain from doing these things. And that comes under Sammavacha in the eightfold thing.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Upali Abesri, for answering that question. And with that answer, we will end our discussion for the day. And at the end, I would like to first of all thank and convey a sincere gratitude and Punya Anumodana to Dr. Upali Abesri for joining this Dhamma discussion and also for sharing your insight with all of us on this very important day. And also, I would like to thank all of you who joined us via Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube, and for your valuable questions and points that you raised. Thank you very much, all of you, and I share our merits with all of you, and wishing everyone that may you all be well, happy, and peaceful. So with that wish, we end our Dhamma discussion for today, and from now on, we continue the rest of our program. So next will be a recorded talk streamed from here live, that is recorded some time ago here at the London Buddhist Vihara, delivered by Bhikkhu Bodhi. And after that, there is another talk at 3:30 p.m. Delivered. This is a live talk given by Bhante Upananda Thera. He is joining us from the United States, and also next 2 events are also live from here, the Sinhala sermon and also the termination of the precepts, and followed by a recorded Bhakti Gi program to end the Vesak Full Moon Day program. So stay with us and join with us and continue to watch. And we will now go to the next event in our program.
Good evening, everyone. I'm so sorry that we don't have enough facilities to accommodate all of you, but share the facilities with your friends, please. Most Venerable Mahasangha and Bhikkhuni sisters, members of the Vihara Management Committee, dear devotees of the London Buddhist Vihara and friends. First of all, I would like to welcome Most Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi to the London Buddhist Vihara. It is a great honor and privilege for the London Buddhist Vihara and to us. Nowadays, Most Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi lived with us at least for a few days. I remember last time he visited this vihara in 1999, Bhante? Yeah, 2000. Yeah, 2000. After 19 years, he has come today. This time, Bhante came to the UK to deliver the keynote speech for the anniversary of the Theravada Buddhist Sangha in the UK. I have invited to Bhikkhu Bodhi to give a talk for our congregation at the London Buddhist Vihara. All are very interested to listen to Bhante. He kindly accepted my invitation, and it is an honor to the founder of the London Buddhist Vihara, the great Anagarika Dhammapala, and to all of us. Now, I'm going to introduce Bhikkhu Bodhi. It is customary for me. The most Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi was born in 1944 in Brooklyn, New York, from Jewish parents. In 1972, he obtained a PhD in philosophy from Claremont Graduate University. In 1967, while still a graduate student, he was ordained as a Samanera in the Vietnamese Mahayana order. In 1972, after graduation, he traveled to Sri Lanka, where under the most venerable Balangoda Ananda Maitreya Manayaka Thero, he received Samanera ordination in the Theravada tradition, and in 1973 he received full ordination as a Theravada Bhikkhu. He has edited and authored numerous publications grounded in Theravada Buddhist tradition. Amongst these are his definitive translations of the connected discourses, the numerical discourses, the middle-length discourses with Bhikkhu Nyanamoli, and most recently Sutta Nipata and its commentaries. In 1984, succeeding co-founder Nyanaponika Thera, he was appointed English language editor of the Buddhist Publication Society in Sri Lanka. And in 1988, he became its president. In 2002, he retired from the society editorship, while still remaining its president, and returned to reside in the USA. He is also the founder of the organization Buddhist Global Relief, which funds projects to fight hunger and to empower women across the world. He now lives and teaches at Chuang Yen Monastery in New York and is the president of the Buddhist Association of the USA. I'm with my great respect welcome Bhante Bhikkhu Bodhi and welcome you all to the talk today. With my great respect, I would like to invite to Bhikkhu Bodhi to deliver his talk today. The topic I think all of you know, 3 aspects of mindfulness practice, mindfulness meditation.
Okay, I'll begin in the traditional way with the verse of homage to the Buddha. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Venerable, is this carrying to the back? Okay. Okay, venerable members of the Sangha, both the monks and the nuns, and dear friends, I have to confess straight off that I'm a little bit astonished at this gathering this evening, since Venerable Sila Vimala gave me the impression that I would be speaking to the regular Wednesday evening meditation group. So I imagine maybe about 15, 20 people turning up, and we would be sort of sitting around on the floor, on cushions on the floor. And so when I came into the room and I saw a full house, I'm a bit shocked. Okay, so I gave the title to the talk that I will give this evening as actually 3 benefits of the practice of mindfulness. And these 3 benefits that I have in mind are taken from, it was actually the first book on the practice of mindfulness that I ever encountered back in 1967. This was a book by the German monk Venerable Nyanaponika Thera called The Heart of Buddhist Meditation. I had found this book in New York City. I think it was in April 1967 when I had gone back to New York during the Easter holiday, and browsing in a bookshop in New York just for some books on Buddhism, I came across that title, which sounded interesting, and so I picked up that book without any foreknowledge that years later I would come to be living with the author of that book in his abode, the Forest Hermitage in Kandy, and staying with him during the last 10.5 years of his life, right up to the day of his death in 1994. And in that book, I came across a statement about the benefits of the practice of mindfulness. He says that the practice of mindfulness, or the 4 foundations of mindfulness, has the benefit first of helping us to know our mind, which is so difficult to know, to shape and transform the mind, which is so difficult to change, and to liberate the mind, which is held in bondage all over. So the 3 benefits here are knowing the mind, shaping and transforming the mind, and liberating the mind. So I want to explore each of these benefits in some detail. Fortunately, I prepared a few notes thinking that there might be a bigger group than the 20 people that I expected. Okay, so let us first begin. We speak in these 3 benefits. All of them, sort of the center of all of these benefits, is the mind. So that cues us into the importance that the Buddha's teaching places upon the mind. And we could see this importance already in the very first 2 verses in the Dhammapada. I guess everybody knows the Dhammapada, collection of verses ascribed to the Buddha, organized according to different topics. And so the first verse goes, Mano Pubangama Dhamma Mano Seta Mano Maya, so that all dhammas, we could say all of the elements of our experience, have mind as the forerunner. Mind is the chief amongst them, and they are all made by the mind. And then it continues, if we speak or act with a corrupted mind, then suffering follows, just like the wheel that follows the hoof of the ox. While if one speaks or acts with a pure mind, then happiness follows, like the shadow that never departs. Okay, so this verse shows us that first, that all the elements of our experience, at some level, it can be at manifest level or in subtle ways below the threshold of our ordinary perception, are in some way molded by the mind and that the mind is really the factor that conditions the whole nature of our experience. And just to illustrate this in a very, very ordinary, easy to recognize way, I like to to take this image of two people sitting on a bus on seats right next to each other. The people, these two men, we'll take two men, they have never met each other before, don't have any connection with each other. One of them has just been fired from his job that day. He got an email that morning from his girlfriend saying that she's found another man and she's ditching him. His landlord is clamoring for his rent. And it's a kind of gray, cloudy, rainy, a light rain is falling. And so he looks out the window and everything about the day just seems so gloomy and miserable. He looks around the people on the bus and they all seem to be sort of whispering about him and making fun of him. And he looks out on the street and all of the people that he's passing seem to be so gloomy as well. And so you could see that his whole experience is being fashioned and fabricated and conditioned by his state of mind. Okay, the person sitting next to him he's coming back from work, he just got a promotion at work. That morning, it's his birthday. His girlfriend or his wife sent him a birthday card or a birthday present saying, "I love you always." Okay, so for this man, he looks out and everybody on the bus seems to be smiling along with him, sort of rejoicing with his happiness. And he looks out at the street and the people seem to be just going about their ordinary business. Nobody has an especially gloomy expression on their face. And even though the weather is cloudy and drizzling, but he thinks that this drizzling weather creates a very peaceful, calm, and even romantic mood. So two people right next to each other, same bus, passing through the same streets, same fellow passengers on the bus, yet their experience of that bus ride is so different. Why is it different? Because it's conditioned by the mind. So we could see how the mind at this level is shaping our experience. And if something should happen to the gloomy man, maybe he checks, he's one of these addicts to his email messages, he gets another message coming from his boss saying, "We've changed our mind." "No, you're not fired. Call me as soon as you can. We want to give you a new position that just has opened up." And then another girl that he had some interest in has sent him an email saying, "Robert, perhaps we can go out on a date together." And now suddenly he's thinking, maybe I should have chosen that girl from the beginning. Then his mind starts to change and everything starts to brighten up. And so little changes in the mind can change the whole tenor of our experience, the whole quality of our experience. Okay, but this is a somewhat maybe sort of trivial, sort of everyday, ordinary example of the influence or the effect of the mind. But the Buddha, in the same Dhammapada, he makes some very, very weighty, momentous statements about the importance of the mind. I'm thinking in the Chittavagga, the chapter, there's a chapter called The Verses on the Mind. He says that whatever an enemy might do to an enemy, whatever an opponent might do to yourself, a wrongly directed mind will do greater harm. And then the next verse says, whatever one's mother or father or friends might do to benefit you, a well-directed mind will be of greater benefit. So this shows that the direction of the mind not only transforms the felt tone of our experience, whether we are gloomy or cheerful, upset or optimistic, but the state of our mind has consequences in the real world of action. And those consequences, in a sense, bounce back, come back to us, either for, on the one hand, our harm and suffering, and according to the Buddha, not only in this life, but in many lives beyond this life. And on the other hand, the properly established mind, the mind which is well-directed, has consequences for our happiness and well-being, again, both in this life itself and in lives beyond this present life. So this shows the importance of the mind in determining the felt quality of our experience here and now, as well as our future destiny, our long-term destiny. Now, when the Buddha examines the mind, he doesn't merely specify the different factors that go into the functioning of the mind, but what's most important from the standpoint of his teaching is that he makes we might call this a clear ethical distinction between the qualities of states of mind. And this is a distinction we might not, unless we have a thorough acquaintance with the Buddha's teaching, we might not recognize this. Of course, even in ordinary life, people recognize that there's distinction between immoral and moral actions, good and bad actions, but we don't immediately recognize the role that our minds play in generating those actions, those good and bad actions. And so the Buddha traces action to its starting point within the mind, and he distinguishes states of mind. So the mind for the Buddha is not one static entity that always preserves its self-identity, but it's an ever-changing process, a flow, a sequence, a succession of different chittupadas, arisings of mind, occasions of mind, states of consciousness. And these states of mind are primarily distinguished by way of their ethical quality, their moral quality. Not only the way they express that quality in outer action, but even at the level of mere thought, mere emotion, mere attitude, those states of mind fall into one or the other of two contrary ethical categories. And these two categories, the Buddha uses the expression for the unwholesome, he uses the Pali word akusala, unwholesome or unskillful states of mind, And on the other hand, he uses the expression kusala citta, the wholesome or skillful state of mind. And what is the distinction between the unwholesome and the wholesome states of mind? The Buddha, or actually the Buddhist commentators, give three meanings of the expression akusala, and corresponding to that, three meanings of the expression kusala, exactly opposite to each other. So these three meanings look at the state of mind from three different perspectives. First of all, we'll first take the akusala state of mind. The akusala, unwholesome state of mind is said to be, I think the word used is arogya, which means that it is, it's arogya. It's said to be a mentally ill, an ill or sick state of mind. So it's a mentally disturbed state. It's a state which is inherently connected with restlessness, darkness, delusion, agitation, and it's inclining in the direction of mental illness. If those unwholesome tendencies become stronger and stronger, then they will plunge the mind into a state of mental infirmity. Okay, so that's from the psychological, we can say from the psychological point of view, it's an unhealthy state of mind. Then from the ethical point of view, the unwholesome state of mind is said to be savajja, which means it's a morally blameworthy state of mind. Because the actions that spring from those states of mind will be morally condemnable, morally blameworthy. That state of mind, if it gets the opportunity to break out in the form of speech or bodily action, it will break out in the form of one or another of the unwholesome types of bodily or verbal action. And then the third perspective looks at that state of mind from the karmic point of view, and it says that the unwholesome state of mind is dukkha vipaka, which means that it ripens in suffering. That is, those unwholesome states of mind, the unwholesome thoughts, unwholesome emotions, distorted types of understanding, deposit in the mind subtle seeds, potencies, potentialities, with the capacity to produce karmic fruits. And so when those karmic seeds get the opportunity to ripen, they will ripen in suffering. Even if one doesn't express those thoughts in bodily action or in speech, but even the thoughts themselves, if they're nurtured and harbored and repeated, they'll build up that karmic force which ripens in some way in the future in suffering. In contrast, the Buddha says, the wholesome states of mind also have three corresponding qualities. First, from the psychological point of view, they are said to be arogya. That is, they are healthy states of mind. And so these states of mind contribute to calmness, tranquility, clarity, self-possession, peacefulness, and make one a source of benefits for oneself and others. Okay, then from the moral point of view, the ethical point of view, the wholesome mind is said to be unavajja, to be blameless, morally blameless, because those states of mind in themselves are quite pure, worthy, admirable, desirable. And when they express themselves in bodily and verbal action, they will be in wholesome or beautiful bodily and verbal actions. Actions that promote the genuine well-being of others and oneself. And then the wholesome states of mind are said to be sukha vipaka. That is, they have pleasant results. So those states of mind, whether they manifest in outer actions or just remain locked up inside, they create wholesome karma that will come to fruition in the future in happiness and well-being for oneself. They contribute to one's moral and spiritual development in the future. And so in this way we could see that there's this clear distinction between the unwholesome states of mind and the wholesome states of mind. Now, what is it that makes a state of mind unwholesome or wholesome? Okay, here is where the Buddha, the suttas speak about him as being mula dasavi, which means one who sees into the root of things. And in relation to the states of mind, the Buddha distinguishes the roots of unwholesome states of mind and the roots of wholesome states of mind. So what are the roots of the unwholesome states of mind? This is what he sums up in the three unwholesome roots of greed, hatred, and delusion. Lobha, dosa, moha. And though we use these English words, greed, hatred, delusion, in Pali, these words have a much wider range of comprehension than the English words greed, hatred, and delusion. Like the word greed, ordinarily in ordinary English, it signifies an obsessive desire to get more and more wealth or more and more objects of pleasure. But in Buddhism, lobha would mean any kind of liking for objects that give pleasure or attachment to objects of pleasure. Even the desire to sustain the experience of a pleasant object. It doesn't mean that one is necessarily driven to accumulate vast hoards of wealth or to stuff oneself with varieties of food until one's stomach is bursting. But even the enjoyment of a plate of ice cream, okay, we all have that problem from time to time, but that is a kind of subtle manifestation of lobha, of greed. And dosa doesn't only mean the explosive hatred whereby I don't want to speak to that person, I want to fight with that person, but even a subtle dislike for particular people or particular dislike for certain circumstances, those are subtle manifestations of dosa. And delusion doesn't mean that one is completely wallowing in fantasies of pink elephants floating through this meditation hall. But maybe there are elephants brought over from Sri Lanka, elephant statues. And if they're pink, then I'll have to examine whether I'm having a delusion. But it means fundamentally a distorted understanding of the nature of things, a way that goes against the actual nature of things as seen with correct wisdom or insight. Okay, so greed, hatred, delusion, those are the underlying roots of the unwholesome states of mind. And they are called roots because it's out of these three that a whole constellation of unwholesome mental qualities emerge. So from greed there will come the desire, for example, for praise, honor, reputation. There comes pride and vanity over one's accomplishments. And then out of hatred there comes anger, resentment, aversion, hostility, envy, jealousy, competitiveness, and so on. Okay, so these greed, hatred, and delusion are the roots of many branches of unwholesome states, a whole variety of spectrum of defilements, and also they are the roots of unwholesome actions of body, of speech, and of thought. Then in contrast to the unwholesome roots, the wholesome states of mind also have their roots. Their roots, often they're expressed in the text as the negation of the unwholesome roots, as alobha, adosa, amoha, non-greed, non-hatred, non-delusion. But these are also glosed in the commentaries with positive counterparts. So the counterpart of non-greed would be generosity and non-attachment. The counterpart of hatred would be, or the positive expression of non-hatred would be metta, loving kindness, and karuna, compassion. And the counterpart of the positive expression for non-delusion would be panya or jnana, wisdom or right understanding. And so, putting it positively, we could say non-attachment or generosity, kindness, and wisdom, right understanding, are the roots of the wholesome qualities. And out of those roots evolve and emerge the whole spectrum of wholesome qualities. And those wholesome roots come to manifestation in wholesome actions of body and speech and in wholesome thoughts. Okay, so in this way we could see the distinctions between the unwholesome states of mind and their associated qualities and the wholesome states of mind and their associated qualities. Okay, so when we speak about the value of mindfulness in knowing the mind, what is intended primarily is the use of mindfulness as a tool for knowing, being able to distinguish one's states of mind in terms of their ethical qualities. And now I've used the English word mindfulness, sati, and now we want to see what exactly is meant by sati, by mindfulness. And it's a rather strange English word, mindfulness. Probably, I remember back in Sri Lanka, this would be when I was the editor for the Buddhist Publication Society, and the computers came in, and we would be using the computers to typeset our books and booklets. And with the computer program, when you type in a spelling error or a word that's not recognized in the dictionary that's built into the word processing program. And in those days, I think we were using the Apple Macintosh computer, and it would have been a pretty extensive, comprehensive dictionary, maybe the Webster's Dictionary or the Oxford Dictionary. When we would type in the word mindfulness, the word would get underlined by the computer program. The dictionary, which means the dictionary doesn't recognize the word mindfulness. If we take the ness off and just have the word mindful, it recognizes the word mindful. But in those days, 1980s, maybe early 1990s, even the 1990s, the dictionary wouldn't recognize the word mindfulness. I doubt that one would have that problem now. Now, probably, if you type the word mindfulness into a word processing program, you would probably get a halo surrounding the word. And it might, I don't know if word processing programs do this, but it might direct you to about 1,000 websites. Become nowadays you have the expression a mindfulness coach, a mindfulness instructor, mindfulness-based stress reduction, mindfulness psychotherapy, mindfulness-based business strategies, mindfulness-based education, mindfulness-based prison programs. So many things now have been sort of sanctified with the magic wand of the word mindfulness. Okay, so I say it's a strange word, and even the word sati is interesting, the word that the Pali texts use, that we render as mindfulness, because the word originally in mainstream Indian culture and literature, the Sanskrit form is smriti, means memory. And even in the Pali text, we sometimes find the word sati explained in terms of memory. For example, in the connected discourses on the 5 faculties, there comes a definition of the faculty of sati. What is the faculty of sati? It says, here the disciple is one who has sati, who remembers and recollects what was spoken and done long ago. So in that definition, we could see sati is still being explained in terms of memory. But in most of the Buddha's teachings, especially those on meditation practice, sati takes on a different nuance, which perhaps it's probably unique to the Buddha's teaching. Before it was taken out from the Buddha's teaching and applied in so many different ways over the last few years. So in the Buddha's teaching, the word sati has the sense, it's a kind of recollection, but not a recollection of what happened in the past, but a recollection in the sense of collecting oneself in the present by being aware of what is taking place here and now in the present. And as we find the word sati used in this meditative context, it's almost invariably joined with another word. That word is sampajanya, or the adjectival form sampajano. Sampajanya is what I translate clear comprehension. It comes from it's based on the verb janati, to know, with 2 prefixes, sam and pa. Sam and pa. So it's, in a sense, knowing clearly, knowing precisely. And so the way I understand the relationship between sati and sampajanya, sati its function is to make present some aspect of one's present experience. Or you could say it's what makes present to our awareness some aspect of our present experience. And then sampajanya has the function of knowing what is being experienced. And so we take sati and sampajanya, mindfulness and clear comprehension, functioning together in the task of knowing one's own mind, knowing the mind. So sati itself taken in isolation doesn't really know anything. Sati just makes present. It might be a little bit like, to use an analogy, like taking a slide. I'm thinking now of the days in my childhood when the great birthday present that I wanted and received from my parents was a microscope. Now probably they give kids these super sophisticated electronic microscopes. But in those days, we had the microscope and you'd get slides and then you put the sample. What I would do was to get an eyedrop, a dropper, and go to where my parents kept the plants, and they would put the water in the plants, and then the water goes through the soil and accumulates in a saucer. So I would go to that water, take it out into the dropper, put it on the slide, then use the microscope to look into the sample on the slide. And then when you look at that drop of water through the microscope, you could see these little microscopic, that's why we call them microscopic creatures, sort of moving around. Little, extremely tiny, probably animal forms, moving and swimming around in that drop of water. Okay, so perhaps we could say that mindfulness is like focusing the microscope on the drop of water, and clear comprehension is like the eye that can see the drop of water and can identify, like those are little microscopic plants, and those things moving around, the little one-celled animal forms. So mindfulness makes present, and clear comprehension knows and identifies. And so there are various ways in which we apply mindfulness and clear comprehension to the task of knowing the mind. Usually we think of this as being primarily a meditative practice, something we do when sitting in meditation or doing a deliberate walking meditation back and forth. But mindfulness and clear comprehension have to be applied to the task of knowing the mind ideally on all occasions throughout our waking life. But the way in which we could say we get an intensified application of mindfulness and clear comprehension to the task of knowing the mind is through the deliberate practice of meditation. And the way this takes place, the ideal way, is by starting off with a very simple object of meditation. And so generally what's recommended for beginners, and even not only beginners, but people at more advanced stages in developing mindfulness, is to be mindful of the in and out breathing, perhaps at the nostrils, or to be mindful of the effect of the breath on the abdomen, experiencing the rise and fall of the abdomen, or the expansion and contraction of the chest. It doesn't really matter which one chooses for the development of mindfulness, but the task is simply to be aware of that object as consistently as possible, as consistently and continuously as possible. And so we have this simple task on the basis of a simple object. And what do you find when you try to apply the mind to that simple task with that simple object? With your maybe advanced degree in electronic engineering, all of your sophisticated skills in computer technology, or your PhD in analytical philosophy, or your abilities as a skilled open heart surgeon, the mind wanders. It refuses to stay on that object. So just 1 minute, keep the mind on the in-breath, out-breath. I say a simple object with a simple task, and yet it's more difficult than performing that open heart surgery or writing a paper comparing a paper on the influence of the Kantian philosophy on the philosophy of Hegel. Because this is the nature of the mind that's going on all the time. But because we're not assigning ourselves that task, we don't recognize the way the mind functions. I compare this to, it's like if you have a room that you haven't been using for a long time, and you have the curtains closed in that room, and you haven't gone into that room in a long time, then maybe a guest comes, and you want to accommodate the guest in that room, so you open the door to the room, and you open the curtains, and what do you see? But you see over the furniture in the room, particles of dust. And you might see, as a beam of sunlight comes into the room, you see little specks of dust in the sunlight. And then you might think, while the room was in darkness, there was no dust here. But it's when I open the curtains, open the door, and let the light in, that caused the dust to enter the room. But that's not the case at all. The dust has been there all along because you didn't make any effort, maybe for months, to clean the room. And so it's similar, the same thing happens with our minds. Because we haven't made the deliberate effort to train and discipline and cultivate the mind, to cultivate mindfulness and clear comprehension, our thoughts have been running and roaming, romping wildly through the mind, but we haven't been aware of these thoughts. Because the threshold of awareness, generally, it's confined to a very superficial level in the functioning of the mind. And so the effort to keep the mind on a single object and to be consistently aware of that object functions a little bit like opening the portals of the deeper levels of the mind to the light of awareness. So now that light of awareness is starting to shine into those deeper levels and is stirring up the dust of those thoughts, which now come out into the open and start appearing to the mind, appearing in the light of the mindfulness and clear comprehension. Okay, so you might think that it's the mindfulness which is stirring up those thoughts, but that is not the case. It's just that the mindfulness is shedding its light on those thoughts. And this is a good function. In a way, it's a sign of progress. I remember when I started practicing meditation back with my first teacher, a Vietnamese Buddhist monk, when I started doing this mindfulness of in and out breathing, after a few days, I came to him and I told him, this practice is terrible. Before I had I thought, a reasonably focused mind, but now I'm seeing my mind is in a mess. So the practice is counterproductive. But he said to me, wonderful, you're making progress. So that is like the first step or a sign of progress, that you're starting to see the way the mind functions. You're getting to see your mind, to know your mind. And as one continues, you might expect sort of, this is the romantic and magical and mystical picture of meditation. I remember in Sri Lanka, people, sometimes they would come to me and say, do you practice meditation? So I said, yes, we practice meditation. It's one of the jobs of a monk. And they think, can you make yourself invisible? Can you fly yet? Are you stream enterer? And if I say, no, I can't make myself invisible. The only way I can fly is by going to the travel agent and booking an airplane ticket. And no, I'm not a stream enterer. They would sometimes hang their head down and shake their head. I could hear them thinking to themselves, boy, the monks these days, not the way they used to be. So this is really, it's a gradual process, a gradual practice. And a very important step is being able to see this disorderliness in our state of mind. But when we know the state of mind, one of the keys that's used to help us understand the mind is the technique of labeling or noting the state of mind. And this has been a special, maybe the one who's stressed the importance of this in modern times was the Burmese meditation master Mahasi Sayadaw. And then the school of teachers that derive from Mahasi Sayadaw. So Mahasi Sayadaw says that as you are focusing on your primary object, if you are remembering, thinking of something that happened in the past, you make the mental note, remembering, then bring the mind back to the object. If you're planning for the future, you make the mental note, planning. If you're disappointed with yourself about your practice, you make the mental note, disappointed. If you're happy with your practice, you make the mental note, contented with the practice. If you're afraid of something, you make the mental note, fear. If you're angry about something, you make the mental note, angry. If you're thinking about what's going to be served for lunch, you make the mental note, thinking, hoping for good food at lunchtime. And so when you make the mental notes, then you start getting a kind of inventory of the way your mind functions, the way your own mind functions. Because even though we have common human traits, common human ways of thinking and feeling about things, everybody's mind is different. Everybody has their own particular, I call this a constellation of mental qualities. It's a little bit like, what was that? Kaleidoscope? Do you know what the kaleidoscope is? It's a kind of toy that children have. It's a tube, and inside there are a number of colored pebbles, little stones. And then you shake this tube up, and then you look through the lens on one side, and on the back of the far end of the kaleidoscope is a mirror. And so you look through that open end, and you see the colored stones reflected in the mirror, and each time you do this, it makes a different pattern. because the colored stones, there's no chance that the colored stones are always going to come out the same way. So everybody's particular, call this medley of, or montage of mental factors.
The topic of our next speaker is mindfulness and awareness. This is a widely spoken and important topic for today. The speaker is Professor Jeffrey Hunt. Professor Jeffrey Hunt is the Professor of Philosophy at St. Mary's University College, Twickenham. He is the founder of New Buddha Way and is the Buddhist chaplain for the University of Surrey, author and a lecturer of Buddhism, and teaches the Buddha's teaching in local schools. We would like to welcome him today. We are grateful for your presence. Please join me in welcoming Professor Hunt.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. My dear venerable ones, my dear brothers and sisters, thank you so much for being here together. Today I'd like to talk about sampayana, which roughly is awareness or clear comprehension. I want to just tell you how I got to be interested in that recently. 17 years ago I was invited to Japan, all paid for by the Ministry of Education, so I could teach senior healthcare people so-called Western ethics. And while I was there, I took the opportunity to affiliate myself with a Rinzai temple, which I was there almost every day, going on retreats with them as well. So I was doing the two jobs at the same time. I learned quite a lot from that. I was fortunate I had a fairly good teacher. I say fairly good because there was sometimes a language problem, but that was more my fault than his. I subsequently took a certificate in Japanese, so I could try to catch up with him. I'm now more gravitating much more towards Theravada than Mahayana, but there's a lot to learn from all traditions, of course. But when I came back, of course, my friends and colleagues wanted to know, well, what were you doing out there? What did you learn? They didn't want to hear about the healthcare ethics at all. They wanted to know what happened in the temple. So I started talking to them about that, and before you know it, there was a little group of us, and we were learning about meditation together, basically. But it's strange how things grow. You plant a little seed in a pot, before you know it, it's blossoming as a tree. As a result of that, without making any decision at anywhere along the line that I would create a society or anything, it grew and grew until now, 16 years later, we have several hundred people involved in something called New Buddha Way, which has become a charity, which is a lay movement, Theravada influence. We are making some connections at the moment with Chitta Viveka in Chithurst, and we do an annual walk for Buddhist Global Relief to raise money for the poorest people in the world. But anyway, when I was asked to come here, I thought, what is the thing? I'm trying to be useful. You try to grapple with this issue about mindfulness and what's important about it. What was the most difficult thing for me when I'm teaching as a lay teacher, teaching other lay people? What is the thing that is very difficult to get across? Because there is a sort of light switch moment when one understands what is going on with mindfulness. So that's what I want to talk about, and that was the story of how I got to be talking about it today. So one has to pay attention to words, of course, but one can get choked in a fuzzy cluster of definitions. And in English, the connotations may not quite mean what the Pali intends. Here are some different English translations of sampayana. Mindfulness, or a dimension of it, clear comprehension, awareness, consciousness of, full awareness, self-awareness, discrimination, alertness, knowing that, understanding, seeing that, seeing impermanence, and so it goes on. So I have to choose a couple of English words here which come closest to what I think the Buddha is getting at, because That's the important thing. What is the man getting at? Forget about the words. If we put the words aside, what is he trying to tell us in the whole context of his teaching and in his life? So I shall go mostly with full awareness. Sometimes with clear comprehension seems to be a good alternative. In any case, everyone seems to agree that sampayana and sati, that's mindfulness, go together. They are a couplet. Mindful awareness, or if you like, aware attentiveness. So it should be sati hyphen sampayana. Just saying that to put it across, the importance of it. So that's the challenge. When I've taught mindfulness to lay people, as a layperson myself, I have sometimes had difficulty getting across that mindfulness is much more than a matter of inner attention. Of course, you need the attention. What can one do as a lay teacher, like myself, to get across that mindfulness is emphatically a matter of strenuously comprehending or aware attention? Well, one can listen to a talk, study an original text and its commentary, use a Pali dictionary, master the context, expand the context, but most importantly, sit down in solitude and meditate following the Buddha's instructions, which are there for us to follow. One has to be a serious inquirer and work back and forth between one's meditative experience and the Buddha's instruction. One then stands a good chance of seeing into what the Buddha was getting at. I can't emphasize this idea of what was he getting at, and have you got it when you perform the instructions. Remember that what he went through before he got it himself. What makes us think we can squeeze self-sacrificing, strenuous endeavor into a neat little package, or even pay for it? We should avoid investing a concept in just one word, sampayana. The point being made by a teacher, that is the concept, not the word, they're two different things, may be expressed through a cluster that takes its life from the context, and that context needs to be relived in meditational and contemplative practice. This is true, of all languages, but may be especially true in ancient Eastern languages. Anyway, let us not get too hung up on sampayana. The question is, what was the Buddha getting at when he used it sometimes, and we might easily overlook it, and some other related words other times? Well, what was he getting at? I have an idea, a little metaphor for you. I love metaphors. I just can't seem to think without metaphors. I think it is what we might call the light switch effect. So here's the metaphor. I may know and even dimly see the boxes, old tables and chairs in a poorly lit loft in my home. I do see them, but dimly. But when the light, a newly installed light, is switched on for the first time in the loft, everything changes. Wow, that was a surprise. Although actually, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed, but everything has changed. Same loft, same boxes, old table, old chairs. In the light, however, I may be able to see unfamiliar objects, unfamiliar colors, well-defined shapes, unacknowledged layers of dust, and a mouse cowering in the corner. And what difference does that make? How does it raise opportunities or potential that weren't there before? The loft may now look unfamiliar in the light. But with the light, we might bump into things less often, and hurt ourselves less often, as we do in life. At the deepest level, the unfamiliar fleetingness, hollowness, and suffering in things can now begin to appear in the field of our consciousness. Awareness draws in things I knew dimly but barely understood. Comprehending awareness, sampayana, is the light. I think so. That's what it did for me anyway. Let us now go to the Buddha's instructions in the classic text that I'm sure you all know, the Satipatthana Sutta. The four foundations of mindfulness are, we are told by the Buddha, a direct path for the purification of beings, as we heard earlier, an ending of suffering, don't ever forget that point, a path to the attainment of Nibbana. It is to those ends that we have these 4 instructions on mindfulness, mindful awareness of body, feelings, mind, and phenomena. Regarding our current societal preoccupation with mindfulness, we should always keep in mind the purpose of the instruction. Always keep in mind the purpose of the instruction. Without holding in mind the purpose, we are likely to lose or misconstrue its meaning or turn it inside out. Elsewhere, the Buddha warns us about the worldly lure of pleasure, praise, fame, and gain, in which everything is grist to the mill. Mindfulness could be part of that grist, if one is not careful. But let us focus on the first foundation as a kind of template for all four foundations, although they are quite different. All 4 making the point about the critical significance of Sampayana. But it's easily missed. The Buddha is recorded as speaking of, quote, contemplating the body as a body, ardent, zealous, fully aware, and mindful. Fully aware is Sampayana in this case, Sampayana. But this is not contemplation in the mundane sense of attentiveness to and awareness of worldly aspects of the body. You could do that. We all do that. We look in the mirror. We wash our faces. We put on lipstick or whatever it is that we do. That's attention, isn't it? So this is not about the worldly aspects of the body of cosmetic surgery, Botox, and beauty products. For the Buddha immediately reminds us, having put away covetousness or greed and grief for the world. He is not talking about paying more attention to your body. For goodness sake, it gets enough attention as it is. It's probably obsessive with a lot of us. How then should we be aware? What is this awareness thing? What is the worldly awareness to be contrasted with? Surely with an awareness of the human potential for tranquility, for compassion, for cooperation, for generosity and gratitude, for Nibbana. Now, returning to the short quotation from the Mindfulness of Body teaching, what about the rather strange repetition of words in the phrase, contemplate body as body? I first read that, I thought, whoops, typographical error? No, something really important here. Contemplate body as body. Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi cites the classical commentary, the traditional commentary, on this point. He says, it is a means of precisely determining and isolating the object of contemplation. Right. Now let's sit down and do some meditation and see what happens. Well, this may be true, what Bhikkhu Bodhi says, but I don't think it quite penetrates the critical or even momentous feature of awareness that the Buddha is pointing to. There is something here we really cannot afford to miss, and that is the dramatic shift in understanding. There is something wonderful and marvelous about this, which, by the way, is a phrase used sometimes in the Pali Canon to describe the Buddha. Wonderful and marvelous. So let me emphasize, when we light up with awareness any actual experience, and do so with committed investigative attention, if we penetrate that experience, we come across not the familiar body we take for granted, but the unfamiliar, something or other we have always called body. But now, in this wordless, fleeting glimpse, this moment of clarity, the body lit up by awareness is something almost alien, wispy, just unstably holding together the idea that it is me. And we shouldn't ignore that phrase either, the other phrase there, viharati atapi, to dwell or abide zealously or ardently. So this is no ordinary looking at something. Look as much as you like. That's not it. It's more than that. This is seriously inspecting and probing. If this were a sport, say throwing a javelin, the instructor would be saying to the athlete, focus on the target. Put everything you've got into it. Be the target. Here the Buddha is doing something similar, I think. But of course, speaking of mental effort, but with the same seriousness of intent. When I encounter the flickering, fragmented body experience as body, it is alien. It is not me. Aha, it is not me. I thought it was me. It's not me. This is a crucial discovery that anyone serious about mindfulness may make for themselves. It is just a matter of freeing oneself up and catching the experience as it actually is. Now do this for yourself, burrowing down to the unfamiliar experience. See on investigation that the something alien is transient or void, and you are well on your way to Nibbana and reaping benefits at different levels. Not so easy, but possible. To continue the quotation from the sutta, then the Buddha answers the implicit question, how does one approach body in this way in practice? And he gives us a diverse range of options. He starts with breathing, as you all know. Again, this requires paying attention to the breathing motion going on, but not just attending, but attending in a special way, namely with sampajanya. The light has to be switched on. In every detail of the breathing there is understanding. I am not just breathing out long or short, but I understand. I know it is just that is happening. I am brightly aware of its nature. Note that the key word is now pajanati, meaning to know, to find out, to come to know, to understand, to distinguish. But the point is the same. Full awareness, clear comprehension. Eventually, there is the insight that breathing does not need me in order to breathe. I am not doing the breathing. The breathing is breathing me. The me that arises and falls. So in the last analysis, all the seeking of definitions of words is only a useful crutch to assist one now and then. The real thing is seeing what the Buddha is getting at. Analyzing the words is a crutch, but a lame person is only assisted by a crutch if they are willing to do something, to try to stand up and walk. It is only through the doing that one sees how, quote, wonderful and marvelous the Buddha's teachings really are. So now is your chance. Well, right now, as you're sitting there, and you really must be getting quite tired right now, let's do what the Buddha tells us to do. We are now going to do a mini exercise together. You'll be relieved to hear it. It involves getting up off your seat. So, I now ask, please just follow me, okay? Trust me. I now ask you all to just stand up where you are. Right there where you are. Just stand up. That's it. Nothing else involved, just standing up. Now we're going to stand up for about 10 seconds or so. You could look at me, you could look at the ceiling, you could do anything you like. Okay, now I'm about to ask you to sit down. Don't sit down yet. But the instruction is different. Different instruction. Listen carefully to the words. When I do ask you to sit down, I want you to do so very slowly, in full awareness of the bending of your neck, the folding of the body, the folding of the knees, the folding of the hips, the sensation of contact with the chair. But repeat the instruction. The Buddha is all instructions. He's not interested in philosophy, psychology, or neurology, or anything else. He's giving you a set of instructions. So, the instructions are, when you sit down, do so slowly, in full awareness of the changes in your body, principally the bending of your neck as you look where you're going, the folding of the body, right? The folding of the knees, the folding of the hips, the sensation of contact with the chair. Okay, follow the instruction now. Now the rest is actually up to you. But I do have a question for you. Was the experience of sitting down different from the experience of standing up in terms of the mental experience itself? I know sitting up, standing up is standing up and sitting down is sitting down. We're not interested in that. What was different, the instructions, was I didn't say anything to you about how you should, what your mental attitude was to the standing up. You just stood up. That's what we do throughout life until we fall into a hole. The instruction was different when you were sitting down, not because it was sitting down, but because you had switched on that light in the loft. The body was doing very much the same sort of thing, only in reverse. So now you were lighting up the bending of the neck, looking where you were going. Body going down. Look at those knees. You're aware of it. You're conscious of it. You know that this is happening. So the question is, what difference does that make? I'm not going to tell you, I'm asking you. Because your experience is your experience, mine is mine. Maybe I'm totally crazy. If you doubt whether the Buddha would have asked anyone to do this, note that in this very sutta that we're looking at, he says, quote, when standing, he understands, I am standing. When sitting, he is fully aware, I am sitting. You get it? It's just what we've just done. Note that we do not have to rely on sampajana to get his point. And again, he speaks of, quote, one who acts in full awareness, sampajana. That's what it says in Pali. When going forward and returning, when flexing and extending his limbs, when walking, standing, sitting, falling asleep. Now you just did a little mini exercise there, just in the hope that at least you know where the light switch is. You may not have pushed it yet, but at least you know where the light switch is. I leave it to you to answer the question. Was the motion of the body somehow different mentally when you were fully aware of it? It's not a trick question. I mean, either you did or you didn't. If you do it over a longer period with more of your body, and then we can move on to the
Hello everyone. Good evening over there in UK, London, UK. First of all, I must thank Most Venerable Bogoda Sri Silamala Nayaka Mahathera, head of London Buddhist Vihara and Chief Sanganayak of Great Britain, for inviting me to join you and share some Buddhist insights as you are celebrating Vesak today. And I must also like to pay my respect to the other President Bantes, Most Venerable Tawalamba Bandula Mahathera and Venerable Kalugame Kassapa Mahathera. And today, as you know, I have been assigned a topic for this Vesak talk. The topic is prism and freedom within. So, prism and freedom within. And you understand those terms, prism and freedom. But the third word is within. First of all, I would like to ask you to create a mental image of a bird in the cage. Well, there's a cage and there's a bird in it, and the bird is sitting inside the cage. And then what is important here is of the cage and the bird is that that the bird is inside the cage means the bird is in captivity. But what is important of this mental image is that the cage door is wide open and there's nobody around guarding the cage. Now, since the door is wide open, the bird could very easily escape into freedom. And it looks like the bird is not wanting to escape its captivity. And it looks like the bird would like to sit with its eyes closed, and then it looks like it never wants to escape. Now, you might have seen a cartoon picture of a bird in captivity, a bird in a cage with its door wide open, and it's a very popular picture. As I am talking about this topic today, the freedom and the prism and freedom within, I thought it would be good to start with that bird in captivity analogy. Now, so let's further analyze, let's further describe this bird in captivity. Now, and it is understood that if the cage door is locked, the bird wouldn't be able to escape. But in this case, the cage door is open, but the bird is not escaping. Bird is still sitting inside the cage. Now, psychologically speaking, why isn't the bird escaping? Why is it that the bird is still sitting there even though the door is wide open? It's because the bird has been in captivity for some time, or maybe so long, that it may have assumed that the outside world, the world that it can escape into and enjoy freedom, would be no different than inside the cage. So to the bird in captivity, everything looks a place of captivity. And to the bird, it is the outside world, the external world, where it could go and enjoy freedom is no different than the cage itself. Now that's the end of the analogy. Now what is the relationship, what is the connection between this bird in captivity analogy and today's topic, prison and freedom within? The connection is this. Now, people at times are like birds in captivity. Even though they have free to release themselves, they are not willing to make a conscious effort to release themselves. Here at this point, I'm talking about the prison within. And as you know, the prison within here is the our mind, our psyche. Our mind itself is the prison. Now, as you know, Buddhism being a teaching of the mind, and some people, some Westerners call it, Buddhism is a total science of the mind. And in the name of, as we look for, as we try to, as we think about our liberation, our emancipation, our freedom, if I use a Buddhist term, nirvana, to most people, even to some Buddhists, nirvana is something like a special landscape. It's something similar to a heaven in the outer space. But according to Buddhism, nirvana or liberation or salvation is not something similar to heaven. It's not something in somewhere in the universe. It's not a kingdom. It's not a heaven. It is within ourselves. It is in our mind. So the mind itself is the landscape of freedom or nirvana. So it is the same mind that is our prison. We imprison ourselves. We keep ourselves captive of our own mind. So the mind is the cage within which we lock ourselves up. So mind is the place where we imprison ourselves. So that is, in that sense, we use the term prison, freedom and prison within. Now, so even if even if the world is beautiful, of course, Buddha appreciates beauty. And in my previous talks and discussions with you at London Buddhist Vihara, we happened to talk about the fact that Buddha was never against beauty, and he is one who has appreciated beauty, and he is one who has encouraged us to celebrate the beauty of our life, beauty of the world. And if you lament your existence, if you lament your life, and at that point you are not understanding what the Buddha's great teaching of impermanence. And some Buddhists are mistaken when it comes to the fact that the Buddha's teaching is a kind of pessimism, and the Buddha's teaching is realism. his teaching is realism. Buddha encourages us to look at our life and the world from an optimistic standpoint, because we are not supposed to look at life and the world from a pessimistic standpoint. Simply because in order for us to overcome our pessimism, we need to adopt what is called optimism. But you need to go further and to use a realistic standpoint from which you are supposed to look at your life and the world. So his teaching is neither pessimistic nor optimistic, but realistic. But still, simply because you can be realistic right away, because it requires lots of mental training, spiritual training, at least you are supposed to be optimistic. Now, when it comes to that bird in captivity, people at times resemble, people at times are similar to that bird in captivity. So we all had a childhood. I assume that almost everyone listening to this talk, attending this Zoom meeting is an adult. Maybe there are some children listening too. Anyway, we all have had a childhood. And when we were children, we dreamt of becoming adults. And we wanted to rush into adulthood to enjoy, to experience the world as adults. Now that most of you have become adults yourself, and you may go back to your childhood and enjoy being a child. Why is that? When you were a child, you want to be an adult. Now that you have become an adult, maybe some of you are even close to middle age, some of you are past middle age, maybe some of you are in your 70s, in your 80s, and then you may at times compare, at least subconsciously, you may compare your childhood with your current age. Why is that? Why did you then want to become a child, an adult, when you were a child? I myself wanted to be an adult as soon as possible, but it did take time. Now that I'm an adult, so in middle age, so I may at times go back to my childhood and enjoy. And there were times that I inquired myself, asked myself why I want to be an adult. And now that I have experienced, been many years since I became an adult, why am I going back to my childhood, my youthful years, and try to be there for some time? It's because of the fact that there's an underlying mental condition, underlying mental tendency that is called unsatisfactoriness. And you may be well versed in Buddhism. You may be a meditator with extensive experience. You may have studied a lot of Buddhism, Dharma, but at times, do you think still you feel like something missing from your day-to-day life? And that tells a big story. And the story is about your dukkha. And a great many times in the past, we have discussed the term dukkha. Dukkha in simple English is a missing link. So no matter how rich you are, how affluent you are, how healthy you are, how social you are. Even if you make you have a decent job, a decent place to live, compared with many other people, millions of people in the world, but still you are at times not happy at all, and you are looking for something, and that something that you are looking for, you may or may not get, but still there are reasons in abundance for you to be happy, but you are not willing to do that. And then at times you feel like you got stuck in one place. You feel like you are not moving forward. And then just like the bird in captivity, so may assume that the world outside of its captivity is no different than it's the captivity itself. You may consider to you when you go through some dukkha in your life, and the whole world appears a place of pain, a place of agony, a place of misery, a place of disappointment to you, place of unsatisfaction, a place of unfulfillment to you. So at that point, that's why we at times act like a bird in captivity. Now, I would like you to pay attention to one Buddhist term, which is Pali, Sankhara. And we have discussed that term before, Sankhara. Sankhara, Sankhara. So this entire talk of mine is based on that single Buddhist term, Sankhara. In addition to that bird in captivity analogy, Sankhara. And then you come across Buddha's teaching that Sabbhe Sankhara Anicchati, Sabbhe Sankhara Dukkhati. All Sankharas are so dukkha. All Sankharas are so impermanent. Now, and let's look at this word Sankhara. And then because this term is very relevant to this topic today. But there should be something in depth that you need to think about. And then this one word Sankhara encapsulates the entire topic, freedom and prison within. Sankhara is the blending of subjective and objective view of self and the world. Now, subjective and objective view. Now, and first before I continue, let me explain the term to you. Sankhara. S-A-N-K-H-A-R-A, Sankhara, the term comes from a Sanskrit root, sun plus kru. Sun is the prefix, and you use the prefix sun with the root kru. Kru means to create, to make, to form, to produce. Kru means to make, to create, to form, to produce. Sang means together or with an abundance of conditions. And then, so Sankru, the root Sankru, from which comes Sankhara, means formed with conditions, conditionally formed, conditionally created, conditionally produced. And when it comes to Sankhara, there are three kinds of Sankhara that we talk about in Buddhism. Mano Sankhara, there's mental Sankharas, and Vachi Sankhara, there is verbal Sankharas, and Kaya Sankhara, or means bodily Sankharas. Now, it is much easier to use one word sankhara rather than, because even though it could be sankhara generally translates into English as conditioned things. But the term, even the English term itself is not that clear unless it's further clarified. So sankhara once again means the blending of the subjective and subjective objective view of self and the world. Now, at this point, the self is the bird in captivity, and then objective means the captivity itself and the world outside. Now, if you compare yourself to the bird in captivity, you are subjective, and then so we everything. If I use the term we, you and I, we are necessarily subjective beings. So that's because we are subjective, we always start our thinking process, our thought patterns, our thinking process, our assumptions, our conclusions, our thinking in general from ourselves. I would say when I say I am hungry, and when you say you are hungry, I am happy, you are happy, we are happy, we are not happy, we are unhappy. So we are not in a position to avoid the subjective thinking as long as we are not enlightened. See, so far, there's no way for me to avoid subjectivity here. We are all subjective beings. So unless you are enlightened, you may have come across many different Buddha statements by the Buddha. And whenever Buddha expressed himself, instead of calling himself I, and he would say the Buddha himself, and he would say, Buddha it's time for the Buddha to go for alms rounds. Buddha is thirsty. Buddha is going to take a bath, and so forth. Buddha is going to preach. Buddha is going to teach. By using Buddha, he refers to himself. And Buddha could do that very easily. I'm not in a position to do that. You may not be in a position to do that. Why? We still remain trapped in subjectivity. Everything we start, all the expressions that we make, all the statements that we make, all the conclusions, all descriptions, assumptions, conclusions, etc., we all make those things in a subjective way. So our view of the world is necessarily subjective. And then now our subjectivity is interconnected with what is called objectivity. Sankhara is both these things. That's why I say this is a blending of subjective, objective view. Now, what is an objective view? Objective is an object is something that appears to us. I am subjective, and what I see, what I experience, what I feel is objective. And then we are not in a position to separate subjectivity and objectivity. They always coexist. Now, when you are eating food, and so I am eating, what you eat is food, or I am drinking. And then, so when you say I am eating, we are eating, so it is not the food that we are talking about. We are talking about ourselves. I'm talking about myself. I am eating food. I am drinking tea, coffee. When I am drinking coffee or tea, Actually, I'm not talking about the coffee or tea. I'm talking about myself. But Buddha would be able to talk about coffee or tea because he has separated subjectivity from objectivity. He would at times refer to himself not as I, me, but as Buddha. But I'm not in a position to do that unless I do that deliberately. But I would very easily forget. I need to, unless I do that consciously. When I explain, let's say, when I ask you for a glass of water, do I usually say, Upananda needs a glass of water? No, that's not the way I express. That's not the way I ask you. I would say, I need a glass of water. Can I have a glass of water? May I have a glass of water? It's not the water actually. Fundamentally, primarily, I'm not talking about water. I'm talking about myself. That's because I'm subject. Now, so let's go back to the prism. Now, we all have expectations, hopes, ambitions. Now, there's no single purpose to life. Purpose varies from situation to situation. Once we struggle for our years to achieve something. Once we have achieved that, over time we get fed up with, we lose our interest. We tend to disregard our achievement. We tend to ignore, disregard, devalue, reduce the value of our achievement. And first we start, and then subconsciously we start looking for something else. And that's without that something else, quote unquote, we are not happy. That we start running after something else. And then unless we get what we are now running after, we are not happy. And what about the thing that we had achieved after years of struggle? Well, that doesn't interest us anymore. I need something new. So I start running after something. We start running after something. And with a lot of difficulty, we achieve that thing. But again, over time, we lose interest in that. And we feel like getting something else. That's the pattern of our living. That's how we live our life. And then what happens is, as we strive to achieve things, so we easily lose our ability to keep ourselves happy of the things that we have achieved. And then what happens? As a result, we build up a habitual pattern of dissatisfaction, a habitual pattern of unsatisfactory, a habitual pattern of agony. The world outside is not responsible for our agony. And we agonize ourselves. We put ourselves in misery. And then, of course, that doesn't mean that the system that we are part of, people who appeared in our life are not responsible. Of course, you could be a victim of someone else's action. You may have fallen victim to someone else. And so that you could be a victim of a certain perpetrator. And you could have been betrayed by someone. You feel betrayed. I don't deny that. But when it comes to that habitual pattern, and then so what happens is we keep gathering more and more sankharas, and then you can test it for yourself. So let's first look at the mano-sankharas. And once again, you know what sankhara means, right? Sankhara means the subjective, objective view of self and the world. subjective-objective view of yourself and the world. Again, just to remind you once again, objectivity is part of subject. Just like food is part of myself, and what is more primary is not what is subjective. What is more primary is what is subjective. So I am hungry and there must be food. Now I am eating food. When I am eating food, actually I am not thinking about the food. I'm thinking about myself because I'm subjective. So the entire world is part of our subjectivity. That's the point I want to make. The entire world is part of our subjectivity. In the case of that bird in captivity, the bird is inside the cage and the cage door is open, but bird is not leaving. Why? It has been in captivity for so long. And then the bird is weary of the world. It's not willing to leave its captivity. And then because he doesn't trust the world outside, to the bird itself, the entire world appears miserable, appears painful, appears agonizing. That's why the bird is not willing. And now some of you have had long dialogues with me about your life and interpersonal dialogues with me. At times I have discussed my personal things, some of you. And then, so remember, now, when you are a victim of, when you have fallen victim to a number of people, very easily, it would be very difficult for you to trust anyone anymore. So it is justifiable and your action is justified. But unless but that justification doesn't help you. So just like to the bird that is in captive, that is in prison, at this point I use the word captivity in terms of prison here. So the bird is in prison, the bird is imprisoned inside the cage. We continue to remain in prison. We keep ourselves imprisoned, we keep ourselves captive on purpose because we are not willing to think about the freedom outside, because we don't trust the world. And when something negative has happened to you, you hate the way, the same environment, the same surroundings where the incident took place, and you even hate similar surroundings, similar environments also. For example, if something happened in the park, and you may tend to hate all the parks in the world. If something negative happened to you in a hospital, and then you would tend to hate all the hospitals in the world. But the very hospital, very place that something negative happened to you, something disastrous happened to you, doesn't mean that all hospitals are like that. All parks are like that. All libraries are like that. All temples are like that. But you believe, and you tend to distrust. You tend to not trust similar places, and that is similar to keeping yourself in captivity and comparing the outside world to a prison. The entire world outside doesn't, you fail to comprehend that the world outside there, the world outside is very different than your captivity. But you are not willing to do that. And then you continue to, now you think about, and you're thinking, your thought patterns, your habitual thought patterns are all your mano sankharas, your mental sankharas are all negative. And then let's look at vachi sankhara. Vachi means verbal sankharas. And you might see that I'm not using any English word for sankhara here, because sankhara is very difficult to explain. It requires a whole sentence, a whole phrase to describe, even though the translation is conditioned things, but that doesn't convey the actual meaning that sankhara means. So once again, subjective, objective view, the blending of the subjective, objective view of yourself and your world around is called sankharas. Now, we have talked about mental sankharas. And then the next thing is verbal sankhara. That means the words that you speak. But every time you speak a word, and that would produce some kind of karma, some kind of memory, some kind of habit. Now, so once again, I must say that all sankharas create some kind of data that we store within our consciousness, and those data are threefold: memories, karma, and habits. All sankhara, whatever the sankhara it is, could be a mental sankhara, it could be a verbal sankhara, it could be a bodily sankhara. All these sankharas create some data, data of memory data, karma data, karmic data, or data, habitual data, data of habits. So now, so when you, because of the things, something negative that you have happened to, you find it difficult to avoid negative mental sankharas. And then negative thinking is part and parcel of life. Life has become part and parcel of your life, your existence now. However, I mean, whatever the number of books that you read, but even if you read lots of books on spirituality, even if you listen to thousands of Dhamma talks, even if you are surrounded by trustworthy spiritual friends called Kalyana Mittas, but you find it difficult to walk away, to avoid your negative mental sankhara. Just like the bird in captivity and thinking that the world outside is no different than the captivity or the cage. Now, because of some negative things that have happened to you, and you may consciously or subconsciously, you may tend to only talk about, find fault with others, only to make negative remarks of others. And probably you can, in your free time, close your eyes and think whether it is your habit that you only talk about negative things of others, that you fail to appreciate others. Because in case someone victimized you, and then because of that subconsciously planted conclusion, and then you may distrust, you may not be able to trust anyone at all. Of course, I'm not asking you to trust anyone at all at once. You need to take time to see whether it is good for you, it is safe for you to welcome someone into your life. And I always recommend that, I always do that myself. Now, when it comes to verbal sankharas, and has any one of your friends has ever told you, warned you, advised you not to only say negative things of others, about others? If they have reminded you, they may have noticed that you are a very negative person. Probably someone else doesn't need to remind, doesn't need to tell you on a continual basis, but you can think it for yourself, whether you always find fault with others. Then I am A, you are B, and we are talking about C. And then when I say, wow, C is such a nice person, and then if you start up your conversation, you start responding to my statement that C is such a nice person, if you say but, meaning you are not agreeing to my statement. But at the same time, I further clarify, and then I agree with you. And then I ask why you say but. And you say, well, you know what, this is what happened to me, I don't like him or her. And then I agree. And then I continue to, then I share with you, well, I agree with you, but at the same time, I would like to say that C, that person C, has these qualities. He's such a nice person too. Everyone, no one is perfect. But again, you would say, but, and then you disagree to my statement. You could keep disagreeing to all my statements. Why? In your head, the person see, the individual see that we are talking about is total negative, and you don't see any good in that person. You don't see any good quality in that person, even though I have told you many times. Fundamentally, there is something in negative of your approach. But what if someone else say the same thing to you? And by nature, we never want others to say that we are bad, but we easily tend to call others bad. We never want others to call us bad. Do we counterbalance that? We don't do that. That's because of subjective nature. Just like the bird fails to see that outside world would be different. Even if the bird hears other birds singing around, and then he may see, but still he's not willing to. The bird is not willing to convince himself that birds flying around so above the horizon are actually happy. But bird is not willing to do that because it is habitual thinking, habitual negative thinking. Now, and then you not only think about, you not only have negative mental sankhara, you also have negative verbal sankharas. And then what about negative bodily sankharas? That means the body. When you, in the name of anicca or impermanence, you may tend to not clean your body, not comb your hair, not clean your body, not dress up nice. I have come lots of people who live in, who say that their life has become so simple that they don't think about their body. But actually, it's not life lived in impermanence. It is a life lived in misery. There's a huge, vast difference between life lived in accordance with Buddha's teaching of impermanence and life living in misery. And I have come a lot of Buddhists, even from my own background, who think that they understand impermanence. In fact, they haven't understood impermanence. If you do understand impermanence, you must be smiling all the time, despite the fact that lots of negative things happen to you. And I have come across who haven't had any negative, relatively, whose life is negatively much happier than many life of many other millions of people in the world. But still, they are not happy because of their perfectionist approach to life. There's nothing called perfection. The word perfection is merely a word. Nothing is perfect. And the world is not a perfect place. Life is not perfect. So, and then when you neglect your physical health, and I have come lots of people who neglect their physical health, their bodily health. When I ask them further, they would say that, what is the meaning of taking care of my body? It is subject to death anyway. That's not understanding of Buddhism. That is not understanding of impermanence or anicca. That is purely misery. That is ignorance. I'm not insulting you because I'm not targeting anyone in person. So you can ask yourself whether you really understand impermanence. Now, you neglect your mental health, you neglect your healthy way of communication, you neglect your physical health when you become like the bird in captivity, and you have imprisoned yourself, when you fail to appreciate others, when you fail to appreciate yourself. Of course, you yourself are a source of blessing, and then human life is a blessing. It's very rare that humanity is very rare, and you have lots of talents and abilities. You are no different. You are not supposed to discount yourself. You are not supposed to downgrade yourself. You are such a marvelous human being, but you depreciate yourself because of your negative sankharas, negative way of thinking. Because you are not making a conscious effort to come out of captivity, even though the door is open, even though you have chances in abundance, opportunities in abundance to free yourself. You're not willing to do that. Why? In your head, in your mind, you enjoy captivity. And then even though you are well versed in language, you don't have any language barriers, and then you know all the words, you are educated, but you are so negative that you are not using your talent of effective communication. You only find fault with others. Why? Because you are in captivity. And then so your physical body is relatively more healthy than many other people in the world. So I have been to cancer hospitals in different countries in the world. Some people were born with a lot of birth defects. Some people were born without eyes, without ears, hearing inability, without limbs, legs, and some were without lots of medical complications. Compared with them, your body is relatively much more healthy, but you still complain that you are ill, that you are sick. And then, so that is called your negative bodily sankhara. Now, all these three sankharas, mental, verbal, and bodily sankharas, are intertwined. You can separate, and all these three sankharas are all subject to mental sankharas, subject to verbal sankharas, and subject to bodily sankharas. So just like the bird doesn't know that there is freedom there, he continues to enjoy his captivity. And then Buddha has explained it again in one of his fundamental teachings, that is called Tilakkana, teaching on the three signata of existence: anicca, dukkha, and anatta. So three Tilakkana, or the three signs of existence. Yadaniccang, tandukkam. Whatever is subject to fall apart into pieces, whatever is subject to change, is a source of unsatisfactoriness or dukkha. And whatever is subject to become a source of unsatisfactoriness or dukkha cannot be considered as permanent, cannot be considered as something with substance like soul, so that nothing is permanent in the world. But now, and Buddha says, most people enjoy, just like the bird in captivity, bird in prison, bird in captivity enjoys its captivity. Unfortunately, most human beings enjoy their captivity, enjoy dukkha. And that's when Buddha says that, unfortunately, most people in the world they so they are not willing to stop enjoying. I'm using this layman simple English. They are not willing to leave their suffering. So atta nibbindati dukkhe, nibbindana, N-I B-B-I-N-D-A-N, nibbindana. Nibbindana means disinterest, to stop enjoying, non-enjoyment. Nibbindana means non-enjoyment. So unfortunately, people continue to enjoy dukkha. So people are enjoying dukkha. Dukkha at this point, in terms of that bird in captivity analogy. So your captivity is what you enjoy. You are not making a conscious effort to enjoy freedom. You enjoy your captivity, dukkha. If I use dukkha in terms of captivity. And then as long as you continue to appreciate dukkha, continue to appreciate or enjoy dukkha, that's freedom you will never approach, you will never gain freedom. Atta nibbindati dukkhe. And this is a very universal statement that Buddha has made. This is one of my signature statement of Buddha, Atta nibbindati dukkhe. So those who really understand that our life is not going to be there forever, we are not going to live forever. The world changes all the time, our life changes all the time. And so that if we complain against change, impermanence, we will never be able to enjoy our life. That's what most people are doing. And then that's called a passive enjoyment. Vindana means enjoyment. Ni vindana means non-enjoyment. Non-enjoyment of dukkha. There must be non-enjoyment of dukkha. But unfortunately, in most people's case, there is enjoyment of, and that is a passive enjoyment. So it is passive. So the bird is so passive that it is not willing to leave the cage. And that being said, that's all I've got to say today. Once again, let me wrap up. And Buddha has used most of his teachings to describe samsara, not nirvana. It is very rare that Buddha talks about nirvana. He talks about samsara. Why is that? And then samsara and nirvana are part of the same reality. So when the very comprehension, the very understand, the very realization of samsara as it is called the achievement of nirvana. And you may have seen that. So it is, maybe I can say that in percentage wise, maybe if I use percentage, maybe Buddha has used less than 2% of his teaching to explain nirvana. And the 98% he has used of his teachings is dedicated to explain nirvana. And in other words, he has used almost all his teachings to explain captivity. He has explained the nature of prison, not freedom. It takes so that, and then he has to sacrifice all his life to help you, to enlighten you, that as long as you keep yourself captive, even though the freedom is out there, you are not willing to escape to freedom. And it's both within. One day we will achieve nirvana, you will achieve nirvana. And you would, in the name, in achieving nirvana, you are not traveling to outer space, to a kingdom, to a heaven. And it is a cognitive shift. The shift is necessarily in your perception. You need to change your perception. And we call that perceptional shift. The highest perceptional shift. You may also call the cognitive shift. But cognitive shift is widely used as a technical term in modern psychology. Perceptional shift, the highest shift in your perception. And then you shift yourself from your subjective approach to you and the world. And then you yourself become object to yourself. And so to someone who is not willing to leave captivity, who is passive, negative, the entire world become part of your imprisonment. And you fail to understand the beauty of the world out there. And then, so that is why you find fault with others. And that's why you are not able to get rid of your habitual negative way of thinking. And that's why you are not in a position to get rid of your negative way of communication. You are not in a position to understand that you need to maintain your physical health. And then, so there is a chance in abundance. I have come across some Buddhists who is inviting Buddha Maitreya to appear. Why Buddha Maitreya? We are still living in the realm Buddhantara realm. We still have access to Buddha's teachings. And the world is yet to become a place of darkness again. And we still have approach to wisdom. Why not make a conscious effort to benefit from the Buddha's teaching? Why pray that Buddha Maitreya appear in the world? Even if Buddha Maitreya appears in the world, the next Buddha, and as long as you don't make a conscious effort to stop your negative mental sankharas, negative verbal sankharas, and negative bodily sankharas, you would not be able to benefit from Buddha Maitreya's appearance in the world. Thank you. Any questions, or is my time up?
Thank you very much, Most Venerable Upananda Thera, Bhante Upananda. And well, we don't know if there are any questions. People would like to ask, but the thing is, most of them are watching on YouTube and Facebook, so that they can't speak and ask the questions. But if they wish to
I don't hear.
question as a comment, let's see if there are any questions. If there are, I can read them to you, Bhante. I will check quickly. And in the meantime, I would like to thank and convey our gratitude to Most Venerable Bhante Upananda Nayaka Thera for accepting our invitation, and also, as usual, delivering a wonderful, interesting Dhamma talk, which enlightened our Vesak Day celebration and program, and also joining from all the way United States. Thank you, Bhante, and we wish you good health and happiness on behalf of the London Buddhist Vihara and our supporters. I don't think, Bhante, we have any questions. Thank you very much, Bhante Upananda. I was talking, but my mic was muted, so I have to repeat everything again.
Yeah, I didn't hear, that's why.
Yeah. So I just said that most of our people were watching. Actually, almost all of them were watching on YouTube and Facebook. So there's no way for them to speak and ask the questions. I just quickly check the comments to see if there are any questions sent, but there's no questions because they were not expecting to ask questions as they were just watching.
Okay.
And I just want to thank you and convey our gratitude for your valuable contribution on behalf of the London Buddhist Vihara and all of our Dayakas. As usual, you delivered a wonderful, interesting, valuable Dhamma talk which enlightened our Vesak Day celebration program. So thank you very much, Bhante, and we wish you good health and happiness from here, the London Buddhist Vihara and London.
Yeah, and you are most welcome. Thank you, Bhante Kassapa. And also my respect to Most Venerable Bhante Seelam and Most Venerable Bhante Bandula. Thank you, my friends, who invited me to join these celebrations. And I wish you a happy and peaceful Vesak. May the world be free from this coronavirus pandemic very soon. May all our fellow human beings who have lost their lives this coronavirus pandemic be at peace wherever they are. May all coronavirus patients all over the world recover very soon. May you all be well, happy and peaceful. Thank you and happy Vesak.
සිංහල ධර්මදේශනාව පැවැත්වීමටයි මේ සූදානම් වෙන්නේ. චාරිත්‍රානුකූලව මේ දේවතාරාධනාව කරලා නමස්කාරය කියලා ගාථාව කියන්නේ. සමන්ත චක්කවාලේසු අත්‍රා ගච්ඡන්තු දේවතා සද්දම්මං මුනි රාජස්ස සුනන්තු සග්ග මොක්ඛදම් ධම්ම ශ්‍රවණ කාලෝ අයං භදන්තා ධම්ම ශ්‍රවණ කාලෝ අයං භදන්තා ධම්ම ශ්‍රවණ කාලෝ අයං භදන්තා නමෝ තස් භගවතෝ අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස අභිඤ්ඤයං අභිඤ්ඤාතං භාවේ තබ්බංච භාවිතං පහතබ්බං පහිනං මේ තස්මා බුද්ධෝස්මි බ්‍රාහ්මන. සදේවත් පින්වත්නි, අද වෙසක් පුර 15ක් පොහොය දිනයේ නිමිත්තෙන් විශාල පිරිසක් අපදායක පින්නතුන් සේ සමාදම් වෙලා සිටිනවා. ඒ වගේම විශාල පිරිසක් මේ වැඩසටහනට සහභාගී වෙලා ධර්ම ශ්‍රවණ ආදී කටයුතු වල නිරත වෙනවා, යෙදෙනවා. අපේ බෞද්ධයන්ගේ තියෙන උතුම්ම පොය දිනය තමයි වෙසක් පුර 15ක් පොහොය දවස. අප බෞද්ධ හැදියාවේ කවදාවත් පන්සලකට යන්න බැරි වුණොත් වෙසක් පොය දවසේ නම් කොහොමාරි ගිහිල්ලා මලක් පානක් පූජා කරලා එන පුරුද්ද සිරිත අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. නමුත් මේ පවතින පරිසරය අනුව අපිට විහාරස්ථානවලට රැස් වෙන්නට අපහසු වෙලා තිබෙන නිසා දුරස්ත ක්‍රමයට sannivedanaය කෙරෙන මේ වැඩසටහන් මාලාවට හෝ සහභාගී වෙලා අද වෙසක් දවස අමතක නොවන දවසක් හැටියට ආගමික කටයුතු වල යෙදිලා අද දවස සිල් සමාදම් වෙලා ප්‍රතිපත්ති සම්පූර්ණ කරමින් කටයුතු කිරීමට ලැබිලා තියෙන එක එක්තරා ආතකින් ලොකු වාසනාවක් හැටියට කල්පනා කළ යුතුයි. අද දවසේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ ශ්‍රේෂ්ඨත්වය, බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ අනුපමේය සේවය අපි සලකන කතාබහ කරන ධර්මදේශනාවලට මාතෘකා වෙන කාරණයක් වන බැවින් මා මේ අවස්ථාවේදී සේල සූත්‍රයේ සඳහන් වෙන ගාථාවක් ඔබ හැම දෙනා වෙත ඉදිරිපත් කළා. ඒ ගාථාව තියෙන්නේ මජ්ක්‍ධිම නිකායේ බ්‍රාහ්මණ වර්ගයේ සේල සූත්‍රයේ තමයි මේ ගාථාව අන්තර්ගත වෙන්නේ. මේ ගාථාව දේශනා කරන්න හේතු වුණ නිධාන කතාව සලකා බලන්න ඕනේ. පළමුවෙන්ම අන්‍යාගමික බ්‍රාහ්මණ ජටිල පරිබ්‍රාජකාදී විවිධ ආගමික පසුබිමක බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ ධර්මචාරිකාව සිදු වුණු බව භාෂා ඇති. මේ විදිහේ ධර්මචාරිකාවක යෙදෙන බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ අංගුත්තරාප කියන ජනපදයෙහි චාරිකාවේ යෙදෙන ගමන් ආපාන කියන නියම් ගමට වැඩම කළා. ඒ නියම් ගම වැසී මහජනයාට බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ කීර්තිරාවය උන්වහන්සේ පිළිබඳ එදා පැතිරගිය උන්වහන්සේගේ යශෝරාවය අසන්නට ලැබුණා. මෙම ශස්ත්‍රීය කුලයෙන් භද්‍ර යෞවන වියෙහි රජ මැදුරෙන් අභිනිෂ්ක්‍රමණය කරලා පැවිදි වෙලා බුද්ධත්වය ලබාපු උත්තම ශ්‍රමණයන් වහන්සේ නමක් කියන එක භාග්‍යවතුන් වහන්සේ ගැන මේ ජනපදයේ වැසියෝද අසා තිබුණා. මේක සැබවින්ම ඒ කාලේ බොහෝ දෙනාට ලොකු උද්‍යෝගයක් ඇති කරපු ආගම ධර්මයේ පිළිබඳ ලොකු බලාපොරොත්තුවක් ඇති කරපු ප්‍රවෘත්තියක් වුණා. බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ බුද්ධත්වය උන්වහන්සේගේ මේ පැවිදි ජීවිතය මේ ආකාරයෙන්. ඒ නිසාම බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පිළිබඳ මේ සූත්‍ර දේශනාවලින්මයි මේ අපි වන්දනා කරන ගාථාව අපි මේ අරගෙන තිබෙන්නේ. ඔබ හැම දෙනාම නිසකෝම මේ උදේ හවා වන්දනා කරන ඉතිපිසෝ භගවා අරහං සම්මා සම්බුද්ධෝ විජ්ජාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ සුගතෝ ලෝකවිදු අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්මසාරති සත්තා දේව මනුස්සානං බුද්ධෝ භගවාති සෝ ඉමං ලෝකං සදේවකං සමාරකං සබ්‍රාහ්මකං සස්සමන බ්‍රාහ්මණින් පජං සදේව මනුස්සාය සයං අභිඥාය සච්චිකත්වා පවේදේති. මෙන්න මේ විදිහට නව අරහාදී බුදුගුණයන් ගැන මේ කතාන්තරය බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ වටා ගෙතී තිබුණා. මේ විදිහට දෙව්ලෝ සහිත බඹලෝ සහිත මහාන බමුණන් සහිත දෙව් මිනිසුන් සහිත ප්‍රජාවද මේ විදිහට මේ දේශන මේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පිළිබඳ ගුණකථනය මේ වහන්සේට තිබිච්ච මේ ගුණයන් අහලා තිබුණා. මේ විදිහට බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ ධර්ම දේශනා කරනවා. ආදි කල්යාණං මජ්ජේ කල්යාණං පරිෝසాన කල්යාණං. මුලින් ධර්ම දේශනාව පවත්වනවා හොඳින්, මධ්‍යයේ ධර්ම දේශනාව හොඳින් පවත්වනවා, අවසානයේ දක්වාම මේ විදිහට ධර්ම දේශනාව කරගෙන යනවා. මේ විදිහට සියල්ල පිරිපුම් පිරිසිදු බඹසර දේශන බ්‍රහ්මචර්යාවේ උත්තම පැවැත්ම උන්වහන්සේ දේශනා කරනවා කියලා මේ කාලේ පැතිර ගිය මේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පිළිබඳ පැතිර ගිය මේ විස්තරය මේ ජනපදයේහි මේ අංගුත්තරාප කියන ජනපදයේ වැසියන්ට දැනගන්නට ලැබුණා. ඉතින් ආපාන ගමට වැඩිය බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පිළිබඳ මේ කතාන්තර ගම්වාසීන් අතර පැතුරුනාම ඒ ප්‍රදේශයේ හිටියා මහා විශාල පිරිසක් සමග ජීවත් වෙච්ච කේනිය ජටිල කියලා ජටිල නායකයෙකු. කේනිය ජටිල. මේ ජටිල කියන අය බුද්ධ ධර්මයේ උගන්වන දේශනාවල නිතර හමු වෙනවා. ඔබ ආසා ඇති බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ ගයා කාශ්‍යප නදී කාශ්‍යප ආදි වශයෙන් ජටිල පිරිසක් ඒ කාලේ හිටියා. ඒ වගේම මේ මෙතනත් සඳහන් වෙනවා කේනිය ජටිල කියලා කෙනෙක්. ජටිල කියලා කියන එකට අටුවාවේ කියන්නේ මේ ජටාවක් බැඳගෙන සිටපු නිසා ඔළුවේ ජටිල කියන නාමය දීලා තියෙනවා. ඔළුවේ මේ ටර්බන් එකක් නැත්නම් මේ ජටාවක්. ඒක ආගමික සම්ප්‍රදායක් හැටියට ඔළුවේ ජටාවක් බැඳගෙන ඒ අයගේ වත් පිළිවෙත් පුරමින් ගත කරන බැවින් ජටිල කියන නම ඒ අයට දීලා තිබුණා. ඉතින් මේ කේනිය ජටිල මේ තුමා පූජකතුමා ඒ ප්‍රදේශයේ විශාල මේ ජටිල අනුගාමිකයන් සමග වාසය කරා. මෙතුමාට අහන්න ලැබුණා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ ආපාන කියන මේ ගමට වැඩියයි කියලා. ඒ අනුව මේ කේනිය ජටිල තෙමේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ හමුවට ගියා. ගිහිල්ලා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ සමග මේ ඊටාම මිත්‍ර ලීලාවෙන් සාකච්ඡා කරා. ඒ වෙලාවේ භගවතා සද්දීන් සම්මෝදි සම්මෝදනීයං කතං සාරාණීයං වීති සාරෙත්වා ඒකමන්තං නිශීදී. ඉතින් බොහොම මේ ආවගිය තොරතුරු මේවා සියල්ල සාකච්ඡා කරා පළමුවෙන්ම. ඊට පස්සේ එකත් පසුව හිටිය මේ කේනිය ජටිලතුමා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගෙන් සුදුසු ධර්ම කතාවෙහි සාකච්ඡාවෙහි යෙදුණා. ඒ අය අදහස් හුවමාරු කරගත්තා. මේ ජටිලතුමාට බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ ගැන ලොකු පැහැදීමක් ඇති වෙලා ජටිල කේනිය ජටිල තෙමේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේට ආරාධනා කරා ස්වාමීනි මගේ මේ නිවසට පසුදින දානයට වැඩමවන්නට කියන එක ආරාධනා කරා. එතකොට බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ ජටිලතුමා කේනිය ජටිලට ප්‍රකාශ කළා. විශාල භික්ෂුන් වහන්සේලා පිරිසක් මා සමග මේ චාරිකාවට එකතු වෙලා සිටිනවා. කේනිය විශාල පිරිසක් භික්ෂුන් වහන්සේලාට දානයක් පූජා කරන්න ඔබගේ නිවස ඉඩකඩ තියනවාද? ඔබට ඒ තරම් පිරිසක් ඉන්නවද? ඔබට ඒ තරම් වත්කමක් තිබෙනවාද? මේවා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ ප්‍රකාශ කරා කේනිය. මේක ලේසි කටයුත්තක් වෙන්න බෑ කියලා. බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ දැනගත්තා මේ තරම් විශාල පිරිසක් සමග දානයට වැඩම කළා ජටිල කරදරයකට පත් වෙයිද කියලා. ජටිල ඇත්ත වශයෙන්ම මේ පූජක ජීවිතයට වඩා ගිහි ජීවිතයට සම්බන්ධ කෙනෙක්. ඒ නිසා ජටිල කිව්වා මට බොහෝ සේවකයෝ ඉන්නවා. අනුගාමිකයෝ කියන්නේ හුඟක් සේවක පිරිසක් ඉන්නවා. මගේ නිවස ඊටාම විශාල ලෙස හදාගත්ත නිවසක්. ඒකේ මහා සංඝරත්නයට බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේට ඉඩ පහසුකම් සපයන්නට මට පුළුවන්. ඒ නිසා භාග්‍යවතුන් වහන්සේ මාගේ මේ ආරාධනය පිළිගන්න කියලා. දැන් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ ආරාධනාව පිළිගත්තා. ජටිලතුමා ගිහිල්ලා තමන්ගේ නිවස ඉන්න සියලු සේවකයන්ට සියලු පිරිසට ඒ ළඟ ගම්වාසීන් සියලු දෙනාටම පණිවිඩ ඇරලා වහාම ගෙන්වා ගත්තා. ගෙන්නාගෙන ඒ අය විශාල මේ තාවකාලික ගෙවල් මේ හදන්න පටන් ගත්තා. දහසක් විතර භික්ෂූන් වහන්සේලාට වැඩඉන්න දානේ පූජා කරන්න මඩු හදන්න පටන් ගත්තා. ඒ වගේම පසුදින දානයට අවශ්‍ය දේවල් ලහි ලහියේ සූදානම් කළා. මේක හදිසියේ කරපු ආරාධනාවක්නේ. මේවා ඉක්මනින් සිද්ධ කරනවා. ඉතින් මේ ගෙදර හරියට විශාල කාර්ය බහුල ස්ථානයක් බවට පත් වුණා. ඒ වෙලාවේ මේ කේනිය ජටිලතුමාගේ මිත්‍රයෙක් වුණු සේල බ්‍රාහ්මණයා කේනියගේ නිවසට පැමිණියා. පැමිණිලා ඇහුවා මලගයක් නම් වෙන්න බෑ මගුල් ගයක්වත් තියනවාද කේනිය මේ තරම් මේ මහ ජනතාව මේ ඉක්මනින් උනන්දුවෙන් කඩිසරව ලහි ලහියේ සූදානම් වෙන්නේ මගුල් ගයක්වත් තියනවාද කියලා. ඒ වෙලාවේදී කේනිය කිව්වා නැහැ මිත්‍රාණෙනි බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ බවත් ගෞතමයන් වහන්සේ මේ ගමට වැඩම කරලා සිටින නිසා හෙට දවසේ දානයට වඩිනවා. මම ආරාධනා කරා උන්වහන්සේ මගේ ආරාධනාව පිළිගත්තා. මට ඒක ලොකුම මේ ගෞරවයක්. ඒ නිසා ඒකට සූදානම් වෙන්නේ. දැන් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ ගැන බුද්ධ කියන වචනේ අහපුවම එයත් මේ බුද්ධ කියන වචනේ බුදුහාමුදුරෝ ලෝකේ පහළ වුණා කියන මේ කතාන්තරය අහලා තිබුණා සේල. ඒ වෙලාවේ සේලට ලොකු අදහසක් ආවා ගිහිල්ලා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ දකින්නට ඕනේ බලන්නට ඕනේ. දැන් හෙට දවසේ තමන්ගේ මිත්‍රාගේ නිවසේදී බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ දකින්නවා වෙනුවට එයා කල්පනා කළා අද දවසේම ගිහිල්ලා මම බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ මුණ ගැහෙනවා කියලා මේ තමන්ගේ මිත්‍රයාට කිව්වා. මම ගිහිල්ලා උන්වහන්සේ පොඩ්ඩක් දැන ඇඳිනගෙන එන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. එසේ කේනිය ජටිලයාගෙන් සමුගෙන සේල ගියා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ හිටපු මේ ප්‍රදේශයට. උන්වහන්සේ ගිහිල්ලා උන්වහන්සේ හමුවෙන්ට ගිහිල්ලා බලපුවාම ඒ සේල බ්‍රාහ්මණයාද බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ සමග උපසංකමිත්වා භගවතා සද්දින් සම්මෝධි. සම්මෝධි කියන්නේ මේ සාකච්ඡා කළා සැප දුක් ඇහුවා. සම්මෝධනීයං කතං සාරාණීයං ආවගිය තොරතුරු ඇහුවා. ඒකලා සේල බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ දිහා බලාගෙන ඉන්නකොට සේලට තේරෙනවා මේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ කියන්නේ සාමාන්‍ය මනුෂ්‍ය ශරීරයක් ඇති පුද්ගලයෙකු නෙවෙයි කියන එක. එතුමාට තේරුම් ගියා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ මේ ලක්ෂණ මේ පුරුෂ ලක්ෂණ සියලු දෙනාම අභිබවා යන මහා පුරුෂ ලක්ෂණයන්ගෙන් මේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ යුක්ත කෙනෙක් කියන එක පේනුණා. ඊට පස්සේ සේලට දැනගන්න පුළුවන් සේල අහලා තිබුණා මේ වේද ග්‍රන්ථවල තියෙනවා මහා පුරුෂයෙකුගේ ලක්ෂණ. බ්‍රාහ්මණ සේල මේවා ඉගෙනගෙන තිබුණ නිසා යාගේ හිතට ආවා මේ වේද ග්‍රන්ථවල තියෙන මහා පුරුෂ ලක්ෂණ මේ සමහරක් ඒවා බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ දිහා බලනකොට පේනවා. එතකොට මේවා බලනකොට මේ මහා පුරුෂ ලක්ෂණ මේ වේදේ සඳහන් වෙන ඒවා සැබවින්ම සියල්ලම මේ මහා පුරුෂයා ළඟ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ ළඟ තියනවාද කියලා එයා හෝදිසි කරා. ඉතින් ඒවට කියනවා දෙතිස් මහා පුරුෂ ලක්ෂණ කියලා. 32ක් මහා පුරුෂ ලක්ෂණ බුදුහාමුදුරන්ගේ 80ක් කුඩා ලක්ෂණ මහා පුරුෂ ලක්ෂණ 32ක් තිබුණ බව මේ ඔබ අහලා තිනවනේ. ඉතින් ඔය යශෝදරා දේවිය මේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ කිඹුල්වත් නුරට බුද්ධත්වයෙන් පස්සේ ආපුවම රාහුල කුමාරයාට බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ ගැන විස්තරයක් කරනකොටත් ඒකේ බුදුහාමුදුරන්ට ප්‍රකාශ කරානේ මේ පුරුෂ ලක්ෂණ නරසිය ගාථාවල ඒ සහිතුයි අපි තා නරසියෝ කියලා මේ නරසිය ගාථාවල ප්‍රකාශ කරානේ මේ 32ක් මහා පුරුෂ ලක්ෂණ තියෙන හැටි මේ යශෝදරා දේවිය ප්‍රකාශ කරානේ එතකොට ලස්සන්ට ප්‍රකාශ කරානේ සිනිද්ද සුගම්බීර මංජු සුගෝසෝ හිංගුල බන්ධ ස්පුරත්ත සුජීවෝ විසති විසති සේත සුදන්තෝ ඒ සහිතුයි හපිතාන් රසීහෝ කටහඬ ගැන කියනවා. ඒ වගේම මේ මුඛය දත් දෙපළ ගැන කියනවා. ගච්ඡති නීල පාතේ විය චන්දෝ තාරගනා පරිවේතිත රූපෝ සාවක මජ්ජගාතු සමනින්දෝ ඒ සහිතුයි හපිතානර සීහු. යසෝදරායි පුරුෂ ලක්ෂණ හරියට මේ තරු පිරිවරාගත් සඳක්සේ අන්න ඔබගේ පිය රජතුමා මේ නරසිංහයන් මේ වීදිවල සංචාරය කරනවා කියලා රාහුල කුමාරයාට කිව්වා වගේ මේ සීල ජටිල මේ 32ම බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ ශරීරයේ තියෙන බව පැහැදිලිවම දැනගත්තා. මේවා එකින් එක නිරීක්ෂණය කරා. සාකච්ඡා කරන ගම බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ වඩිනකොට ඒ ගමන් විලාසය ඒ වගේ උන්වහන්සේගේ මේ කංවල හැටි මේ විදිහට ශරීර ලක්ෂණ 32 පිළිබඳවම වැටහීමක් ඇති කරගත්තා. දෙතිස් මහා පුරුෂ ලක්ෂණම යා හඳුනාගත්තා කියලා කියනවා. මේවා එකින් එක මෙයා පරීක්ෂා කරනවා, සටහන් කරනවා, හරි දාගන්නවා. හරි. ලම්බ කර්ණ කන් දෙක එල්ලෙනවා. හරි. දත්වල හැටි, නල්ලලේ හැටි, නිකටේ හැටි, බෙල්ලේ හැටි, ඔය විදියට මේවා එකින් එක මෙයා හිතෙන් සටහන් කරගෙන මෙවැනි මහා පුරුෂයෙක්, ආශ්චර්ය මනුස්සයෙක් කියලා මෙයාට ලොකු පළමුවෙනි වතාවට මෙහෙම පුරුෂයෙක් ලෝකේ ඉන්නවා කියන එක අර බණ අහලා තිබිච්ච එයා මේ වේදේ දැඟලා තිබිච්ච දෙතිස් මහා පුරුෂ ලක්ෂණයන්ගෙන් පිරිච්ච සැබෑම මිනිසෙක් මේ ලෝකේ ඉන්න බව දැනගත්තා. දැනගෙන ලොකු සතුටක් ඇති වුණා. සතුටක් ඇති වෙලා මෙන්න මෙහෙම සාකච්ඡාවක් ඇති වුණා. ඒ සාකච්ඡාවේ මේකේ තියෙනවා භාග්‍යවතුන් වහන්සේ නුඹ වහන්සේ ලක්ෂණ විසින් පිරිපුන් සිරුර ඇත්තේය. මනා සිරුරු පැහැ ඇතිය. සුජාතය මනහර දර්ශන ඇතිය. ස්වර්ණයට බඳු පැහැ ඇතිය. සුදුසු දත් ඇතිය. අර යසෝදරා දේශී කියාපු කතාව තමයි මේ කියන්නේ. නරස්සහි සුජාතස්ස යේ භවಂತಿ ව්‍යංජනා සබ්බේතේ තව කායස්මින් මහා පුරුෂ ලක්ෂණ. ඔබගේ ශරීරයේ මහා පුරුෂ ලක්ෂණ තියෙනවා ස්වාමීනි. ඊටම හොඳ ශාස්ත්‍රීය වංශයෙන් පහළ වෙලා මේ විදිහේ චවි වර්ණය ශරීර අංග ලක්ෂණ පස්පැස්නා වූ නුවන් ඇතිය. මේ ඇස්වල පාට සුන්දර වූ මුව ඇතිය. ආරෝහ පරිණාහ සමාපත්තියෙන් යුක්තය. මේ විදිහට බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ ගැන වර්ණනාවක් කරනවා. මහා සංගන මැද හිරු මණ්ඩලසින් බැබලෙන්නේය. හරියට බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ මේ හරියට සූර්යයා මේ වගේ ප්‍රකාශ කරා. මේ සංස්කෘත ශ්ලෝකවල බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ ගැන වර්ණනා කරන අවස්ථාවල තියෙනවා සූර්යාට සම්බන්ධ කරලා ආදිච්ච. නමෝ නමෝ බුද්ධ දිවාකරාය. නමෝ නමෝ ගෝතම චන්දිමාය. නමෝ නමෝ සාක්‍ය නන්දනාය. නමෝ නමෝ නන්ත ගුණං නවාය. ඔන්න සංස්කෘත ශ්ලෝක වලිනුත් බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ වර්ණනා කරලා තියෙනවා. දිවාකර කියන්නේ සූර්යයා. බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ නමස්කාර කරනවා සූර්යා බඳු වූ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේට. නමෝ නමෝ ගෝතම චන්දිමාය. බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ සඳක් වගේ ඒ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ නමස්කාර කරනවා. නමෝ නමෝ සාකිය නන්දනාය. සාක්‍ය කුලයෙන් පැවිදි වෙච්ච ඒ උන්වහන්සේට නමස්කාර කරනවා. නමෝ නමෝ නන්ත ගුණන් නවාය. අනන්ත වූ ගුණයකින් යුක්ත වූ ඒ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර කරනවා කියලා මේ සතක සංස්කෘත පොත්වල පවා සඳහන් වෙනවා. එතකොට පින්වතුනි මේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ ගැන මේ දකින අය, ඒ ගැන හිතපු අය බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ ගැන පුදුමාකාර විදියට වර්ණනා කරලා තියෙනවා. සමහර අය ලියලා තියෙනවා අර වැත් ඇවේ හාමුදුරුවෝ ලියලා තියෙනවා. පරසතු මලින් පුද ලද මුනි සඳුට දියලද වනපස මලින් පුද කලයි පවසනු කවර වරදද කියලා. ඒ කියන්නේ පරසතු මල් තියෙන්නේ දෙවියන්ගේ දිව්‍ය ලෝකේ ඇවිල්ලා දෙවියෝ බුදුහාමුදුරන්ට පරසතු මලින් පිදුවා. උන්වහන්සේගේ පාද නමස්කාර කරා. ඉතින් එහෙම බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේට මේ ගස් වලින් කඩාගත්ත වනපස මලක්, ඒ කියන්නේ මනුස්ස ලෝකේ තියෙන මේ වනාන්තරවල තියෙන මලක් පූජා කරා කියලා ඇති වැරද්ද කුමක්ද කියලා. වැත්තේ විහාමුදුරුවෝ ඒක කියන්නේ ඇයි? මේ තරම් ශ්‍රේෂ්ඨයක් වහන්සේ නමක් වර්ණනා කරන්න මට හැකියාවක් නැහැ. මම දන්න විදිහට මම වර්ණනා කරනවා. ඊට වැඩි ලොකුවට මට වර්ණනා කරන්න බෑ හරියට මේ වනමල් වගේ මගේ වර්ණනාව. නමුත් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ වර්ණනාවන් හරියට පරසතු මලින් කරලා වගේ තියෙනවා කියලා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ හැම වටිනා පොතකම බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ ගැන වර්ණනා කරලා සියපින් සිරින් සරු දෙතිස් ලකුණෙන් විසිතුරු කෙලෙසුන් කෙරෙන් දුරු වඳින් සදහම් තිලෝ ගුරු. බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ මුනි උතුමන් තිලෝ ගුරු. බුදුහාමුදුරුවන්ගේ දෙතිස් මහා පුරුෂ ලක්ෂණයෙන් යුක්ත වූ ඒ සත පුණ්‍ය ශ්‍රීයෙන් බබලන්නා වූ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ වන්දනා කරමි කියලායි මේ වැත් ඇවේ හාමුදුරුවෝ මේ ගුතිල ජාතකයේ පටන් ගත්තේ. ලෝ වැඩ සංගරාව පටන් ගත්ත හැටි දන්නවා නේද? සිසිරි දෙන මහා ගුණ මූදානන් සත්හට වන බව දුකට වේදානන් තිත්ගන දුරු දුරලන දිනිදානං සිත් සතෝ සිං නම දින් මුනිදානන්. ඔන්න ලෝ වැඩ සංගරාව පටන් ගත්තේ. සෙත් සිරි දෙන මහ ගුණ මුහුදානං හරියට බුදුහාමුදුරන්ගේ ගුණ මුහුදක් වගේලු. එක ජාතක කතාවක තියෙනවා ලේනෙක් මහ මුහුද හිඳවන්න කියලා ගිහිල්ලා මුහුදේ වලිගේ දාලා ගොඩට ඇවිල්ලා ගසා දානවා. ආයෙ මුහුදට යනවා. ආයෙ ගොඩට ඇවිල්ලා අර වතුර ටිකක් මේ අර වලිගේ තෙමලා ගෙනල්ලා මේ කරන්න පුළුවන් වැඩක් නෙමෙයි. ඉතින් මේ කවියා කියනවා හරියට බුදුගුණ වර්ණනා කරන එක හරියට ඒ වගේ. අනන්ත වූ ගුණ ඇති මහා මුහුදක් වැනි මේ බුදුගුණ වර්ණනා කරන්න යනවා කියන එක අර ලේනා ලේනු තත් කළ වෙන්න දවසක්. ඉතින් මේ වගේ බුදුගුණ කියන ඒවා. ඉතින් ඒ හා සමාන බුදුගුණ දැකපු මේ බුදුහාමුදුරන්ගේ බාහිර ලක්ෂණ දැකලා සේල පුදුමයට පත් වුණා. පත් වෙලා මෙන්න මෙහෙම කියනවා. රාජා අරහසි භවිතුං චක්කවත්ති රතේ සහෝ චාතු රන්තෝ විජිතාවි ජම්බු සන්ටස්ස ඉස්සරා කත්තියා භෝගී රාජානෝ අනුයුත්තා භවන්තුතේ රාජාභි රාජා මනුජින්නෝ රජ්ජංකාරේසි ගෝතම. මේ මහා පුරුෂයෙක් මේ කැලේට වෙලා මොකද්ද කරන්නේ? උන්වහන්සේ දැකලා කියනවා උත්තම රත ඇති සිව් සයුරු හිම් කොට ඇති පොළවට ආධිපතු දිනු පසමිතුනන් ඇති දඹදිවට ඊශ්වරු සක්විති රජවන්නට ඔබතුමා සුදුසුයි. ඒ කියන්නේ මහ පොළොව කෙලවර කරලා තියෙන මේ මුහුද දක්වාම සතර සාගරයට තියෙන මහ පොළොවම යටත් කරගෙන සියලු සතුරන් පරාජය කරලා දඹදිවට ආධිපති වූ සක්විති රජෙක් වෙන්න සුදුසුයි නේද ඔබ වහන්සේ? ඇයි මේ වනාන්තරයට වෙලා මේ තපස් රකින්නේ කියලා සීල බ්‍රාහ්මණය ඇහුවා මේ උන්වහන්සේගේ මේ බාහිර මහා පුරුෂ ලක්ෂණයන් වලට වසිංග වෙලා. ඒ වෙලාවේ තවත් කියනවා ජාතීන් ශාස්ත්‍රීය වූ ඔබ වහන්සේ සියලු රජදරුවෝ ඔබ වහන්සේට යටත් වෙනවා. ඔබ වහන්සේට අනියුක්ත වෙනවා. ගෝතමේනි රාජාදි රාජව මිනිසුන්ට පරමේශ්වරව රාජය කරන්න ගිහිල්ලා රජකම ගන්න මුළු ලෝකෙටම මේ දඹදිවටම රජ වෙන්න ඔබ වහන්සේට මේ සියලු රජවරු මේ දඹදිවේ ඉන්න සියලු රජවරු යටත් වෙලා ඔබ වහන්සේට ඉඩ දෙනවා මේ සක්විති රජ කෙනෙක් වෙන්න කියලා ප්‍රකාශ කරා. බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ බුද්ධත් මේ උපදිච්ච වෙලාවේදී අර බමුණු ඇඟිලි දෙකක් උස්සලා කිව්වනේ එක්කෝ සක්විති රජ කෙනෙක් වෙනවා නැත්තම් බුදු කෙනෙක් වෙනමයි කියලා මේ අනාගතයේ බලලා අර බ්‍රාහ්මණවරු පෙර නිමිති සඳහන් කරානේ. මේ විදිහේ ලක්ෂණ මේ වලින් සේල මේ විදිහට කිව්වා මේ වනාන්තරයට වෙලා මොකද කරන්නේ? ගිහිල්ලා රජ වෙලා සක්විති රජ කෙනෙක් වෙන්න මේ මුළු දඹදිවටම කියලා ආරාධනා කළා. ඒ වෙලාවේදී බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ දැන් සේලට කියනවා. දැන් සේලට ප්‍රකාශ කරනවා. රාජාමස්මි සේල ධම්මරාජානුත්තරෝ ධම්මේන චක්කං වත්තේමි රාජං චක්කං අප්පතිවත්තියං. සේල මම රජ කෙනෙක් තමයි මේ හිටියට මේ වනාන්තරගත වෙලා හිටියට. රාජා හමස්මි සේල ධම්ම රාජානුත්තර මම ධර්ම රාජ ධර්මයට රජ වෙමි. ධම්මේන චක්කං වත්තේමි දැන් දසරා රජුරෝ චක්කවර්ති රජුරුවන් අර රෝදයක් නැත්තම් මේ චක්‍රය සංකේත කරනවනේ රජුරුවන්ගේ දසරාජ ධර්මයෙන් රජ කරන ඒ චක්‍රයක් සංකේතමත් කරනවා. ඒ රෝදය මුළු රට පුරා ගමන් කරනවා. යම් කිසි කෙනෙක් විරුද්ධ නම් ඒ ගමන් කරන ඒ ගමන නතර කරනවා ඒ රෝදය ගමන් කරවීම. එතකොට මෙතනදී බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ කියනවා මම ධර්ම චක්‍රය පවත්වගෙන යනවා. මම ධර්ම රාජ වෙමි සේල මේ මම ධර්මයෙන් තමයි ධර්ම රාජ්‍යයක් ගොඩනගාගෙන ධර්මයෙන් තමයි මේ ලෝකය පාලනය කරන්නේ. වෙනම රාජ්‍යයක් නැති. ඉතින් අපි කියනවානේ බුදු රජාණන් වහන්සේ කියලා අපි සිංහලෙන් කියනවානේ. අපේ බුදුහාමුදුරන්ට අපි කියනවා බුදු රජාණන් වහන්සේ කියලා. මේ කියමන පදනම් වෙන්නේ මේකේ තමයි. බුදුහාමුදුරන්ට බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ කියන මේ රජ කියන වචනේ පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ ඒකට පදනම් වෙන්න එක හේතුවක්. උන්වහන්සේ මේ සාකච්ඡාවෙන් අපට තේරුම් ගන්න පුළුවන් මම ධර්ම රාජ වෙමි. ධර්මයෙන් මම මේ ධම්ම චක්‍රය මේ ආඥා චක්‍රය මම ලෝකයට පතුරවා ධර්මයෙන් ලෝකේ පාලනය කරමි කියලා. ඉතින් බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ ධර්ම රාජ්‍යයක් ගොඩ නැගුවානේ. උන්වහන්සේ අවබෝධ කරගත්ත චතුරාර්ය සත්‍යය පිළිගත්ත උන්වහන්සේගේ දේශනාවන් පිළිගත්ත උන්වහන්සේගේ ශ්‍රාවකයන් බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ ප්‍රධානියා හැටියට නේතෘ හැටියට සම්මා සම්බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ හැටියට පිළි අරගෙන ශ්‍රාවකයන් අනුගමනය කරා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ ධර්ම රාජ්‍යයක් ගොඩ නැගුවා. ඉතින් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ මේ විදිහට සේලට කිව්වා මම ධර්ම රාජ වෙමි කියලා. ධර්ම රාජ දැන් ওই මහින්ද රහතන් වහන්සේ ලංකාවට ඇවිල්ලා බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ ගැන කීවේ සමනා මයං මහා රාජ ධම්ම රාජස්ස ශාවකා. අපි මේ ධර්ම රාජයන්ගේ ශ්‍රාවකයෝ වෙමු කියලානේ මිහිඳු හාමුදුරුවෝ දේවානම්පිය තිස්ස රජුරවන්ට කිව්වේ. ඉතින් බුදුහාමුදුරන්ට ධර්ම රාජ කියන නමක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් උන්වහන්සේට එතකොට මෙයා අහනවා සේල අහනවා කෝණු සේනාපති හෝතු ශාවකෝ සත්තු රන්වයේ කෝතේ ඉමං අනුවත්තේති ධම්මං ධම්මචක්කම් පවත්. මේ ධර්ම චක්‍රය පෙරලන්න ධර්ම චක්‍රය පවත්වගෙන යන්න ඉතින් ඉන්නවද සේනාපති කෙනෙක්? දැන් රජුරවන්ට සේනාපති කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා. දැන් කෝ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේට සේනාපති කෙනෙක් ඔබ වහන්සේ මේ රජුරෝ කියලා කියනවා නම් ඒ වෙලාවේදී බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ ප්‍රකාශ කරනවා මයා පවත්තිතං චක්ඛං ධම්ම චක්ඛං අනුත්තරං සාරිපුත්තෝ අනුවත්තේති අනුජාතෝ තථාගතං. මේ ධර්ම චක්‍රයේ පවත්වාගෙන යන්නේ මේ ඉදිරියට මේක ගෙන යන්න මේ සේනාපති තමයි සාරිපුත්ත මහරහතන් වහන්සේ. ඉතින් සරියුත් මහරහතන් වහන්සේට බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ දීලා තිබුණා ධම්ම සේනාපති පදවිය. සම්පූර්ණ ධර්ම රාජ්‍යයක් උන්වහන්සේ ගොඩ නැගුවා. ධර්ම භාණ්ඩාගාරිකේ හිටියා ආනන්ද හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේ. සම්පූර්ණ විනය පිළිබඳ භාරකාරය හැටියට උපාලි මහරහතන් වහන්සේ හිටියා. ඒ වගේම මේ වැඩිපුර ධර්මය දිවා රාත්‍රී නැතුව දීර්ඝ රත්තං බොහෝ දීර්ඝ රාත්‍රයක් යන්නේ බණ භාවනා කරමින් අඤ්ඤා කොණ්ඩඤ්ඤ මහරහතන් වහන්සේ හිටියා. මන්තානි හාමුදුරුවෝ හිටියා. ධර්ම කතිකයන් අතර අනුරුද්ධ මහරහතන් වහන්සේ හිටියා. 이르දිමතුන් අතර ප්‍රධානියා. දැන් ධර්ම රාජ්‍යය තුල තියෙන්නේ ඔය යුද හමුදාව, එතකොට ඇමතිකම් වෙළඳ ඇමතිකම, ජනමාධ්‍ය ඇමතිකම, මේ තියෙනවානේ වරාය ඇමතිකම. මේවා නෙමෙයි මේ ධර්ම රාජ්‍ය තුල තියෙන්නේ වෙනත් දේවල්. වෙනත්තුණු ධර්ම සේනාපති, ධර්ම භාණ්ඩාගාරික. හරියට අර ආණ්ඩුවක මුදල් ඇමති වගේ ධර්ම භාණ්ඩාගාරික. ඒ වගේම දැන් තියෙනවා මේ 이르දිමතුන් අතර අනුරුද්ධ මහරහතන් වහන්සේ. ඒ වගේම විනය බාර උපාලි මහරහතන් වහන්සේ. ওই විදිහට බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ රාජ්‍යයක් ධර්ම රාජ්‍යයක් ගොඩනගාගෙන ධර්මයෙන් ලෝකය පාලනය කළා. ඒ ධර්මයේ තුල නීති රීති තිබුණා. විනය පිටකයේ තියෙන විනය නීති භික්ෂුන් වහන්සේලාට, ඒ වගේම භික්ෂුණීන් වහන්සේලාට, ගිහි අයට ඒකේ විනය නීති රීති තියෙනවා. ඒ වගේම සීල සමාධි ප්‍රඥා ආදී තමයි ඒකේ සාත්සාත් කරන්න තියෙන්නේ. ඒ ධර්ම රාජ්‍යය තුල රැස් කරගන්න තියෙන්නේ සීල සමාධි ප්‍රඥා සංඛ්‍යාත දේවල්. එතකොට මේක මේ metaphorically මේ සංකේතානුස්කාරයෙන් ධර්ම රාජ්‍යයක් බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ ප්‍රකාශ කරා ශීලට. මම ධර්ම රාජ්‍ය කියලා දැනගන්න. එතනදී බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ ප්‍රකාශ කරනවා අර මම ගාථාව මාතෘකා කරපු එක. අභිඤ්ඤයං අභිඤ්ඤාතං භාවේ තබ්බංච භාවිතං පහා තබ්බං පහිනම් මේ තස්මා බුද්ධෝස්මි බ්‍රාහ්මණ. ඇයි මට බුදු කියලා කියන්නේ? බ්‍රාහ්මණ ඇහුවා. එහෙනම් ඔබ වහන්සේට බුද්ධ කියලා කියන්නේ මොකද? ඒකට උත්තරේ බුදුහාඳුරෝ දෙනවා අභිඤ්ඤයං අභිඤ්ඤාතං. අවබෝධ කරගන්න ඕනේ දේ මං අවබෝධ කළා. භාවේ තබ්බංච භාවිතං. මම භාවන මේ වැඩි යුතු සම්පූර්ණ කළ යුතු ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කළ යුතු දේ දියුණු කළා. භාවේ තබ්බංච භාවිතං පහා තබ්බං පහිනම්. මේ බැහැර කළ යුතු දේ මම බැහැර කළා. තස්මා බුද්ධෝස්මි බ්‍රාහ්මණ. එනිසායි බ්‍රාහ්මණය මට බුද්ධ කියලා කියන්නේ. ඔන්න බලන්න අවබෝධ කරගත යුතු දේ චතුරාර්ය සත්‍යය බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ පිළිසිඳ අවබෝධ කරගත්තා. භාවේ තබ්බංච භාවිතං වහන්සේ මේ මාර්ග සත්‍යය නැත්තන් සීල සමාධි ගුණයන් භාවනා කළා දියුණු කළා. ඒවා මාර්ග සත්‍යයට අන්තර්ගත වෙච්ච ආර්ය අෂ්ටාංගික මාර්ගය, මැදුම් පිළිවෙත, ආර්ය අෂ්ටාංගික මාර්ගය, සත්‍තිස් බෝධිපාක්ෂික ධර්මයන් උන්වහන්සේ දියුණු කළා. ඒක තමයි භාවේ තබ්බංච භාවිතං. පහා තබ්බම් පහිනං වේ. කෙලෙස් ප්‍රහාණය කළා. සමුදය සත්‍යයේ පෙන්නුම් කරලා තියෙන තණ්හාව නැත් ඒක විතරක් නෙමෙයි ක්ලේශයන් ප්‍රහාණය කළා. මේකනේ මට බුද්ධ කියලා කියන්නේ බ්‍රාහ්මණය කියලා මෙතනදී මේ සීල බ්‍රාහ්මණයාට ප්‍රකාශ කළා බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ. එතකොට මා විසින් පවත්වන අනුත්තර වූ ධර්ම චක්‍රයේ අනසක තථාගතයන්ට අනුජාත වූ සරියුත් අනුවර්තනය කරයි. මා විසින් දත යුතු මේ අවබෝධ කරගත යුතු දේ අවබෝධ කරා. බමුණ මා කෙරෙහි සැකේ දුරු කරව සම්බුදුන් වහන්සේගේ දැකීම දුර්ලභයි. බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ දකින්න එක දුර්ලභයි. උන්වහන්සේගේ ආශ්චර්ය මානුෂත්වය, බුදුහාමුදුරන්ගේ බාහිර දෙතිස් මහා පුරුෂ ලක්ෂණ පමණක් නෙවෙයි, බුදුන්වහන්සේගේ මනුෂ්‍යත්වය ආශ්චර්ය මනුෂ්‍යත්වය. ඒ ආශ්චර්ය මනුෂ්‍යත්වයෙන් යුතු බුදු කෙනෙක් දකින්න එක ඊටාම දුර්ලභයි. ඉතින් අපි දුර්ලභ කරුණු ගැන කියනකොට මේ දුර්ලභංච මනුස්සත්තං බුද්ධ පාදෝච දුර්ලභෝ බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ පහළවීම දුර්ලභ කාරණයක් හැටියට අපි දකිනවා. කල්පයක් ගියත් පින්නතුනි අවුරුදු කියන්න බැරි ප්‍රමාණයක් කල්පයක් කියලා කියන්නේ. කල්පයක් කියත් බුදු කෙනෙක් පහළ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. හරියට මේක කොහොමද කියනවා නම් මේ කල්පයක් ඉරහඳ නැතුව මිනිස්සු ඉන්නවා නම් ඉර සූර්යයා නැතුව චන්ද්‍රයා නැතුව ඝන අඳුරේ අවුරුදු කොපමණ දෝ කාලයක් ආලෝකයක් දකින්න නැතුව යම් කිසි දවසක නම් යාන්තම් ඉරු එළියක් වැටෙන්නේ. ඒ වගේ තමයි කල්ප ගානකට බුදු කෙනෙක් පහළ වෙන්නේ. බුදු කෙනෙක් පහළ වෙන්නේ තාම කලාතුරකින්. ඒ බුදු කෙනෙක් දකින්න එක දුර්ලභ දෙයක්. ඒකනේ අපි උංගාක් විතර ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනකොට බුදුන් දැක නිවන් දකින්න ලැබේවා කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා. ඒ මොකද අනේ වගේ උත්තම කෙනෙක් දකින්න ලැබෙන එකත් කොච්චර දෙයක්ද. ඉතින් නිවන් දකින්න ලැබේවා. නමුත් අපි ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ ළඟ බණහලා බුදුහාමුදුරුවන්ගේ බණහලා නිවන් දකින්න ලැබේවා කියලා. ඒ තරම් උත්තම ශ්‍රේෂ්ඨ දුර්ලභ අමාරු මනුෂ්‍ය රත්නයක් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ. ඒ නිසා බුදුන්ගේ දැකීම ඊටාම දුර්ලභයි කියලා මෙතනදී සම්බුද්ධ දුර්ලභෝ යේසං චේ දුර්ලභෝ ලෝකේ පාතු භාවෝ අබිනසෝ සෝහම් බ්‍රාහ්මණ සම්බුද්ධෝ සල්ලකත්තෝ අනුත්තරෝ. හරි වටිනා කතාවක් බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ මෙතනදී දේශනා කරනවා. බමුණ ලොව යම් කෙනෙකුන්ගේ එක්වන් පහළවීම ඒකාන්තයෙන්ම දුර්ලභ වේද. මම ඒ අනුත්තර වූ සල්්‍ය වෛද්‍යවරයා වෙමි. බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ සල්ලකත්තෝ කියන වචනයෙන් හඳුන්වනවා. ඔන්න බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ මෙතනදීම උන්වහන්සේ හඳුන්වා ගන්නවා සල්ලකත්තෝ කියලා. සල්ලකත්තෝ කියන්නේ සල්්‍ය වෛද්‍යවරයා. මොකද්ද සල්්‍ය වෛද්‍යවරයා කරන්නේ? සල්්‍ය වෛද්‍යවරයා කරන්නේ ඔපරේෂන් කරනවා. මේ ගෙඩිය තියනවා නම් අයින් කරනවා. ඒ ලෙඩක තියෙන ඒවා අයින් කරනවා. සල්්‍ය වෛද්‍යවරයා බෙහෙත් දෙනවා. ඒ ශරීරයේ තියෙන මේ ලෙඩ රෝග අයින් කරන එක ශල්්‍ය වෛද්‍යවරයා ඔපරේෂන් කරලා ඒ විදිහට කරනවා. බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ හඳුන්වනවා සල්ලකත්තෝ. හොඳ වචනයක්. එතකොට බුදුහාමුදුරන්ට තියෙන මේ නාමයන් තියෙනවානේ. අප්‍රමාණයක් මේ තියෙනවා නාමයන්. දැකපු එකනා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ වර්ණනා කරා. කොච්චර බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ වර්ණනා කරනවද එක එකනා එක එක විදිහට නාම ගෝත්‍රයන් බුදුහාමුදුරන්ට ඇති කළා. බුද්ධෝ දස බලෝ සත්තා සබ්බඤ්ඤෝ දීපදුත්තමෝ මුනින්දෝ භගවා නාතෝ චක්කුමාංගී රසෝ මුනි ලෝකනාතෝ නදිවරෝ මහේසීච විනායකෝ සමන්ත චක්කු සුගතෝ පූරිපඤ්ඤෝ ච මාරජී. මට පාඩම් වෙලා තියෙනවා සෑහෙන ප්‍රමාණයක්. ඔය කියන ගාථාවල තියෙන්නේ බුදුහාමුදුරන්ට නම්. එතකොට දැන් අර අනන්ත ජින උපකාජීවකයා බුදුහාමුදුරුත් එක කතා කරලා කියන යන ගමන් කියන ඔබ වහන්සේ අනන්ත ජින කියලා. මේ විදිහට බුදුහාමුදුරන්ට නාම ගෝත්‍රයන් ඇති වෙන්න හේතුව මොකද? උන්වහන්සේගේ තිබිච්ච ගුණය, උන්වහන්සේගේ තිබිච්ච ආශ්චර්යත්වය, උන්වහන්සේගේ තිබ විසරත්ත්වය, උන්වහන්සේගේ තිබිච්ච මේ අපූර්ව දුර්ලභතාවය, මේ සියල්ල හේතු කරගෙන මිනිස්සු බුදුහාමුදුරන්ට වර්ණනා කළා. ඒ වර්ණනාවන් වල බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ ගැන සඳහන් කළා. ඉතින් මේ ඔය තියෙනවානේ ඔය නොඑක ගාථාවල සඳහන් වෙනවා බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ වර්ණනා කරනවා නොඑක් විදිහට. ඔය මේ රත්නමාලි ගාථාවල තියෙනවානේ සංසාර සාරෝග විනීතනීසං සන්නීත සාතං සුචිසාරදීසං සන්දීරකං සොන්න තනූපලාසං සංලාපදේසින් පනමේ බිසාසං සසර සැඩ පහර නවතා නිවන් වැද පැතිර නැනති දිරි මත්‍රං පතක් ලෙද නිතර දිලෙන තුන් සදහම් දෙසන ලද වැතිර වඳිමි මගේ සම්බුදු මහිමි සඳ. බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ ගැන කොච්චර වර්ණනා කරලා තියෙනවද? දැන් ওই ගාථා කියනකොට මහා ජයමංගල බහුන් සහස්ස මබිනිම්මිත සායුදන්තං ගිරිමේ කලං උදිත ගෝර සසේන මාරං දානාදි ධම්ම විදිනා ජිතවා මුනින්දු තන්තේජසා භවතු තේජය. මේ හැම එකේම තියෙන බුදුහාමුදුරන්ගේ ගුණය ප්‍රකාශ කරලා. ඉතින් බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ මේ දස පාරමිතා බලයෙන් මේ අදහසක් මවාගෙන මේ ගිරිමේ කලා ඇතුපිට නැගිලා මා දස මාර සේනාව පිරිවරාගෙන මාරයා එනකොට බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ දස පාරමිතා පිරු බලයෙන් මාර සේනාව පරාජය කරා. ඒ වගේ නාලාගිරි ඇතා බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ මෙත්තාම්බුසේක විදිනා මෛත්‍රී බලයෙන් පරාජය කරා. ওই විදිහට ওই ආකාරයකින්ද බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ දැක්කේ. ඒ හැමෝම බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ ප්‍රකාශ කරා. සල්ලකත්තෝ කියලා කියන්නේ ශල්‍ය වෛද්‍යවරයා බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ. ධර්මයේ ඖෂධයක් කියන එක බහලා තියෙනවා. බයිසජ්‍ය ගුරු කියලා බුදුහාමුදුරන්ට නමක් තිබුණා. මෙතනදී ඔය ඈත පෙරදිග ජපානි වගේ රටවල් වල බුදුහාමුදුරන් නිර්මාණය කරලා තියෙන්නේ බයිසජ්‍ය ගුරු වෛද්‍යවරයෙක් හැටියට, බෙහෙත් දෙන කෙනෙක් හැටියට. ඒ ප්‍රතිමාවල තියෙනවා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පොඩි මේ භාජනයක් අරගෙන මේ කෙන්ඩියක් අරගෙන ඒකෙන් බෙහෙත් දෙන සංකේතමත් කරනවා ඒ කෙන්ඩිය. ඒ කෙන්ඩිය තුලින්. එතකොට මේ බුදුහාමුදුරන් ශල්‍ය වෛද්‍යවරයෙක් හැටියට ඉමම් බොන්තෝ නිසාමේත යතා භාසති චක්කුමා. ඒ විදිහට චක්කුමා පසස් කෙනේවා බුදුහාමුදුරන් තිබිච්ච ඥාන ප්‍රකාශ කරනවා. සල්ලකත්තු මහාවීරෝ සීහෝ නදති වනේ. සිංහෙක් වගේ වනාන්තරේ නාද කරන්නාසේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ මේ ශල්‍ය වෛද්‍යවරයා ධර්මයේ ලෝකයට දේශනා කරනවා කියලා බුදුහාමුදුරන් ගැන වර්ණනාවක් කරා. එතකොට දැන් මේ සේලට බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ ගැන ඇතිවෙච්ච පැහැදීම, ශ්‍රද්ධාව මේ කොපමණද කියලා කියන්න බෑ. දැන් මේ සේල ආවේ මේ තමන්ගේ යාළුවා හෙට දවසේ දානේ පිළිය කරනවා එතන බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ වැඩලා මුණ ගැහෙන්න ඉස්සර වෙලා බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ බලලා යන්න ආපු සේලට සේලත් අනුගාමික වූ ඇති පිරිසක් ඇතුව හිටපු කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් සේල මේ කියනවා මේ විදියට යෝ මං ඉච්ඡති අන්වේතු යෝ වා නිච්ඡති ගච්ඡතු ඉදාහම් පබ්බජිස්සාමි වරපඤ්ඤස්ස සම්තිකේ මං එක ඉන්න කැමති අය මං එක ඉන්න අකමැති අය ඉන්නවා නම් යන්න මම බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ ගණ පැවිදි වෙනවා බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ ළඟ පැවිදි වෙනවා ඒ කියන්නේ යමෙක් රුස්නේද මා අනුව එන්න යමෙක් නුරුස්නේ වේද යන්නේ යන්න මම මේ සස්නෙහි උත්තම ප්‍රඥ වූ බුදුන් වෙත පැවිදි වෙනවා කියලා මේ සීල බ්‍රාහ්මණයා බුදුහාමුදුරන්ට පංජලින් කත්වා ඒ කියන්නේ ඇඳිලි බැඳලා වන්දනා කරලා ස්වාඛාතම් බ්‍රහ්මචර්යයන් සම්දිත්තික මකාලිකං යත්තාමෝගා පබ්බජ්ජා අපමත්තස්ස සික්කතෝ මෙසේ ඇඳිලි බැඳගෙන බුදුහාමුදුරන්ගේ බ්‍රහ්මචර්යාව ඉල්ලා සිටියාම පැවිදි කරන්න ස්වාමීනි කියලා. ඉතින් ඒ විදිහට සීල පස්සේ කාලේදී සීල පෞජාවෙන් භාවනා කරලා පැවිදි වෙලා බුදුහාමුදුරන්ගේ අනාගත අනුගාමිකයෙකු බවට පත් වුණා. මේකයි අද දවසේ මේ සිංහල ධර්ම දේශනාවේදී බුදුහාමුදුරන් හඳුන්වන්න තිබිච්ච නාම අතර සල්ලකත්තෝ කියන වචනේ ඉගෙන ගත්තා. බොහෝ බුද්ධ කියන වචනේ තේරුම අපි දැනගත්තා. බොහෝ විට බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ උන්වහන්සේ ගැන හඳුන්වනකොට තථාගත කියන වචනේ හඳුන්වනවා. තථාගත. ඇයි බුදුහාමුදුරන්ට තථාගත කියලා කියන්නේ? බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ තමන් වහන්සේ හඳුන්වන්නේ තථාගත කියලා. තථාගත කියන එකට අදහස මේ තත සූත්‍රය කියලා එකක් තියෙනවා ධම්මචක්‍ර වර්ගයේ සංයුත්ත නිකායේ ධර්මචක්‍ර වර්ගය කියලා එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒ ධර්මචක්‍ර වර්ගයේ තත සූත්‍රය කියලා එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒ තත සූත්‍රයේ කියනවා බුදුහාමුදුරන්ට තත කියලා කියන්නේ චතුරාර්ය සත්‍ය අවබෝධ කරගත්ත නිසා. ඒ නිසා තත ආගතෝති තථාගතෝ මේ චතුරාර්ය සත්‍යයට පත් වුණ නිසා ඒක නැත්නම් ඒක අවබෝධ කරගත්ත නිසා තථාගත කියලා කියනවා. තථාගතෝති තථාගතෝ බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ ඒ සත්‍යයට ගිය නිසා තථාගත කියලා කියනවා. තවත් එකක් තියෙනවා තත ලක්ඛණං ආගතෝති තථාගතෝ තත ලක්ඛණයට පැමිණියා කියලා. මේක ටිකක් සාකච්ඡා කරලා තියෙනවා ථේරවාද බුද්ධිසම් වලත් ඒ වගේම මේ මාධ්‍යමික දර්ශනය අපේ නාගාර්ජුන පාදයන් මාධ්‍යමික දර්ශනයේ පැහැදිලි කරනකොට තත ලක්ෂණය ගැන මාධ්‍යමික දර්ශනයේ තියෙනවා. තත ලක්ෂණය කියලා කියන්නේ ශූන්‍යතාවය මහායාන බුද්ධාගමේ. තත ලක්ෂණය කියන්නේ මහායාන බුද්ධාගමේ ශූන්‍යතාව ආදී. හිස් කියන එක අනිත්‍යයි කියන එක. එතකොට පසු කාලයේ ථේරවාද අටුවාවල තියෙනවා තත ලක්ෂණය කියන එකට අනිත්‍ය, දුක්ඛ, අනාත්ම තුනම ඇතුල් කරලා. එතකොට චතුරාර්ය සත්‍යයේ පමණක් නෙවෙයි අනිත්‍ය දුක්ඛ අනාත්ම පිළිබඳවද යථා තත්වය අවබෝධ කර ගැනීමට ඇතුල් වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒ නිසා බුද්ධ ධර්මයේ බුදුහාමුදුරන්ගේ දේශනාව මූලික වශයෙන් ඇත්ත වශයෙන්ම අට්ඨකරාතීනි පදා සම්බුද්දේන ප්‍රකාශිත බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ ප්‍රකාශ කරේ වචන 8යිලු. අකුරු 8යිලු. අනිත්‍ය දුක්ඛ අනාත්ම කියන එකේ තියෙන්නේ අකුරු 8යි කියලා කියනවා. ඒක ඒ වචන හැදිලා තියෙන හැටියට. එතකොට බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ මේ තථාගත කියන වචනයට වැඩිපුර බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ පෙළ ධර්මයේ හඳුන්වලා තියෙන තථාගත කියන. මෙතෙක් වෙලා ඔබ ආසන ලද්ද ධර්ම දේශනාව අවසන් කරන්න සමාප්ත කරන්න මේ වෙසක් පුන් පොහොය දවසේ ඔබ සෑම දෙනාම සිල් සමාදන් වුණා නම් ඒක ලොකු වාසනාවක්. ඒ වගේම ඔබ මේ වැඩසටහනට සහභාගී වුණා නම් ලොකු වාග්යක් ඇටියට මා දකිනවා. මොකද මේ බයෙන් තැති ගැනීමෙන් අපි පසුගිය කාලේ ගත වුණේ මේ කොවිඩ් එක නිසා අපි සේරම මරණ බයට පත් වුණා. මරණ බයට වැඩි බයක් නැහැ. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා අපේ මිත්‍රයෝ ගණනාවක් නැති වුණා. ඒ වගේම මේ භයානක රෝගේ ලෝකේ පැතිරෙමින් මේ රටේ 1,27,000කට වැඩි ප්‍රමාණයක් මරණයට පත් වුණා. මේ නිසා අපි බයෙන් තැති ගැනීමෙන් ගත වුණේ. ඒ නිසා අපි තියෙන මේ බය සංකා දුක්ඛ දෝමනසයන් දුරු කර ගැනීමට යම් කිසි වැඩසටහනකට අපේ සිත යොමු කරන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට මේ අද දවසේ වැසක් වැඩසටහනට සිත යොමු කරලා ඒ අනුව බණ භාවනා කරලා සිල් සමාදන් වෙලා ගත කිරීම සැබවින්ම ඔබගේ මේ චිත්ත සංතානය පිරිසුදු වීමට නැවත ඔසවා තැබීමට පුනර්ජීවනයක් ඇති කරන්න නිසකෝම හේතු වෙනවා කියලා මම විශ්වාස කරනවා. මේ අවස්ථාවේ ධර්ම ශ්‍රවණය කිරීමෙන් ලැබුවා වූ සියලු පුණ්‍ය සම්භාර ධර්මයන් ඔබ නමින් නැසීමිය පරලෝකීය වූ ආදරණීය ඥාතීන් දෙමව්පියෝ ආදී සියලු දෙනාම සියලු සත්වෝද මේ පින් අනුමෝදන් වෙලා සුවපත් වෙත්වා. ඥාතීන් දෙමව්පියෝ ආදී සියලු දෙනා උතුම් අමා මහ නිවන් සම්පත්තියටපත් වෙත්වා කියලා. එතාවතාච අම්මේහි සම්බතම් පුඤ්ඤ සම්පදං සබ්බේ දේවා අනුමෝදන්තු සබ්බේ භූතා අනුමෝදන්තු සබ්බේ සත්තා අනුමෝදන්තු සබ්බ සම්පත්ති සිද්ධියා. ස්ථාර්ථගාමී සියලු දෙවි දේවතාවෝ මේ පින් අනුමෝදන් වෙත්වා. දෙවියෝ ඔබ සෑම දෙනාට ආශිර්වාද කරිත්වා ආරක්ෂා කරිත්වා කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා. ආකාශට්ඨා ච බුම්මට්ඨා දේවානාගා මහිද්దికා පුඤ්ඤන්තං අනුමෝදිත්වා චිරං රක්ඛන්තු ලෝක සාසනං චිරං රක්ඛන්තු දේශනං චිරං රක්ඛන්තු තේමං සදා. දේවෝ වස්සතු කාලේන සස්ස සම්පatti හේතුච පීතෝ භවතු ලෝකෝච රාජා භවතු ධම්මිකෝ. සියලු දෙනාටම ධර්ම ශ්‍රවණයේ ආනිසංස වශයෙන් සංසාර දුකෙන් අත මිදීමෙන් ලබන්නා වූ අති උතුම් අමා මහ නිවන් සම්පත් සාක්ෂාත් වෙත්වා කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා. Then we are going to administer 5 precepts in order to terminate the program. Before that, to conclude the day, we administer 5 precepts and Vandana and little chanting to give blessings. Pansil අනුමෝදන් සමාදන් කරලා අපි ඔබ සෑම දෙනාම මේ 8 සිල් සමාදන් වුණ අයට කැමති නම් අද සිල් මුදා ගන්නට පුළුවන්. එහෙනම් සියලු දෙනාම නමස්කාරය කියන්නේ say නමෝ තස්ස to observe 5 precepts. Those who like to continue your 8 precepts until tomorrow, please do so. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Namo tassa. Buddhang saranang gacchami. Dhammang saranang gacchami. Sanghang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi buddham saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Panati pata veramani sikkhapadan samadhiyami. Adinādana veramani sikkhapadan samadhiyami. Kāmesu micchāchārā veramani sikkhapadan samadhiyami. Musāvādā veramani sikkhapadan samadhiyami. Surameraya majjapamādattāna veramani sikkhapadan samadhiyami. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Now let us pay respect to the Buddha, and also let us offer these offerings to the Buddha in this evening. May the offerings go to the Buddha. Due to that we acquire the good thought, the merits. May the merits be with you all who joined together with us today. May you all share these merits. May you all be well, happy and peaceful with this good thought. Let us recite these stanzas. Vannegandha guno pitang etang kusuma santating pujayami munindasa siripāda sarorue pujimi buddhaṃ kusume nena punyena meti necha hotu mokkhaṃ pupaṃ milayati yata idam me kayo තථායති විනාශ භාවං ඝනසාරප්පදිත්තේන දීපේන තමදං සිනා තිලෝක දීපං සංබුද්ධං පූජයාමි තමෝනදං ගන්ධ සංභාරයුත්තේන දුපේනං සුගන්ධිනා පූජයේ පූජනීයන්තං පූජාභාජන මුත්තමං වන්දාමි චේතියං සබ්බං සබ්බඨානේසු පතිට්ඨිතං සාරීරික ධාතු මහා බෝධිං බුද්ධ රූපං සකලං සදා ඉච්ඡේව මච්ඡන්ත නමස්සනියං නමස්සමානෝ රතනතයං යං අභිසන්දං විපුලං අලද්දං දසානුවා වේන හතන්තරායෝ ඉතිපිසෝ භගවාන් අරහං සම්මා සම්බුද්ධෝ විජ්ජාචරණ සංපන්නෝ සුගතෝ ලෝකවිදු අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්ම සාරති සත්තාදීව මනුස්සානං බුද්ධෝ භගවාති ස්වාඛාතෝ භගවතෝ සන්දිට්ඨිකෝ අකාලිකෝ ඒහි පස්සිකෝ ඕපනයිකෝ පච්චත්තං වේදිතබ්බෝ විඤ්ඤෝහිති සුපටිපන්නෝ භගවතු ශාවක සංඝෝ විජුපටිපන්නෝ භගවතු ශාවක සංඝෝ ඥායපටිපන්නෝ භගවතු ශාවක සංඝෝ යාමිචි පටිපන්නෝ භගවතු ශාවක සංඝෝ යදිදං ජාතාරි පුරිස යුගා නියත පුරිස ඊස භගවතු ශාවක සංඝෝ ආහුනේයෝ පාහුනේයෝ දක්ඛිනේයෝ අංජලි කරණීයෝ අනුත්තරං පුඤ්ඤාඛේතං ලෝකස්සාති කායේන වාචා චිත්තේන පමාදේන මයා කතං අච්චයං කමමේ වන්තේ බුරි පඤ්ඤ තථාගත කායේන වාචා චිත්තේන පමාදේන මයා කතං අච්චයං කම මේ ධම්ම සන්දේටික අකාලික කායේන වාචා චිත්තේ කතං අච්චයං කම මේ සංඝ සුපටිපන්න අනුත්තර ඉමිනා පුඤ්ඤ කම්මේන මාමේ බාල සමාගමු සතං සමාගමු හෝතු යාව නිබ්බාන පත්තිය සාදු.
දැන් අපි සියලු දෙනාම එකට පිරිත් දේශනා සජ්ජායනා කරමු. මේ පිරිතේ ආශිර්වාදය ඔබ සියලු දෙනාටම ලැබේවා. රෝ දුක් බිය දුරු වෙලා හැම දෙනාටම සිත සාන්තිය උදා වේවා. මුළු මහත් ලෝකයටම ශාන්තියක් උදා වේවා කියන ප්‍රාර්ථනාව හිතේ තියාගෙන අපි හැමෝම එකට පිරිත් සජ්ජායනය සිද්ධ කරමු. නියමත්ත කුසලේන යං තං සංතං පදං අபிසමෙච්ච සක්කෝ උජුච සුජුච සුවචෝ චස්ස මුදු අනතිමානි සන්තු සකෝච සුභරෝච අප කිච්චෝච සල්ල උක උත්ති සංද්‍රි ද්‍රියෝච නිපකෝච අප ගබ්බෝ කුලේසු අනනුගිද්දෝ නච කුද්දා සමාචරේ කිංචියේන විඤ්ඤෝ පරේ උපවදෙය්‍යොං සුඛිනෝ වාකේමිනෝ හොන්තු සබ්බේ සත්තා භන්තු සුඛිතාත්තා ඒකේචි පාන භූතත්තේ තසාවා තාවරාවා අනව සේසාදිඝාවා ඒමං තාවා මජ්ජිමා රස්සකානුකතුලා දිට්ඨාවා ඒව අද්දිට්ඨා ඒච දුරේ වසන්ති අවිදුරේ භූතා වා සම්භවේ සීවා සබ්බේ සත්තා භවන්තු සුඛිතාත්තා නපරෝ පරං නිකුබ්බේත නාති මඤ්ඤේ තකත්ත චිනං කංචි ව්‍යාරෝ සනා පටිඝ සංඥා නාඤ්ඤමඤ්ඤස්ස දුක්ඛ මිච්ඡේය මා යථානියං පුත්තං ආයුසා ඒක පුත්ත මනුරක්කේවා සබ්බ භූතේසු මාන් සම්භාවයේ aparimanang mettang ca sabba lokasming mana sambhavaye aparimanang uddha adoca tiriyanca asa badhang averang asapatta tittang carang nisinno sayano yavatassa vigata middo eta sating aditteya mamitang viharang idamau ditting ca anupagam silvadasanena sampanno kame suineya gedang naija tu gabba seyang punare titi tena sacca vajjena dukkhaṃ vinasatu etena sacca vajjena sabba vayo vinasatu etena sacca vajjena sabba rogo vinasatu sabbitiyo vivajjantu sabba rogo vinasatu mate bhava tvang tarayo sukhi digayuko bhava bhavatu sabba mangala rakkantu sabba devata sabba buddhanubhavena sada sotti bhava tute bhavatu sabba mangalang rakkantu sabba devata sabba dhamma nubhavena sada sotti bhavang tute bhavatu sabba mangalang rakkantu sabba devata sabba ghanubhavena sada sotti bhavang te.
I would like to share the merits with everyone. First, I would like to convey my grateful thanks to the supporters, especially first and foremost the resident monks have contributed for the program, immensely helpful for the success of the program. My feeling is today our program is very successful. Venerable Bandula Thero has circulated, sent emails and him passed the information, and his support very helpful for the program. Venerable Kassapa Thero has done a very paramount job actually. All this distance communication was entirely produced by Venerable Kassapa Thero. This YouTube and also Facebook, where the Facebook and YouTube, as many people have joined and watched the program, and I'm very grateful to him. For a few days, he was making all these parts joined together for the success, non-stop continuity of the program. I'm very, very happy and thank very much to Venerable Kassapa Thero and also the program was held by the Venerable Bandula Thero and Venerable Kasap Thero giving sermons and discussions and continuing chanting, and also Dr. Upali Abesiri also contributed. Venerable Dedunpiti Upananda Thero from America, he had contributed very good, useful Dhamma talk present within us. That Dhamma talk was appreciated by many people. Is very, very kindly accepted my invitation. I'm very, very thankful to Venerable Dedunpiti Upananda Thero. Indirectly, Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi also contributed for the program. I'm very much thankful. And Mr. Gamini Amarsekara, whole day spending with us, helped for various ways the program for the program. I'm very much thankful to him as well. Apart from that, today I'm very thankful to our trustees. They have actually helped very much whatever they can do, everything they have done. I am very thankful to them as well, and also to the trustees in Colombo. I am very thankful to them as well. And finally, our great founder, great Anagarika Dhammapala, where somewhere he is in the universe looking at the Vihara, and he would be delightful seeing these programs. May the merits go to him, and may he share these merits, may he attain peace of Nibbana. And to Dayakas, those who have contributed for the program, join in the program, give a great success for the program. I am very thankful to everyone. Finally, I would like to convey the merits of the Dana today. In the morning, Dana was offered by Mr. M.B. Ratnayaka and Udeni Ratnayaka and the family to transfer merits to their departed mother, Silavati Ratnayaka, and all the departed relatives of the family. Share these merits. May they attain peace of Nibbana. May the Ratnayaka family get the blessings of the Dani and the Puja. May they have good health, happiness, and long life to everyone. And our Dani, lunch Dani, regular Dani was offered by Dr. Vimal Gunaratna and Mrs. Dr. Gunaratna. They are regular Dana. They, with great devotion, for many years they have been doing offering this dana. We would like to extend the blessings of the dana and the puja to the family. May Dr. Vimal Gunaratna and Mrs. Dr. Vimal Gunaratna and the family, daughter and their family, son and daughter, all these, share these merits. May they be well, happy and peaceful. May they have good health, and also no harm come to them, no difficulties come to them, no problems come to them. සියලු දෙනාටම ආශිර්වාද කරනවා, සෙත් පතනවා. අතිශයින්ම වැදගත් පොය දවසක් මුල් කරගෙන අපි හැම දෙනාම දාන සීල භාවනාදී පුණ්‍ය ක්‍රියාවන් වල යෙදුණා. ධර්ම ශ්‍රවණය කළා, පිරිත් ධර්මයේ ශ්‍රවණය කළා, ධම්ම සාකච්ඡා වලට සහභාගී වුණා. බුද්ධ පූජා, බෝධි පූජා ආදී පැවැත්වුවා, වන්දනාමාන කළා. ධර්ම ශ්‍රවණය කිරීමෙන් අද දවස බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ අපට දේශනා කර වදාළ ඒ උතුම් මාර්ගයේ, ඒ ආර්ය මාර්ගයේ එහි ඇති ධර්ම රසයෙන් අපි හැම දෙනාම සන්තෝෂයට පත් වුණ බව මට හැඟීම ඇති වෙනවා. ඒ නිසා ඔබ හැම දෙනාටම මේ පුණ්‍යානුමෝදනාව ලැබේවා. ඔබ හැම දෙනාගේ නමින් නැසීමේ පරලෝකියා වූ සියලු දෙමව්පියෝ ඇතුළු ඥාතීනුත් ඇතුව ඔබ හැම දෙනාටම මේ පින් බලෙන් උතුම් අමාම නිවන් සම්පත්තිය සාක්ෂාත් වෙත්වා. විශේෂයෙන් මේ භයානක කාලයක අපි සියලු දෙනාම ජීවත් වෙන්නේ මේ කොරෝනා වෛරසයේ යක්ෂයෙක් මාරයෙක් වගේ මේ මිනිස් ප්‍රජාව එන්න පිළිගන්නවා. ඒ නිසා අපේ ලංකාවේ මේ තත්ත්වය ඉතාම භයානකයි. මේ අවස්ථාව වෙනකොට ඉන්දියාව, බ්‍රසීලය ආදී රටවල් වල ලක්ෂ ගාණක් මිනිස්සු මරණයට පත් වුණා. මේ රටෙත් ඒ වගේ අපි මේ ලෝකය මේ භයානක වදුරෙන්, මේ භයානක කොවිඩ් රෝගයෙන් මිදේවා නිදහස් වේවා කියලා අපි ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරමු. අපේ චිත්ත බලයෙන් යම් කිසි ප්‍රමාණයක මේ ලෝකයට ශාන්තියක් ඇති වේ නම් සියලු සත්වයෝම සියලු ලෝවැසියෝද මේ භයානක උවදුරින් නිදහස් වේවා කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා. අභිවාදන සීලිස
සුඛං බලං ආයුරාරෝග්‍ය සම්පatti සග්ග සම්පatti මේවච අතෝ නිබ්බාන සම්පatti මිනාති සමිච්ඡතු.
වෙසක් පොය එළඹෙන්නේ මේ බදාදා 26 වෙනි දවස. ඉතින් ඒ දවස්වල ඔබ හැම දෙනාම සතියේ දවසක් වුණාට බොහෝ දෙනෙක් නිවසට වෙලා ඉන්න බව අපි දන්නවා. ඒ නිසා වෙසක් පොහොය දවසේ වැඩසටහනත් මේ බන්දුල හාමුදුරුවෝ ඔබ වෙත යොමු. ඒ වෙලාව ඇති අපි යනුව උදේ 9ට සිල් සමාදන් කරවලා ධර්ම දේශනා 3ක්ම පවත්වනවා, වන්දනාමාන කිරීම ආදී කටයුතු සිද්ධ කරනවා. ඒ නිසා ඊටද සහභාගී වෙන්න ඔබට අවස්ථාව තියෙන බව අපි සන්තෝෂයෙන් ප්‍රකාශ කරනවා. විහාරස්ථානයට පැමිණීමට අවකාශ නොලැබීම ගැන අපිත් කනගාටුවට පත් වෙනවා. ඒ වුණාට විහාරස්ථානයේ අලුත් ගොඩනැගිල්ල වැඩ කටයුතු අවසන් වෙලා දැන් මහා සංඝරත්නයත් එහි පදිංචි වෙලා ඉන්නේ. විහාරස්ථානයේ පිරිසිදු කිරීම ආදී කටයුතු වල අපි කෝඩිනේටර්ස්ලා යෙදিলা මේ ස්ථානේ බොහොම පිරිසිදු කරලා තියෙන්නේ. පහසු වෙලාවක අපිට කතා කරලා ඔබට අපොයින්ට්මන්ට් එකක් හදලා ඔබ සැම දෙනාටම එන්න අපි අවස්ථාව සලසනවා. යම් කිසි කෙනෙකුට කිසියම් අවශ්‍යතාවයක් තියෙනවා නම් දුරකථනයකින් අමතන්න සියලු දෙනාටම මේ අවස්ථාව අවශ්‍යතාවය ඉෂ්ට කරලා දෙනවා. අපොයින්ට්මන්ට් හදලා ඔබ හැමත පැමිණීමට ඉඩ සලසන බව අපි මේදී සන්තෝෂයෙන් ප්‍රකාශ කරනවා. තෙරුවන් සරණයි. දැන් භක්ති ගීත වැඩසටහන තියෙන්නේ.
තිලවග අප බුදු සමිඳේ ඔබගේ අනන්ත වූ ගුණසාගරේ මම කිමි දෙන්නෙමි. ඝන මොහඳුර දුරලමින් ඔබ දැල් වූ දහම් ප්‍රදීපයෙන් මාගේ අඳුරු ජීවිතය ආලෝකමත් කරගන්නෙමි. සියලු සතහට ඔබ පෑ අපරිමිත සෙනෙහට කරුණා දයා අනුකම්පාවට අප සදා ණයගැත්වෙමු. නමදිමු ඔබේ පාද බුදු පියාණනි. සාදු සාදු. අරිසෙන් අහුබුදු ශූරින්ගේ ගී සංකල්පනාව ගීතවත් කරමින් ගැයුවේ අප අතරින් නැසී ගිය ආචාර්ය පණ්ඩිත් W.D. අමරදේවයන්. එතුමන්ලාටද අප පින් අනුමෝදන් කරමු. Buddha, our Lord, you are the supreme guide to the three spheres of the universe. Since you dispelled the darkness of ignorance from the lives of beings, brightened their existence with your flame of Dhamma. Like the morning sun, you warm up the lives of those who are emotionally cold. Permit us to worship your feet. Gilem obe guna muhude.
හිමියනි කොහේද ඔබ කියා දුන් විතරාගී සිතුවිලි හදේ රැඳිය යුතු දයා කරුණා ගුණ හිමියනි කොහේ ගියාද ඔබ දෙසූ නිරාමිස මෛත්‍රිය අනේ එකවරක්වත් වඩිනු මැන අපේ හැම සිහිනයක් පුරාවත් කාලයයි නිදුකානනි වඩිනු මැන නිදුකානනි මුල් ගායනය ආචාර්ය සුනිල් එදිරිසිංහ ශූරීන් විසින් නිදුකානනි
Buddha, our Lord, please return to the world to see the way the people have forgotten your Dhamma, the way they live with raging anger towards each other. Please return to prevent them from attacking each other with their venom tongue, and to prevent them from chasing each other with the lascivious mind. නිදුකානනේ. ඔබ අප සැම දන්නා පරිදි පාස්කේරිදා මෝහයෙන් අකරුණාවෙන් අනුවණකමින් පිරුණු හදවත් ඇති සුළු පිරිසකගේ රුදුරු අමානුෂික බෝම්බ ප්‍රහාර නිසාවෙන් අපගේ පුංචි රට ලේවිලක් බවට පත් වුණා. ඒ හේතුව නිසා අද ලංකාවාසී අපගේ ආදරණීයන්ගේ සිත් සතන් ඉතාමත් විශාල දුකකට වේදනාවකට පත් වී තිබෙනවා. වගේම අපගේ මව්බිමට පත්ව ඇත්තේ ඉතාම අවාසනාවන්ත තත්වයකට. ඒ වගේම අවදානමකට. මා දන්නවා ඔබ අප සැමගේ සිත්වලද මේ මොහොතේ පවතින්නේ ඒ පිළිබඳව විශාල කනගාටුවක්, කලකිරීමක් මෙන්න නොසන්සුන් බවක්. සතපුම් දහස් ගණනක් දුර විදේශ රටක වාසය කළත් අප සියලු දෙනා සැමදා අපේ මව්බිමටත් අපගේ ආදරණීය ලක්වැසි සියලු දෙනාටත් ඉතාමත් ආදරය කරනවා. ඉතින් මේ අවස්ථාවේ අප සියලු දෙනාම එක් වී ආශිර්වාද ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරමු. තෙවරක් බුදුන් වැඩි උතුම් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ධරණී තලය අප පින්බිම වන අපගේ මාතෘ භූමිය මෙන්ම එහි වාසය කරන සියලුම ජනතාව ත්‍රිවිධ රත්නයේ ආශිර්වාදයෙන් ආනුභාවයෙන් ජය ශ්‍රී මහා බෝසමිඳුන්ගේ ආශිර්වාදයෙන් ආනුභාවයෙන් ශ්‍රී දලදා සමිඳුන්ගේ ආනුභාවයෙන් ආශිර්වාදයෙන් සියලු දුක් දුම්නස් වලින් මිදේවා. සැමගේ දුක් තුනී වේවා. සියලු හදවත්වල ක්‍රෝධය, වෛරය, තණ්හාව පහ වේවා. මෛත්‍රී, කරුණා, දයා ගුණ වලින් පිරි සෑම සිත් පිරි ඉතිරි සතුන් සිව්පවුන් මෙන්ම ගහකොළ, ගංගා ඇලදොල පරිසරයට පවා ආදරය කරමින් ඒවා රැකගැනීමෙන් ලෝකයේ ඇති සුන්දරම පින්බරම භූමියක් වන අප මාතෘ භූමියද රැකගැනීමෙන් සියලු ජාතීන් අතර සහජීවනයේ වර්ධනය වීමට තෙරුවනේ උතුම් බල මහිමෙන් ආශිර්වාද වේවා. එමෙන්ම අද දින ඔබ අප සම කරගත්තා වූ සියලුම පින් පාස්කුවිරදා දින බෝම්බ ප්‍රහාරයෙන් ජීවිත අහිමි වූ සියලු දෙනාටම අනුමෝදන් වෙත්වා.
නිදුකානනේ නිදුකානනේ Yoma, Udunita,
කවදාටවත් වඩා මගේ රටට පීඩා වැසි කාලය පැමිණ ඇත. කල්ප විනාශයේ ඇරඹුමද මේ. සතරවරම් දෙවියනි ඔබ කොහිද? බුදු පියාණනි ඔබ තෙවරක් මගේ පින්කෙත පාපිය තැබූ වග අප දනිමු. ඒගෙන දහම කොතනද? අනේ අපි අහුලමු, හොයමු, බෙදමු. ඒ සුවඳ රැදි දහම පතමු යලි උපදින්නට ඒ බුදුන් වැඩිය රට. මුල් ගායනය ලතා සහ ධර්මදාස වල්පොළ දෙපළ විසින්. බුදුන් වැඩිය රට මේ රුවන් පොළොව මත යලි දිනකදීමා ඉපදේවා.
May I get reborn again and again in Lanka that was sanctified by Buddha. May I be able to listen to the Buddha's voice of Dhamma again and again. May Lanka continue to spread the message of peace to the world. May the four guardian gods protect our motherland. Budun වැඩිය මේ රුවන් පොළව මත යලි දිනකදීමා ඉපදේවා.
Budu hana bana hana, budu bala bana bala.
තිලවග අප බුදු සමිඳේ ඔබගේ අනන්ත වූ ගුණසාගරේ මම කිමි දෙන්නෙමි. ඝන මොහඳුර දුරලමින් ඔබ දැල් වූ දහම් ප්‍රදීපයෙන් මාගේ අඳුරු ජීවිතය ආලෝකමත් කරගන්නෙමි. සියලු සතහට ඔබ පෑ අපරිමිත සෙනෙහට කරුණා දයා අනුකම්පාවට අප සදා ණයගැත්වෙමු. නමදිමු ඔබේ පාද බුදු පියාණනි. සාදු සාදු. අරිසෙන් අහුබුදු ශූරින්ගේ ගී සංකල්පනාව ගීතවත් කරමින් ගැයුවේ අප අතරින් නැසී ගිය ආචාර්ය පණ්ඩිත් WD අමරදේවයන්. එතුමන්ලාටද අප පින් අනුමෝදන් කරමු. Buddha, our Lord, you are the supreme guide to the three spheres of the universe. Since you dispelled the darkness of ignorance from the lives of beings, brightened their existence with your flame of Dhamma. Like the morning sun, you warm up the lives of those who are emotionally cold. Permit us to worship your feet. Gilem obe guna muhude.
අපි බලා හිඳිමු. ඔව්. මරණය ඔබ එනතුරු. සෝබාදහම රැගෙන යනතුරු ඇය වෙතට සීකරමින් පනනම් තනාග පිනිබිඳු වැන්නේ නොතිර වූ මේ සංසාරේ. නැවතුන එක අම්බලමකි. ගිමන්හලකි මේ දවස. අපි බලා හිඳිමු. ඔව්. මරණය ඔබ එනතුරු කෙටි කර ගන්නට මේ සසර ගමන් මඟ. මුල් ගායනය ජික්හි නම් ගායිකාව විසින් සංගීතය සපයන ලද්දේ ඉන්දියානු සංගීතවේදී වේදා විසින්. ලෝ අම්බලමේ ඉඳලා යනවා.
The world is temporary resting place where we as travelers tend to permanent existence. Life is as uncertain as a dewdrop on the edge of a grass blade at the risk of falling off at any given moment. We easily forget the reality that we have to go when death knock on our doors. Lo ambalame indalayanam.
අර ඇත් රජු රාජා වඩමාගෙන යන අපූර්ව සෙන්කඩගල මහ පෙරහැර. ජාතියේ මහා සංකේතය රැස් විහිදමින් යන අපූර්ව දන්තධාතුන් වහන්සේ සත් වටයක් වැඩමවන සදාතන රැස්දහර. ආශිර්වාද කරනු මැන දළදා සමිඳුනි දහස් වාරයක්. එවැසී අපිට අදය කවදාටත් වඩා. මුල් ගායනය අමිතා වැදිසිංහ ගායන ශිල්පිනිය විසින් සෙන්කඩගල පුර දළදා බුදුරැස් විහිදෙන තුරු නැහැ වරදින්නේ.
As long as the sacred tooth relic of the Buddha prevails on the island of Lanka, no evil force will be able to permanently deprive us of our fortune to live in there. Senkadagalapura Dalada Buduras Vihidina Turunaha Varadinni.
මතකද අපි ඒ කාලේ සීගිරි ගල නැග්ගා අතීතයේ ගෘහ නිර්මාණ ශිල්පීන් ශෛල නිර්මාණ ශිල්පීන් පෙන්වා දුන් සාරාභිමානය කොයිතරම් කඳුළු කැට යට වී ඇද්ද රන්මැලි සෑයට එදා ඒ ප්‍රභාභිමානය උපන්දින තුරාවට මේ සසර ගමන් මග යලි යලිත් ලැබේවා. තරණය කරන්නට ලක්මව් පොළොව මත හේතු වාසනා වේවා. මුල් ගායනය අප අතරින් විය වූ ගාන්ධර්ව ආචාර්ය පණ්ඩිත් අමරදේව ශූරින් විසින් සසර වසන තුරු.
As long as we wander samsara, may we get reborn in Sri Lanka, as we would assuage our existential pains with the Buddha rays, emanating from the great stupa Swarnamali, where all our existential tiredness disappears under the shelter of Sri Mahapodhi. Lake Tissa, that symbolizes the innocent livelihood of agriculture, and the lion's fortress that symbolizes safety, are my heritage. The song is sung by late W.D. Amradeva. We would like to invite you to sing this song with us.
යලි උපදින්නට
you.
දහම් පහන් රට බුද්ධ ජයන්ති මංගල්‍යයෙන් ජය කෙහෙලි නැංවේවා. එළ දෙරණ ජන ජයතු ජය මංගලානි. මුල් ගායනය විශාරද නන්දා මාලිනී සූරියසිංහ ගායනා කරන ලදී. බුද්ධානුභාවයෙන් සිත්නෙත් පහන් වී.
Jaya Mangala.